presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today.
It's Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network and the Infinity Sports Network. Alex Gold, Grant Paulson, counting down to more playoff action in hoops and counting down to rounds 4 through 7 in the NFL Draft. There is a ton to get to today. Alex, great weekend in sports. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing great. You're not kidding, man. We got a ton going on, NBA postseason in full swing, and then, of course, the NFL Draft, which is, become bigger and bigger seemingly every single year. I'm sure we've all seen the aerial shots of Green Bay. I mean, you've got more people there than the normal population of Green Bay on a normal day, and it's pretty cool. Just once again, still one of my favorite things the NFL has done over the last, I guess it's probably almost a decade now, if not more, that they've transitioned to these rotating sites, mainly cities that are very, very unlikely and will never get Super Bowls, but give their fans an opportunity to have a headline event in their city. And you can see the impact that it has on some of these metro areas, and obviously how cool it is to be in Green Bay. So it's just been fun to take that in. And obviously there's plenty of storylines with who's been drafted and maybe even more so with who hasn't been drafted. I know we're going to get to that throughout the show today.
Yeah, we certainly will. We can start, though, with the quarterback position, speaking of which, and the fact that we have already seen now through 3 rounds of this NFL draft, 5 quarterbacks come off the board. That's not necessarily a surprise. Cam Ward out of Miami went 1-1 to the Titans, as we anticipated. One of the big rumors leading up to the first round was that the Giants would come back into round 1 to take either Jackson Dart or Tyler Shuck, and they did that. Dart went 25th to New York after the trade up, which left Shuck of Louisville available in round 2, and the Saints made him the first quarterback chosen of 3 on day 2 yesterday. Since he was chosen by the New Orleans Saints in the 8th pick in round 2, Jalen Milroe came off the board with pick 28 in round 3, way deep into the night, and then Dylan Gabriel of Oregon at pick 30 in round 3. Milroe is a Seahawk, Dylan Gabriel to the Cleveland Browns. So in addition to the Titans, who knew they were taking Ward 1-1 for months, you've got the Giants, Saints, Seahawks, and Browns, some of the quarterback-needy teams, all having chosen passers at this point. None of them were Shedeur Sanders, whose wait continues. This has become one of the wildest draft falls and storylines we have ever seen as we enter round 4. It was just a week ago that there was still conversation about him going in the top 5. And Alex, I'll say that this is more evidence that nobody knows anything, right? Everybody said, well, the Steelers could trade up and get him, or they could just stay put and maybe he'll be there at 21. The Steelers have made several choices. They were on the clock in the 3rd round and again passed on him after everybody seemed to think if he got to them at 21, maybe that would be the end of his fall. But Shedeur Sanders, according to most teams, it feels like, has been deemed undraftable, at least in the early going.
Yeah, there's no question he was the most polarizing player heading into the draft, and he continues to be that. Here we are on day 3 of the NFL draft. It was just a week ago, as you said, Grant, we were talking on betting angles for him. Over, under 8.5, that slot, and then on draft day, I had a couple books, got all the way up to over, under 21.5, and everybody thought that was nuts, right? The big swing there, and that wasn't enough. I mean, you could have bet the over on just about any number, right? Any number. And you would have cashed, and everybody would have thought it was free money if they would have told you over, under, pick 90. You would have said, what? Like, what value am I getting on the over that number or something like that? So from a betting angle, way off. You're right. I mean, very clearly, the evaluation from the draft experts, right? We all know the names that have been doing this for a very long time at major media outlets that have great connections, right, and great sources. They were wrong. They're flat out wrong. And what's weird to me is we know that stuff leaks out all the time around the draft, and guys fall 10 spots or 30 spots all the time in the draft. That's not a new concept. Typically with quarterback, though, we never see a slide like this where how is there not more insight, I guess, in the days leading up that, hey, the teams that need quarterbacks, these 5-7 teams that truly are looking at quarterback, none of them like this guy. That's what's amazing to me. Yes, they're wrong, but usually you don't have someone that nobody was telling you, like, hey, by the way, hey, Mel Kiper, for example, hey, you've been doing us a long time. We've got a great relationship when we go through our draft process, and we trust you, yada yada yada. Hey, you keep telling people he's going in the top 10. Like, I'll just tell you, that's not how teams view him. Like, you might want to adjust that. That's way off. That's what I can't get over, Grant, is how wrong everybody was. This is not telling you that he is guaranteed to be better than all these other quarterbacks that were drafted. There's a few that I'm very skeptical if they actually will be better. But the whole process is fascinating to me. I don't think we need to go into the conspiracies. The league's not blackballing Deion Sanders and Shedeur Sanders. I also don't think it makes any sense. And quite frankly, it's very weird while people are seemingly happy and laughing that he's falling and making jokes on social media. And if you say you feel bad for the guy, somehow you're clutching your pearls. I don't get any of that crap that's out there today either. But I'm fascinated, though, with how we've got to this point. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's amazing. I do feel bad for him because I think very publicly he is living a nightmare right now. I mean, this is an awful couple of days for him. Not only has he watched millions of dollars that was coming his way vanish into thin air, but you have all of the most important people of your life around you, friends and family, and they're all here for this celebration that just isn't happening. And so you sit there for hours and hours and hours waiting with bated breath every single minute, every single pick on Thursday night. And then you get humbled and you've got to stand up there and say, hey, tonight wasn't my night, but tomorrow will be, because nobody thought. I mean, if somebody's sitting out there saying, I told you so right now, they're just lying. There's not a single person that didn't think he would have gone on day 2. And all those people come back and they go, okay, last night was really humiliating and that was terrible, but at least we'll get the happy ending where he's going to put a hat on and he's going to say it's a great fit and, God works in mysterious ways or whatever. And then we'll move on. And then he doesn't go for another 2 rounds. I mean, we haven't seen anything like this. So, yeah, I do feel bad. Do I think that it can also be true that, he is not completely a victim? Sure. I think, the way that he and Deion Sanders, to your point, his pops, have operated obviously rubs a lot of people the wrong way. I believe that. Clearly, the interview process, I have to assume, I don't know anything, but I have to assume was not good. I was uncomfortable with some of the comments that came out about Shedeur Sanders that were leaked right before the draft from like unnamed sources, and they seemed almost like personal and vitriolic, right? Yep. But I will say that was some of the most honest analysis maybe that we got from anybody. They said the quiet part out loud. Now, they didn't put their name on it, but that was, at least in some NFL circles, it would appear, how a lot of people felt. So, I mean, this is a story that we'll remember forever. Like, they will do documentaries about this. No doubt. We will be talking about this for years and years and years. What I'm fascinated by is, why is it happening? Is this a football analysis, or is this more non-football, like on a binary? It's obviously both. Because here's the thing. As a football player, I do think he has a fatal flaw, okay, which is that he holds the ball and he takes way too many sacks. Now, people can blame his offensive line for not being good, and that might be part of it, but he does hold the ball and take too many sacks. But if you take that out of the equation, and I know you can't just do that, but just follow me for a second, I actually think he's a really good prospect. Like, he is a guy that you'd want to work with. He is not what's in vogue anymore. He's not a runner. He's not an athlete in the sense of scrambling all over the place. Everybody's looking for, Jaden Daniels and Lamar Jackson who have played at MVP levels here. And he's not that at all. My proclivity actually still is the aesthetics of like a pocket passer who stands there and makes every throw. And I think Shedeur Sanders can do that. I think the problem from asking some people is when you put on the tape, the offense last year didn't ask him to do as many things as an NFL passer as maybe you'd like. It was a lot of, screens and sideways stuff. But I would say the same thing about Bo Nix, and it didn't seem to end his draft, before it ever started. So I am stunned that he's still there. But if I had to guess, and I'll give you the odds in a moment for where he could end up, we'll get to that. But I would just say, and I want you to do this exercise, like what percentage of it is football and what percentage of it is whatever all the other crap is, where you got, like, he's doing his own radio show on Radio Row as a pre-drafted NFL player that No one's ever done that before. He's building his own draft bunker and all the other stuff that comes with a celebrity quarterback who hasn't really earned it yet. I think it's like maybe 40%, 35% football. And then the rest is everything else. And maybe that's dealing with, a very involved father. You also got to, as soon as he comes to your team, you're a year and a half or 2 years away if things aren't going well from Deion Sanders being rumored to take your job as a head coach. So there's that too. Oh, by the way,
Sure.
And it just, I think a lot of teams don't want to deal with the circus.
Right. So it's funny the number you threw out, because in my head, I'm thinking 60-40 in my head as you were right before you said your numbers. So we're kind of on the same wavelength. I mean, I think very clearly a huge chunk of this has to be whatever term we want to use, the baggage, whatever we want to call it, right? That comes with drafting him. Clearly, that's a huge part of it, because we have both covered this league long enough to know there are very, very talented players that are flawed, that get drafted, that slide because they have legit off the field issues, right? Legal problems, domestic violence allegations, things like this. And teams say, well, worth the risk. So what is hard to fathom, I think, for a lot of people is that your dad being too involved, maybe you're arrogant, maybe you're cocky, that's worse than some of the other stuff, right? That's what's hard to fathom for a lot of people. And because we see guys with red flags all the time that still get drafted, that are semi-talented, obviously, and that would be drafted. I don't want to pinpoint specific quarterbacks, but if it wasn't for any of the baggage, then there's no way like Dylan Gabriel is drafted before Sanders. Like, I understand, like, well, maybe he's just not that good of a quarterback. I feel very confident in saying, from a prospect perspective, he's a better prospect than him, or maybe even a better prospect than a 26-year-old that's played 7 years in college, that's ended 3 of them with an injury. So clearly the baggage is a huge part of the equation. And, the reality now, I think what gets tricky, Grant, and where does he go, is if that's a huge part of the problem, if now he's viewed as clearly a backup by the league. We're in the 4th round now, 5th, 6th, 7th round later today. If that's where he's going to be, and he's a backup for at least a couple of years, well, then why do you want that extra attention and baggage? Like, it's one thing if you viewed him as a first or second round quarterback, then you say, oh, we'll deal with it. We think he can be a starter. Well, if we think he's a backup, then why is anybody going to want to deal with it? And that's the reason why I think he's slid to where he's at.
So here's the nightmare, and you just laid it out beautifully. If you have a grade on him where you don't think he's a starting quarterback, I don't think he's useful. And here's what I mean by that. First of all, my opinion has always been I don't do celebrity backup quarterbacks. The idea that Tim Tebow could have ever played for me is for the birds, right? When my backup quarterback ends up needing to be interviewed by national media pundits, I'm out. So it's actually one of the huge problems Colin Kaepernick had, and one of the reasons, in my opinion, he never got back into the league. Right? Initially, he didn't want to be a backup, and he didn't want to take, no money. And then eventually he was willing to do that. But I think by then, like, if CNN wants to interview my backup quarterback, it's not for me. My backup quarterback is kind of, he's in the background. He's he's seen and not heard. That's what you're looking for. You don't want your starter having to look over their shoulder to see that more people are interviewing the understudy. And that would inevitably happen in some of these places with Shedeur Sanders. It's just not a good situation. It's not healthy in a quarterback room. So the moment he's deemed not a starter, his, I would say, significance to a team, like his, what he provides goes away. And we're seeing that right now. He's going to get drafted. I do believe that. I've seen some people say he's not going to get drafted. I think that's foolish. He's got to get drafted at this point, unless him and Deion Sanders overnight are just calling everyone and telling them, don't draft me. And then, they force him to somewhere else like Major League Baseball or whatever. And he signs a, an undrafted free agent deal somewhere they handpicked. But assuming there's no tomfoolery, I think he'll get drafted here. There's just too many picks coming up. That having been said, my interest has gone away. And I think a lot of teams view it that way. That is absolutely something that they've got to combat. But I just wonder, how did we get here? Like, will we get information on? there is a theory out there that maybe purposefully to steer himself into one or two teams, like he tanked certain interviews or didn't play ball with certain teams. And if that's not true, that's not fair to Shador. But based on what we heard Dion saying earlier in the process, I guess it's possible. Absolutely incredible that he has not been taken. So let's look at the odds for where he will end up in the final rounds today as we get ready for rounds 4 through 7. We'll give you those next on Countdown 2. Just getting started. The NFL draft is 3 rounds deep. We're Grant and Alex on Countdown 2.
It's time to get back to the Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network. Here's Grant Paulson and Alex Gold.
Countdown 2. I guess it's the countdown to Shedeur Sanders being picked, maybe. I cannot believe that he has not been taken with now 3 rounds complete in the NFL draft. I mean, we talked for weeks leading up to this thing, and he was one of the number one stories. In fact, I remember a couple of weeks ago us saying, I don't remember a more polarizing player in the draft, where some people were saying they think he was going to go 2 or 3 overall, and others were saying he might fall out of the first round. That was a very minority opinion until this week, by the way, that he would fall out of the first round. In fact, about 2 or 3 days before the draft, that started to become one of the buzz possibilities was Shedeur's not going to go in the first round, and the odds popped up on that. And I remember thinking, there's just no way. That's smoke. That's, a lot of the silly season stuff, right? But it's not going to end up happening. I remember the idea that C.J. Stroud was going to fall, and he ended up going in the top 3. You just don't buy it a lot of the time. Well, not only did that happen, but then the second round came and went. No Shedeur Sanders. And, oh, my goodness, the third round came and went, and still no Shedeur Sanders. So we're waiting to see where he ends up, which brings us, Alex Gold, to the odds today on who is going to end his wait. So let's take a peek. Right now, the odds to draft Shedeur Sanders, the Steelers are minus 110. So you're betting 10 to win about $20, a little over $19. The Cowboys are plus 450. A $10 bet's going to get you $55 there. The Raiders are 5.5 to 1. The Rams are plus 650, and the Jets are 6.5 to 1. Other teams with odds, the Dolphins 12 to 1, the Niners with a 14 to 1 odds to draft Shedeur Sanders. So you look at that board, what do you see?
So I don't get the Cowboys number at all. I don't think they're drafting them. Jerry Jones had some comments last night as well. Remember, they also traded for Joe Milton this offseason. So you look at that quarterback room that has Dak and Joe Milton already in it. It doesn't really make sense. I understand, of course, the obvious connection with Dion and Jerry and their time in Dallas. I get it. But I think you're wasting your money. I think it's a sucker bet that he goes to Dallas. I think Jerry kind of almost told us he wasn't drafting him while also trying to be nice about the situation and stand up for someone that he has a family connection to. The team that stands out to me from a betting angle, Grant, is the Rams at 6.5 to 1. And that's because Matthew Stafford has maybe 2 years left in this league. I guess it could be 1 year even. Sean McVay, established head coach, pretty well-run organization, obviously. They've won a Super Bowl with that regime. It's L.A. I think that's an interesting spot. They don't have a real backup quarterback that I would feel confident in. So to me, that's an interesting team. I understand why the Raiders, because everybody thought the Raiders might have taken them in the first round or the second round or the third round. So I get why they're the favorites. But the Rams, to me, are one outside of that first one to be keeping an eye on.
So I don't understand the Steelers odds. You'll have to explain that one to me. I guess if I'm spitballing, it's just because as they keep coming back on the clock, the value gets better and better to land him. But they had a chance to draft him at 21, and they wanted nothing to do with it. They took Derek Harmon, the D tackle from Oregon. And then no one thought he'd be there for them 61 picks later or whatever it was when they took Caleb Johnson, the running back from Iowa, at 83 in the third round. But if you said no to Shedeur Sanders in the third round, I don't know why you wouldn't say no to him in the fourth round, unless they're sitting around and Mike Tomlin goes, look, we enjoyed him in our time together. We don't think this is a bad kid. We think he'll be a leader. We think he is going to fit in well in the room. He's not a me guy. And, oh, by the way, my starting quarterback's Mason Rudolph. So maybe it's that simple. I guess the reason the odds are reflected the way that they are is the Steelers are the team with the worst quarterback situation in the NFL still. Yep. Right? I mean, unless absolutely. They were to trade, unless Rodgers comes back and says he's playing for them, they're screwed. Unless they trade for Kirk Cousins, they're probably going in with Mason Rudolph. And so that's why they're minus 110, a heavy favorite. But I feel like they've already told us what they think of Shedeur.
need to take Milroe or Dart. And okay, if that's the case, is it just simply because they have more and more reassurance that Aaron Rodgers is actually going to show up eventually and sign with them, and that he's not going to basically leave them at the altar and screw them over? They have to have ultimate confidence that, or their backup plan, you mentioned Kirk Cousins, that they still think, look, worst case scenario, we can trade for Kirk Cousins right when training camp starts in July because the Falcons are stuck right now.
They are operating like a team that thinks Aaron Rodgers is going to play for them. I'm not saying that that's true. That's just how they're operating. Because I refuse to believe that Mike Tomlin and the Steelers brass are okay going into the season with that championship level defense being guided as an operation by Mason Rudolph. I said it before, that would be malpractice. They have screwed up their quarterback situation for years, and it's the one real flaw in Tomlin's otherwise terrific resume. I think he's one of the better coaches in the NFL. I love Mike Tomlin. He's one of the guys in the league I would most want to play for if I was a football player in the National Football League. But if Rodgers giving them some behind-the-scenes reason to believe that he's going to play, or they think they can find a starter otherwise. I thought maybe like a Jalen Milroe, and they would just ask him to do the Justin Fields thing where he ran around, but he's now in Seattle. Yep. We can get back to the Steelers, though. I want to go through where the quarterbacks did land and just look at these situations quickly with you, Gold. We've talked a lot about Cam Ward, the Tennessee Titans, the number one pick in recent weeks. He's obviously immediately going to be a plug-and-play starter in Tennessee. They obviously love this prospect. You saw the report that I did. The Giants tried to come up to one, offered future one as part of a massive package, and the Titans said no thank you. His landing spot includes Calvin Ridley, Van Jefferson, Tyler Lockett, James Prochet at the receiver position, Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears in the backfield. Tight end position, Chigakonkwo is a good player, but I'd like to see them add another piece today. How do you feel about Cam Ward and Tennessee as an offense in his first year? Brian Callahan has had a lot of success developing quarterbacks.
He has, and they got a brand new GM. Mike Morganzi comes over from the Chiefs organization. They had to go get a quarterback. I know some people said, trade back or try to just go get a difference maker, generational talent outside of that quarterback position. But I think we all know ultimately, if you're Mike Morganzi, you got to fix the quarterback situation. You can't go out there with Will Levis again. Or last year they also had Mason Rudolph on the roster when he wasn't there. So I think
GM.
I would have liked to have given Cam Ward another weapon. I'm sure they can add today, but Luther Burden is a player that I actually thought would have been a great pick, considering he was on the board in round 2 where the Titans were picking. You could have had Luther Burden with Tyler Lockett to learn from a vet how to operate in the NFL. Obviously, Calvin Ridley there. I thought that would have been the right fit there. Look, Cam Ward, I think we've talked about this entire class. He clearly, I think at this point, it's even more evident. It almost seems silly that anybody was debating Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders at any point now, hindsight being 20/20 for those on the outside. But Cam Ward was the right pick for the Tennessee Titans. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it goes without saying, you just don't pick first overall very often. And so when you don't have a quarterback and you're picking that high, you really don't have much of a choice. The next quarterback to go was Jackson Dart, the Giants trading back up into the mid-20s, getting him in the first round. He was the second of the QBs in round 1. For the Giants, they took Abdul Carter third overall, maybe the best player in the draft class. He's going to be a star for them. The edge from Penn State will be a plug-and-play, instant impact player in September. Then you get Dart in the first round. They didn't pick again until round 3 at 65, and they took Darius Alexander, the D-tackle from Toledo, which I was kind of surprised by because they might already have the best defensive line on paper in not only the division but in the conference. I guess they just thought the player and the value was too good to pass up on, but it certainly was not one of their biggest needs. They have maybe the best defensive tackle in the National Football League still and Dexter Lawrence up front. So kind of curious about that rather than going and getting a weapon. You talk about thinking maybe, the Titans would have gone wide receiver after going quarterback. I thought the Giants could get Jackson Dart, another piece for when he inevitably takes over for Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston. They didn't do that. So the depth chart in New York right now, Malik Neighbors is a stud. Put him in Sharpie. He's legit. But otherwise, it's a lot of like, Wan'Dale Robinson, Darius Slayton, Zach Pascal types, kind of Jags at wide receiver. I really like their young running back, the 5th-round pick from a year ago, who had a good year, Tyrone Tracy. Devin Singletary is a good little player as their second RB. They could do better at tight end, where Theo Johnson was taken in the 4th round last year. Bellinger's more of an inline type guy, a blocker. So I don't love the situation around Dart, but you got Malik Neighbors. You've got Tyrone Tracy, starter kit there. I think they've got to try to get him some weapons here in the early part of the 3rd day of this draft.
The bigger question with the pick than even the personnel is what you and I have discussed for weeks about the Giants, and that is that they have, we think, potentially a lame duck head coach and general manager. And so Jackson Dart's getting brought into an organization where there's a pretty good chance that he has a different head coach, therefore offensive coordinator, play caller, and general manager that didn't draft him. I'm with you that I think he will, get an opportunity this year. You don't draft him that high. And we've seen Russell Wilson enough to know that Russ is not making it 18 weeks throughout the season, playing at a high level. I expect Jackson Dart at some point, I know this offseason we'll get the over-under on games played or what week will Jackson Dart make his first appearance and all that. It's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to be week 5. I don't know if it's going to be week 12, but Jackson Dart will play this year. I just wonder, is that enough time for Brian Daboll to develop him enough to where the next regime feels like he's actually their guy? Because let's say this all falls apart and Russ and the Giants get off to a terrible start, and all of a sudden they're in position to be a top 5 pick again next year. And by the way, I don't think they will be. I think they'll win enough games to be outside the top 5. But let's say they are, then you're talking about Jackson Dart being Josh Rosen in terms of like traded after 1 year kind of scenario. So that's the only part that I'm a little iffy on with Jackson Dart pick there. But I understand if you're Brian Daboll, you're trying to save your ass, frankly, and this gives you an opportunity maybe to do that.
Yeah, and if he were to play and show something, at least you have something to argue in the room when your owner is asking you, why should I keep you? The next quarterback to have come off the board, I think to many people's surprise, was Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. Now, I'm fascinated by him because he is old. He will be 26 as a rookie, and he is injury prone, and those are the massive, significant knocks. 3 of his seasons in college, and there were, I believe, 6 of them, ended in injuries. Having said that, if he were a normal-aged quarterback with a even just couple of injury resume, rather than 3 years ending via injury, he would have been a first-round pick. Like, his starter kit is really good. I don't know how much of him you watched, but I'm not slapping a Josh Allen on him, but it's, athleticism. He can run flatline speed at the position. Him and Cam Ward are comparable. Some of the times they get clocked. He can throw. He's got an arm. Like, there's actually a lot to like about him when you peel back a couple of the layers. The Saints grab him where they did, and I got to say, I like the landing spot for him. You've got this weird Derek Carr scenario where he's hurt and doesn't want to be there. Spencer Rattler, they took in the 5th round last year, did not look like an NFL starter. Maybe he gets the first crack at it, but I would think Shuck, based on his age and his experience, would probably play this season. Chris Olave is one of the better young receivers in football. They bring Brandon Cooks back over. They've got a great deep threat in Rashid Shaheed. Alvin Kamara out of the backfield. Remember, they drafted Kendry Miller. He's had a hard time staying on the field, but a former 3rd-round pick who's a good player. There are pieces on that offense, plus you're working with an offensive-minded play caller and head coach in Kellen Moore. I don't hate that fit at all. I actually think that could work. Now, I don't know enough about him being able to stay healthy, but the upside of this works for me.
So fit's great. I mean, Kellen Moore, extremely smart individual, we know, as a football player. His style, his demeanor, I actually think fits the quarterback that they drafted. So I'm with you on fit, and he is going to play right away. Much like some teams clearly have a fundamental reason maybe why they're not drafting Shedeur Sanders. I just simply, across the board, I'm not a GM, obviously. I'm not drafting a quarterback that's 26 years old in the first 2 or 3 rounds. Just not doing it. Just my own philosophy. Not pulling a Brandon Weeden. have no interest in going down that path whatsoever. I think there's a good chance that he sets the stage for the Saints to have to trade up in a year or two to get Arch Manning. I just wouldn't make the pick.
All right, there's a lot of other things going on in the NFL draft outside of the quarterback position. We'll get to some of the best remaining players and some of our favorite selections at this point as we go. Plus, the NBA and NHL playoffs continue. We are counting down today. Alex Gold alongside, I'm Grant Paulson. This is the BetMGM Network and the Infinity Sports Network.
It's time to get back to the Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network. Here's Grant Paulson and Alex Gold.
Been breaking down the NFL draft's first 3 rounds. Welcome back to Countdown 2. He's Alex Gold. I'm Grant Paulson. All right, let's go through some of our favorite picks. We'll start in round 1, whether it's value or fit. What stands out to you as a few of the picks that you really liked?
So I like what the Chargers did. Amari Hampton, who I think can have a chance to put up similar production actually to Ashton Genty, who of course went much higher and inside the top 10. I actually thought Hampton was going to go to the Broncos because we knew multiple teams in the AFC West were going to draft running backs. They have, by the way. The Raiders got a running back. The Broncos eventually got a running back in RJ Harvey. I think the Chiefs might get one today. So I think everybody in the AFC West in a very deep running back class are going to go there. But we know Harbaugh and his system, Grant, going back to college, and obviously when he was in the NFL prior to this stint with the Chargers, even though he's got a quarterback that I think is capable of slinging the ball around in Justin Herbert, they want to run the ball, right? And he wants to have multiple backs. They bring in Najee Harris. Well, now they have a young running back that's a little bit more explosive to go with them. I love this pick. Not that this is why you're going to win the division or something, but this offense got way more explosive. I think it's good value, too, because I thought there was a chance that their division rival, the Broncos, were going to take them a couple picks earlier.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways to hit a home run with a pick. One of them is value and just kind of sitting pat and getting a guy that probably shouldn't be available. And the Ravens did that beautifully at 27 with Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia, who they're going to pair with Kyle Hamilton. They major in this. They just kind of do what ideally, if every team was lucky enough to be really good at a lot of positions and not ever be desperate, you should do. You sit there, you wait, and you read your board, and you say, who shouldn't be left? And you draft really good players and hit a lot of home runs generally that way. And they do it. The Eagles do it better than anybody. Malachi Starks, the Georgia safety at 27, I thought was awesome. Another way to get a slam dunk in the draft, in my opinion, is to have a philosophy where you keep adding at a position where you're good and layer really well. I thought the Bucs did that. I don't think a lot of people had this on mocks, but at 19, for them to go get Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State, the wide receiver, I think that is a really, really good schematic fit. I'm not really sure what it means for Chris Godwin. I know that they came out and said this has nothing to do with his recovery, and he's expected to be ready for the start of the season. But Mike Evans is much older, obviously, now, and at the back 9 of his career. They did draft Jalen McMillan last year, and so they've got some layered wide receivers there. But you can't have enough weapons. My paradigm is if I got 3 good pass catchers, give me 4. If I got 4 guys who can scare D coordinators, give me a 5th. And I think they understand that, so I liked that. And then the last thing I would highlight, and I'll just go way up the board, I think the Patriots taking Will Campbell is such a no-brainer and so obvious. It was one of the most mocked easy things. And I don't even know how much of a decision they had, but go get Drake May help. Surround your young quarterback with pieces. That's what teams should be thinking about and trying to do when you feel like you found your franchise quarterback. Now elevate, right? Help him. And Will Campbell at number 4, they came back, by the way, with the 6th pick of round 2 and got Travion Henderson. Then they came back in the 5th pick, round 3, and got Kyle Williams, the wide receiver from Washington State. They've subsequently, late in the 3rd round, taken a center in Jared Wilson. Maybe he plays this year. Maybe he's just more of a project you work with. But 4 players on offense, 2 on the line, 2 weapons for Drake May. They understood the assignment, and I really liked what they did in round 1.
Mike Vrabel's having a good draft in year 1 as the head coach there in New England. It sure looks like it, at least in terms of putting guys around, as you said, Drake May and some of the needs that they had. To your point about what the Bucs did, like building on a strength, I thought that's also what the Broncos did with their first pick. We all know they had the Defensive Player of the Year there in Pat Surtain, and what do? They go and draft a corner with their first pick. Now, it looks like maybe he'll play Barron out of Texas is going to probably play slot more than the outside, but still, it means if you're trying to attack that defense, you can't just say, all right, well, we're just going to avoid that side of the field with Pat Surtain. Now you got to deal with Barron out of Texas as well. So I actually like that pick in terms of, well, yeah, maybe it wasn't the most pressing need for that organization, but they're looking at it and say, hey, we're going to build on that strength. Look at the teams and the quarterbacks in our own division. We've got to make sure that we can have a shutdown secondary again, because while Surtain was great towards the end of the season, I thought the Broncos secondary was exploited a little bit. So this should also help with their pass rush a little bit as well. So I actually like what the Broncos did.
What about the second round? Well, let's go to round 2 and take a look at some of the players who fell. I mean, it's easy just to assign the winners to the guys that we all thought would go in the first round, right? And maybe you want to go that route. But there are also still some unique fits, some surprises there. Who'd you like?
A couple. One further down the board, Jalen Milroe to Seattle. I know we've talked a ton about Sanders not getting drafted, all that, but in the third round, you already have Sam Darnold. Now Milroe can go in. You can maybe even have some special packages for him immediately. But more importantly, he can sit back and develop, gives you another option. Remember the way that Sam Darnold contract is structured, it's not like they're tied to him for 4 years or something. They can get out pretty quickly if they wanted to. So just because of the round that it was in, pick 92 overall, Jalen Milroe to me was a really smart pick by the Seattle Seahawks regime. And then much higher up, you kind of said it, just because everybody thought he was going to be a first rounder, Luther Burden to Chicago. I mean, that offense for Ben Johnson, you want to talk about a quarterback that has so much pressure now because there's no more excuses. Ben Johnson comes in. You got Roma Dunze, DJ Moore, Luther Burden, revamped offensive line with Joe Tooney now at left guard as well. That offense should roll, right? The question will be about the defense, and obviously we're going to find out for real about Caleb Williams. But I love the Luther Burden pick. This was a guy before this past college football season people thought was going to be a top 10 pick, the number 1 wide receiver off the board. Now, he obviously wasn't, and so you didn't have a great final season at Missouri, but he also had 2 or 3 different quarterbacks throwing the ball. His production was cut in half. He had a great combine. He was the all-combine team. So I'm a little surprised he fell, quite honestly. So I think it's a hell of a pick for the Chicago Bears there to integrate him in that offense.
So I'm going to go with 2 edges that I studied a bunch because the team that I cover day in and day out, the Commanders at 29 were expected to take one, and then they passed on both of these guys. But I didn't even think either of them would be there when they chose. And then they fell pretty well into the second round. Donovan Ezeraku, who had 16 and a half sacks in the ACC at Boston College as the Defensive Player of the Year in that conference, going to Dallas at 44 to rush opposite Micah Parsons, I think was a phenomenal get with his speed and the way he gets off the ball, with the attention being paid up front to Micah Parsons. I think he could be a 10-sack guy for them within the next couple of football seasons, and to get him where they did was a massive win. And then there's some caveats with this one. You kind of got to cover your butt a little bit. But at 59, the Ravens getting Mike Green, who led the nation with 17 sacks at Marshall. I think from just a sheer pass rushing standpoint, he might be the best edge in this class. You take Abdul Carter out of the equation as a complete menace, if you want to call him an edge. He's more of a traditional end to me, like up front. But in terms of the guys that might stand up and rush, Green is going to get to the quarterback. He's going to have success in this league. So you go, why was he available? Well, for people that haven't studied it, there's a lot of red flags, character stuff, multiple different stories from his past with allegations of sexual issues and involving treatment of women. And so a lot of teams took him off their board, clearly. And more teams just said, we're not going to deal with him right now, when he was supposed to go in the 12 to 20 range. They got him at 59. This is what the Ravens do, by the way. They just take players that are way better than where they end up falling. They got to do their due diligence. I'm sure they did. They've got a pretty good locker room to deal with this. But assuming, and there's no reason to believe, like he's not going to be suspended. He's going to be on the field. I don't know what happened in his past. He's denied the allegations. But you get another lease on life. If this guy can walk the straight and narrow, I believe he's going to turn into a star pass rusher. And so to get him where they did, you just don't get talents like him. So from a football standpoint, and I'm going to specify that, I think that pick was phenomenal for them.
I hear you. Yeah, it's all about the character concerns. I mean, that's why he fell. Everybody thought he was a first rounder. The talent's not in question at all with him. He was also a name, Grant, because much like there in D.C., Kansas City was looking defensive line. He was a name that came up quite a bit during the draft process that we kind of discussed as well. And then all of a sudden, you start to see more and more stories about those allegations. And for the sake of everybody, hopefully he stays on track and obviously can actually stay on the football field. But yeah, that's usually how this thing goes, right? If a talent like that falls, it's either due to injury concerns and medicals didn't check out, or someone's got some serious character concerns. And that's obviously what we're talking about with him.
All right, we're going to look at some divisional odds with the first couple of rounds done early next hour. I also want to look at the odds for offensive and defensive player of the year among this rookie class. Who's going to be your O'Roy and D-Roy choice? But before we do all of that, we just gave our favorite picks. What was your least favorite thing that happened in this draft so far, 3 rounds deep?
So this is not about the player. Let me be clear. The player I actually really, really liked in the draft process, and it was somebody that I would have been thrilled at 31 for a team that I cover here in Kansas City. So James Pierce Jr. is the player involved in this. It's not because I don't think he's a good player. He also, by the way, character concerns as well. But he can get after the quarterback. I'm talking about the Atlanta Falcons trading up from the second round to occupy late 20 pick owned by the LA Rams. And you're saying, well, if you like the player, why was it a bad deal? If you like the player, you like the player. They gave up a first round pick in the first round next year. It's a hell of a move for the LA Rams. They move back a decent amount, but they get another first round pick now next season. The Falcons, here's why it's a problem. They are overcompensating for last year. Last year, everybody thought they should have taken Dallas Turner in the top 10. Instead, they took Michael Penix Jr. So this year they went heavy on edge, which is fine. But to me, that's what this pick was about. It was kind of making up for when they didn't take Dallas Turner a year ago, and now they just got rid of a first-round pick to hopefully to build around Michael Penix next year. Instead, they spent it here. I just don't think giving up a first-round pick that late in the first round, if that makes sense, doesn't go with how I would operate. You know, you want to give up a future first-round pick for a guy that you think's a top 10, top 15 player. Sure, I don't get it for somebody that you're giving a first-round pick that's going to be a back end of the first-round pick, which is what they did.
So we're actually thinking similarly because that was very high on my list, but I'll go with another trade up where a team gave up a lot. I love Travis Hunter. I think he will be a superstar. I can't believe Jacksonville did what they did. They've got a 34-year-old general manager who's having fun in the war room, it would appear. He is on the phone a bunch. And, he's just like the substitute teacher's out. But to go from 5 to 2 and give up the haul they did, they're acting like Hunter's going to be a star at both positions, and I just think that's more difficult than maybe the narrative would suggest. All right, let's look at the Rookie of the Year odds next on both sides of the ball, see who we think has the best chance to win some hardware. With Alex Gold, I'm Grant Paulson. It's the BetMGM Network and the Infinity Sports Network.
It's time to get back to the Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network. Here's Grant Paulson and Alex Gold.
With Alex, I'm Grant. This is Countdown 2, BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network. In just a couple of moments, we're going to welcome onto the show Prince Grimes, who covers the NFL and the NFL draft for the Win. And we'll get his thoughts on everything going on in this draft to this point. How about some of the aerial shots of the Lambeau Field district? Green Bay, I don't even think there's that many people in the city. A couple 100,000 people coming out to watch the NFL draft. Absolutely stunning.
Oh, it's been awesome to see. Yeah, you and I think you've been to Green Bay before, right? I went for the first time 2 years ago in Titletown. That area around the stadium on a game day is incredible. Green Bay's population is 105,000, okay? That population for Green Bay. Attendance even for round 2 and 3, not opening night, but just last night, was 175,000. So the 2-day total, 380,000 people. It's just amazing to see it, and they've done a great job by all accounts. Like with the draft, I know a few people that made it up to Green Bay and said it's been a blast. They lucked out weather-wise. It's been, we all know, it could be a million times worse than what it's been this week in Green Bay for this time of the year even still. So, yeah, as I said to start the show, I think it's awesome how the NFL rotates the draft around, man. I think it's a great thing to not just have it in one place. It gives everybody a chance to experience it. I was fortunate enough to have that experience a couple of years ago here in Kansas City. And it's just a unique event, man. It turns into a party and something that I think you got to take it in once in your life, you know?
Yeah, it's a great place to watch football. If you've never been to Lambeau Field, it's a wonderful football town, and the experience is one of the most unique you can have as a sports fan in any capacity. I've told the story before, but going and covering games there, you park in someone's driveway in the neighborhood that surrounds the stadium, literally. You pay $15 and you can go into their house and use the bathroom, and you eat from their spread in their garage with all the crock pots on tables. And there's just nothing like it anywhere else. And then you walk to Lambeau Field, one of the most iconic venues in sports with tens of thousands of fans. And they're yelling, "Go Pack, go," from the beginning of the game to the end of the game, regardless of the temperature. It's the absolute best. So I had absolute full faith that they were going to paint the town green and gold for the draft. But even by my lofty expectations, those aerial shots are all time. And the league needs to take a bow, to your point. You saw it in Kansas City, but what they've done has been a gigantic win.
No doubt. And just Green Bay, too, the rooftop bars in that whole area are incredible. You can sell me on just about any town that has some good rooftop bars, let alone if they're, a 10-minute walk to an NFL stadium. And that's exactly what you get when you're in Green Bay. So, and I guess I can look it up real quick. Do you know, where's it at next year? Do we know? Do we know where the draft is next year? Is that Pittsburgh?
I don't. I have not seen. I don't. I'm sure it's out there. We could look it up.
Yeah, I thought it was Pittsburgh. I could be off. 2026 NFL draft. Because they've been rotating around. Let's see, 2026. Oh, it is Pittsburgh next year. So that'll be a unique experience. Talk about aerial. You want to talk about aerial views? I've never been, but I've always seen PNC Park. That's going to be an incredible view for the draft next year.
Yeah, it's the most beautiful ballpark in baseball, nestled right there on the Ohio River. Nothing but bridges, and it's gorgeous, absolutely. But I don't know where in Pittsburgh. I mean, somebody from the Steel City would know right away, I'm sure, like where you would do it in the downtown area. There's a lot of talk about D.C. getting the draft in short order and that they would want to do it on the National Mall. I mean, can you imagine that, beautiful. Right? I mean, that would be iconic. So, yeah, everyone's kind of dreaming on what their city's turnout would be and what the setup would be. But after, these last couple of nights, I mean, you can move it to Green Bay permanently as far as I'm concerned, because they have done an awesome job. All right, we'll get to the Rookie of the Year conversations offensively and defensively. We are going to be joined, as I said, by Prince Grimes, who covers the NFL draft for USA Today. Storylines going into today are going to be dominated by Shedeur Sanders and where he falls. What else are you interested in, though, Gold, as we get prepared in about an hour for rounds 4 through 7 here?
Well, I think the running back is an area, that position, that I still think the gap from third-round talent to fourth and fourth to fifth is actually not that vast. I think it's a very deep running back class. So we saw a couple, of course, go last night. But they're like the running back out of Tennessee, Dylan Sampson, potentially could be the first running back off the board today. Cam Scattaboo, who became this fan favorite during the college football playoff game for Arizona State, right? Just a stud of an athlete, great college player. I think he'll be a really nice pro. I think it depends on what you're looking for in your back, though. I think Dylan Sampson, if you're wanting a more explosive running back, that to me is the pick. If you're wanting somebody that's going to be more in between the tackles, I think that's where Cam Scattaboo is a little bit more interesting. But those are the two running backs that are probably off the board first. And so I just want to see who ends up selecting those guys. How far do they have to wait? Because even after those two consensus backs, I think at this point, there's some guys further down the board, a DJ Giddens, a Devin Neal, where I think those are guys that could have an impact in the NFL immediately, even though you're going to look and say, well, they're fifth-round picks. I think we see a really, really deep running back class, and today's a day where it can pay off for a lot of teams.
All right, let's welcome onto the show Prince Grimes, senior writer for The Win. And let's start with some news from CBS's Jonathan Jones, who's reporting that he's heard that Shedeur Sanders was more or less sandbagging interviews. I don't really know exactly what that means. I'm going to need more intel on that. But obviously teams were very turned off. The unthinkable has happened. Prince, he's still available as we prepare for round 4.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it absolutely has to be a combination of multiple things at this point in time. What's surprising for me, I guess, is just okay. Let's say it's 60% football, 40%. The baggage. I'll use air quotes on that. Whatever that may be for certain teams. How did so many people get this wrong in the process? We know there's so many draft experts that are connected with teams, and they talk about their relationships, and they get a feel like if this guy's going to maybe go on a little bit of a slide and all this. How did nobody tell? I'll use Mel Kiper, for example. Nobody say, hey, man, you're way off on your evaluation here. Nobody's thinking about him as a first-round quarterback, man.
Look at, as they often do, right? Okay, maybe he falls out of the first. There's no way he's going to fall past the second round. Maybe that was the thought process there. There's no way 5 other quarterbacks are going to go before Shedeur, even if there is some questions about potentially his character. Because you look across the board, every mock draft you can find, every big board you can find, there was pretty much a consensus that Shedeur was the second best quarterback in this draft. I don't think that all of these people were wrong. I don't think everyone got it wrong. I think that just, we've never seen a gap this big between what the actual expert, so-called analysts think and what the teams are doing here. So there's something bigger at play here. I don't know what it is.
It is, I don't want to say easy to assume, right? But just reading Jonathan Jones's tweet from last night, being QB6 at best into the last day of the draft seems to me to be the league repudiating how he and those around him handled the draft process. That goes without saying. But we're talking about they're retiring his jersey minutes after he played. Just the way generally, I think a lot of the time with Deion Sanders, it wouldn't be crazy to assume he goes into those meetings and they treat the teams like they've kind of treated everything, right? Like, I'm bringing my Louis, he's here, bow down to Shedeur Sanders. And teams are going to be turned off. Now, I have no idea. I'm not in on the meetings, but that's certainly the vibe that Jonathan's selling, that maybe it wasn't a normal meeting where a guy it feels like he's, privileged to be in the meeting with teams. And if they treated it that way, that very well could be what happened. It's not the craziest thing to assume. Let's go, though, outside of Shedeur Sanders. I want to know in round 1, your favorite and your least favorite thing that happened.
So I really like what the Raiders did. I love getting Ashton Genty. You can question how much stock you want to put in running backs going that high, but I think he is a special talent, someone that you absolutely take that swing on. And they're just really building that team around Geno, right? I think the Raiders, I don't know what their over-under is right now for win totals, but I'd take the over just based off of what they've done so far this offseason, bringing in Geno Smith, Pete Carroll. They're really establishing a culture there. I think Genty's just going to add to that. You already got Brock Bowers there. They added some offensive linemen there. The defense should be pretty solid. So I really like what the Raiders are building. I look at the Colts. They got the big tight end who can stretch the field, win at every level, big, physical, nice safety blanket for Anthony Richardson, which I think is important, right? Don't give up on the kid yet. Give him some weapons. Give him a chance to prove that he's not the guy before you give up on him. So the Colts are doing some nice things. They added another edge rusher, which I think they absolutely needed to do, another cornerback. So they addressed the defense on day 2. I think they should continue adding to that area on day 3. Then I look at the Falcons, right? They added a pass rusher, got Jalen Walker with that first pick, and then traded back into the first round and got another pass rusher. They traded for, Matthew Judon last season. It just wasn't enough, right? They needed a lot more help on that defense, and they went ahead and continued to address that on day 1 right away. So I like what the Falcons are doing.
We're talking to Prince Grimes, senior writer for The Win. He's joining us here on Countdown 2. Out of the quarterback landing spots, Bit do you think gives best as we head into the rest of this weekend? Do we take a look at the first round quarterbacks, or was there somebody maybe a little bit further in the second or third round you actually think could end up having more success?
I got to be honest, just like a lot of people, I wasn't huge on this quarterback class, which I guess kind of speaks to Shador's drop in the first place. I thought Cam Ward was obviously the best player as far as the quarterbacks are concerned. I still think Shador is the second best quarterback in this class, so I'm interested to see who ends up taking him, because as we look across the landscape of the NFL now, all the teams that you thought needed quarterbacks have kind of addressed it, except for Pittsburgh. I guess so. We'll see what Pittsburgh does here. I'm interested to see what direction they go. We know Quinn Ewers is still out there. Will Johnson is still out there. And so Will Howard is still out there. And so does a team take a jump at one of those guys before they draft Shador? That'll be interesting to see. We have to see what Jalen Milroe can do, right? Like, I know he's kind of a toolsy guy. He's got the speed. He's got the physical traits. I'm not big on him as just a pure quarterback. So, I think it's great that he goes to a place like Seattle where he doesn't have to play right away. So I guess that's good, where he can kind of be a complement to whatever they do with Sam Darnold. So I'm glad that he went to a spot like that. I think everyone else is going to probably end up sitting behind someone.
Grant, we're having some issues with your microphone. Alex Cole, Grant Paulson here on Countdown 2, talking with Prince Grimes. We'll see if Grant's microphone can get reconnected there. What about some of the defensive ends that are maybe still out there today, or some of the players that are still out there for the last day of the draft? Is there a player that you still think can go and help the team right away? We were mentioning the running back depth that still exists.
Yeah, no, I can't really give you a big spill on the defensive ends. Once we get past the first round of things, that's kind of where my knowledge starts to dwindle in the NFL draft. I'm a betting expert more so than an NFL draft expert. But I will say, I think Kayvon Thibodeau should be a name that we maybe listen for, as far as maybe the Giants potentially moving him after getting Abdul Carter. I don't know. I'm not saying I've heard any rumors at all, but I do think it would make sense for them to at least explore that market now that they have Abdul Carter opposite Brian Burns. They're building a nice defense over there in New York. I don't think they necessarily have to make a move on Kayvon Thibodeau right now, but if teams are willing to make a call and see what the Giants might be potentially willing to part with them, I think that's a name teams should probably be looking out for.
Prince, you mentioned the betting element of what you do. I mean, the Shador market. Explain the market as it is set up for us right now going into day 3. It's Steelers, Raiders, Cowboys in that order. We surmise that Pittsburgh, just because they have the worst quarterback situation in the league, is the favorite. I don't know why otherwise everyone keeps linking them to Shador, because they've had multiple opportunities even in round 3 and said no thank you. But what do you make of the other teams like Dallas that's next there with the odds? And where do you see them landing?
Yeah, to me, the team that makes the most sense is a team like the Rams. I do think it's going to be a team that has an established starter already, someone who won't feel threatened by the presence of Shador. I guess Dallas kind of fits that mold, but they already traded for a quarterback this offseason, right? They got the guy from New England. I'm blanking on his name, but he seemed to be pretty
Milton,
good at
yeah.
the spot start last season.
Joe
Yeah,
Milton.
and so I don't like Dallas. Pittsburgh, like you said, they keep passing on them, so I just don't think they're that interested. It seems like they're waiting for Aaron Rodgers, which I think is a mistake, by the way. And by the way, I think every team that passed on Shador, I think it's ultimately going to be a mistake, especially Cleveland. I think they had multiple chances. They've had like 5 picks so far, and then they eventually went quarterback. Was it Gabriel they took? I just don't. I don't like. I don't think he's better than Shador in any way, and I think they're going to ultimately regret that.
Prince, we appreciate you. It's great insight. Thank you. The NFL draft continuing with round 4 through 7. Who do we see as the offensive and defensive rookies of the year? We'll get into that next as we continue on Countdown 2, the BetMGM Network and the Infinity Sports Network on this NFL Draft Saturday.
Time to get back to the Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network. Here's Grant Paulson and Alex Gold.
Countdown 2, BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network. Golden Paulson on a Saturday. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We've got a lot still to chew on. We'll give you some bets we like in the NBA playoffs, the NHL playoffs as the weekend continues. But without further ado, let's get to the rookie market for Rookie of the Year, offensively and defensively, coming out of these first few rounds. Now, I guess it is possible, rounds 4 through 7, that somebody gets taken and ends up being in the mix. That has happened before. It will happen again, but it is unlikely. And we got a pretty good feel for where the best players landed and where the best fits are. So let's look for the first time today at the Offensive Rookie of the Year market. Ashton Genty scooped up at number 6 by the Las Vegas Raiders. If you're curious, the highest rated running back at plus 330. The only person I'm looking at with better odds was the very obvious 1-1 pick, Cam Ward out of Miami of the Tennessee Titans. I think the easy play here, and it's still pretty good value, frankly, is Cam Ward. You're getting 3-1. Quarterbacks almost always win the award. We don't really see wide receivers with the chance at this. Puka Nacua went for 1,500 and didn't sniff it in a year where C.J. Stroud was good. The path would be Ward not having a great rookie year, either being uneven or really struggling, and then things open wide up for everybody else. But I'll just give you the board really quickly. Cam Ward, 3-1. Ashton Genty, plus 330. Travis Hunter, 6.5-1 with Tet McMillan, a couple of the top receivers. Then Amarian Hampton, who went to the Chargers. You'd imagine he gets a lot of work, even though they've got Najee Harris. That's a 10-1 odds right there. Matthew Golden, wide receiver to the Packers, fastest wideout in the draft, 20-1. Tyler Warren, the big tight end of the Colts, plus 2,500. What stands out to you?
So, look, quarterback-wise, we know the history there with this award and how often it goes to a quarterback. I'll say, though, what's unique this year is there's no other rookie quarterback, I believe, that will start week 1. You agree with me on that? Like, he's the only rookie quarterback that will get the opportunity to start right away. Now, Jackson Dart, I think, will play at some point, and we'll see if anybody else gets an opportunity this year. But, like, Jalen Milroe's not playing this year for the Seahawks unless Sam Darnold gets hurt. You know, so you're not competing with another quarterback. That's the good news here. Like last year, we were discussing at this time, Caleb Williams versus Jaden Daniels versus Drake May. Hey, all three of these quarterbacks have a chance to start immediately. Drake May did not. Jaden Daniels did, obviously, and so did Caleb. Caleb just didn't have a great year. So Cam Ward, I do think there's value because he's the only quarterback that is going to play enough maybe right away to get you this award. So then you say, all right, well, if it's only one quarterback, is this the year we get a non-quarterback that also wins Rookie of the Year? And that's where Travis Hunter at 6-1 is intriguing, even at that number, because I think while it might be incorrect and people are going to need to be reminded, but narratives are a very powerful thing. If he has a pretty darn good offensive rookie year, but he's playing defense, and even if he's not great, people will not mentally be able to separate what he's doing defensively with offense, even though we're talking about the offensive rookie of the year. We'll get to his defensive rookie of the year odds in a second. But it shouldn't factor in, but I think it naturally will. People are going to say, wow, let's say he's got 900 yards his rookie year receiving, but he's also playing 40% of the snaps on defense or whatever it ends up being, right? And they're gonna say, well, that makes his offensive numbers even more impressive. So I kind of like, even though I disagree with it, I like that angle, knowing I think that's how people are going to think about it this year.
Yeah, I just feel like the odds are not what they should be. I mean, Cam Ward to me should be like even money almost, or a plus 150.
Okay,
knowing that quarterbacks win the award, unless the expectation is that he's not going to play very well. But as you said, there's a quarterback who's going to start, if healthy, 17 games. If so facto, he'll win this thing if he just plays decent football. So 3-1 is great value. It's something I'll put a bet on for sure. And then you can cover your bases and sprinkle otherwise, right? Because there is a possibility that he struggles. And if that happens, now all of a sudden Travis Hunter at 650 is an awesome play. And he probably would be the guy. Tet McMillan at 650, similarly, is going to get opportunities to make plays. Ashton Genty at plus 330 could, run wild. The Raiders are going to run the football with, a run first, run second, run third, and maybe throw every now and then coach in Pete Carroll. So those are the guys to keep in mind. But I just think, if it was plus 150 or 175 or something, maybe I wouldn't be as intrigued. I just think 3-1 when this is a quarterback award for the quarterback who could win the thing makes a lot of sense. Shifting over to the defensive side of the ball, there are no real surprises here. Abdul Carter was the best player in the country this year. Going to the Giants in the top 3 is plus 2.5 to 1. Jalen Walker, the pass rusher who came off the board early, 6 to 1. Mason Graham, 8 to 1. Travis Hunter, 10 to 1. I don't think he's going to play enough corner necessarily to win this thing. Then you've got Shamar Stewart, 15 to 1. Michael Williams at 10 to 1 as well among the pass rushers. I don't know if the value is great. But Abdul Carter is the obvious favorite for good reason. If he doesn't win this thing, who do you think would?
Well, it's interesting. You brought up a name a couple segments ago, and Mike Green, and he's 10 to 1. He's 10 to 1. And if we think the talent was top 25 talent in this year's draft, he's an interesting name immediately to have an impact.
I would tell you,
so that's a name.
I should jump in really quick. I just want to say this. Sorry, and I don't want to cut you off, but I want to get this out here because I think it's a good point. Today's a day where you could shop around before all of the dust settles on all this. I'm looking at him at one market at 20 to 1. So like you're able to buy him at 10 to 1. I'm seeing him at 20 to 1. And because we're still mid-draft and everything's still settling, like this is a shop around time. So before you bet on anybody, I would look at a bunch of different places. But I'm looking at him right now, could put a bet in at 20 to 1. But keep going.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's even better. Yeah, definitely shop around, especially because the draft markets and then rookie of the year and awards markets are way more unpredictable. So as we know, even when we're talking about this in week 3, one book's going to have some different numbers than others when it comes to this. So yeah, Mike Green, just because of what we discussed already, right? Talent was there. The issue was character concerns. And then another name that kind of stands out for me a little bit further down the board. The tricky thing here is you are banking on interceptions as a defensive back, right? We know it's about sacks and interceptions. To get the spotlight as a corner, it's really tough, to win defensive rookie of the year. If Abdul Carter has 9 sacks or something like that or more his rookie year, I don't think anybody's winning this award over him. And the only guy that would have a chance to get the interceptions, and I'm telling you, as a rookie, would need 4+ interceptions to be in the conversation. So I look at the pick there for the Ravens and Malachi Starks and some other spots. It has to be somebody like that. I just don't know if the interception numbers are going to be there for you to be able to take a corner and not an edge rusher for this award.
I think Mason Graham is probably a wasted bet at 8 to 1, as an interior defensive lineman. Not to knock him. He's a good football player, but I just don't think the counting stats that you're talking about, the sexy stuff's going to be there. Hunter's going to play so much wide receiver, and I don't know where you're at on this, but I refuse to believe he's going to play every down both ways. I just don't think that's the case. I think you major in one, you minor in the other. And so if we're saying he's going to major in receiver, which I think is the case, then you're going to minor in corner. And to your point, you got to make impact plays. If he picks off 6 passes and scores 2 touchdowns and he only plays, 53% of snaps or something, then he could still very easily win D-Roy. And I think the fact that he is at that point, let's say a 900, 1100, whatever it is, yard wide receiver doing that, he'll probably run away with it because he's going to get the understood and probably expected reverence for being such an amazing player while also spending so much time on the offensive side. So I certainly get that bet, but I think picking the right edge here, if in the non-Abdul Carter market, whether you're going Walker or Stewart or Williams, that's probably how you're going to hit this thing. Somebody who ends up getting to 9.5 or 10.5 sacks or something on a good team that's playing primetime games and, has a big multi-sack game against a top team in the conference. That's probably the best way to win this thing if it's not one of the 2 household names in Carter or Hunter who went at the top of the board.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's about the sacks. That's why if I have to pick somebody much further down the board, James Pierce Jr., who had the second highest, I believe, pressure rate in college football last year, also had some character concerns, even though I don't like the Falcons giving up what they gave up, I guess. So it sounds weird that I'm going to say this, but from a value perspective, he's an intriguing name because they drafted another edge earlier in the draft as well, and Walker. So you have 2 young edges that in that division too. I'm just thinking, I'm picturing that division where the quarterback for the Saints is either going to be an injured Derek Carr, it's going to be the rookie Shuck, or it's going to be Spencer Rattler. Carolina's got Bryce Young, who's still developing as a quarterback. really Baker Mayfield's the only guy in that division that has been in the league for a while. Michael Penix will be in year 2. Like, actually, Michael Penix is on his own team. But my point is, like, the quarterbacks in that division are not the type of quarterback where I think they're always going to be making the best decision and that you're not going to be able to sack them and they're so mobile. So I think there's an opportunity. That's just a big flyer. I'm not saying to go and that's my overall pick, but I like the odds on it.
All right, so I want to hear some of this Jonathan Jones clip that we have. The big story today that we've been tracking and monitoring, and frankly, everybody in the country talking about the draft is leading with is Shedeur Sanders, because we've never seen anything like this. He was, as of a week ago, very much in the top 5 mix, according to all the pundits who are super plugged in. And then in the last week, we found out not only was he not going in the top 5, but there was a chance he could fall to the back end of the first round. The last couple of days before the draft, he might fall out of the first round. And everyone said, no, you've been telling us all draft long. He could go 3, he could go 9, he could go 21. He's probably not falling out of the first. Well, 3 rounds are completed, and Shedeur Sanders has not been picked. He was the betting favorite to go 1-1 at one point midway through this college football season. So we've never seen anything like this. We're trying to make sense of it. Jonathan Jones has done some reporting with CBS. He believes the pre-draft process and the meetings that Sanders did, that he's saying he sandbagged, that maybe people in his camp have heard him. This was Jonathan Jones on CBS.
Is how he and those around him handled the draft process. Let's go back even a year ago when his father, Deion Sanders, one of the greatest athletes of modern times, was saying, look, we might pull an Eli, which, of course, he was referring to how Eli Manning ultimately didn't go to the San Diego Chargers and then engineered, along with his father, a way to go to the New York Giants 2 decades ago. And then his tune changed over the next year, right? But then what continued to happen? He would tweet after every Las Vegas Raiders loss, thank you, God. And it seemed like the Raiders were destined for the number 1 overall selection. It seemed like he was trying to engineer his way to the number 1 pick on a team that was co-owned by Tom Brady. And then the New York Giants, maybe they get the number 1 pick, or they're going to be up top. And so he has the New York Giants colored cleats. And then we get to the combine, and no, he does not throw, which is not uncommon for top quarterbacks these days. But in some of those meetings, and we reported this at the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis, at some of those meetings with certain teams that maybe Shedeur Sanders didn't really want to go to, didn't see himself going to for any number of reasons. Maybe they had a starting quarterback installed there. I was told that he more or less sandbagged in those interviews. I don't know if he didn't take them seriously, what it was, but he did not give it his all in some of those interviews. Some teams.
So that's Jonathan Jones of CBS. I think 2 things can be true, right? I have said earlier in the show, I feel bad for the kid, and I do. I'm empathetic to him having all these loved ones around him and not being drafted. I think it's a terrible situation for him. I also think I can say in the same breath that it sounds like he's made his bed. And to some extent, his dad helped him make his bed, maybe. But I didn't know. I mean, did you know about the tweeting every time the Raiders lost? I don't remember that at all.
I remember the Giants
incredible.
Cleats. I remember the Giants cleats and the speculation and everything like that.
Too.
But not so much. Not so much the tweeting.
But that's the eye roll emoji thing that kind of all along. Like my joke early in the season was I wouldn't touch Shedeur Sanders because I'm not dealing with Deion Sanders. I didn't mean it as like in Sharpie. You know what I'm saying? I meant he's a pain in the butt and I don't necessarily want to deal with that. But obviously teams took that to heart in some way, it would appear. And yes, they didn't really get in line or get on board with how you're supposed to operate during the draft. And I feel like the entire process was played out as if you get to draft Shedeur Sanders, not Shedeur Sanders gets to go to your team. And it's pretty clear teams don't like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, very clearly at this point in time. I mean, again, this doesn't mean that there's some conspiracy. What it means is there is a way to go about the draft process. And frankly, also still we always hear like, hey, talent trumps all. But he also clearly wasn't talented enough on top of it, Grant. Now, is he talented enough to, should have been drafted before a 4th round pick? Yeah, but that means that's the issue we talked about earlier. If you don't think he is talented enough to be a 1st or 2nd round guy, well, then that baggage becomes a much bigger problem. And that's why I think it's going to be interesting to see how far do we wait today to see where he gets drafted. Because if you think the baggage is great, well, then why are you dealing with that if you don't believe he's a talented enough guy to be a starter for you in the future? You think he's just a backup in this league. If you thought he was a starter, you'd say, all right, we don't like the baggage, but we think this dude can play. You're telling me you kind of don't think he can play at a starter level, and then there's the baggage, and that's why we sit here getting ready for day 3 of the draft without him on a team.
We are due to make some best bets. We will do that before we get out of here, and we'll set the table for the day ahead in sports, including rounds 4 through 7 in the draft, the NBA, and the Stanley Cup playoffs, and a juicy day on the Major League Baseball slate as well. It's coming up on Countdown 2. This is Alex. I'm Grant. This is the BetMGM Network and the Infinity Sports Network.
It's time to get back to the Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network. Here's Grant Paulson and Alex Gold.
We'll get to our best bets on Countdown 2 before we get out of here today. I want to go through the best available players at various positions, though, going into rounds 4 through 7 of the NFL draft, some of the big names. So we've talked a lot about Shedeur Sanders, obviously the top quarterback remaining on the board, according to most of the pundits. A couple of other intriguing names that are still out there. Where's Quinn Ewers, the quarterback from Texas, going to end up? He could hear his name called in round 4 today. Another of the pre-draft flavors of the week was Kyle McCord. John Gruden seemed to really take a liking to him and his quarterback school that he does. He is very much available. I would say him and Ewers, outside of Sanders, are the only available QBs that we would project to have a real chance as long-term starters if everything works out well. But Riley Leonard of Notre Dame, Will Howard of Ohio State, also waiting to hear their names called. Do you like any of those guys as just someone you would bet a little bit on to ultimately become a starter in the NFL?
To be a starter, I mean, out of the mix of quarterbacks, the only one that I think I would even take a flyer on for that would be Quinn Ewers. You know, like Will Howard, to his credit, raised his stock with how he played at Ohio State. You know, a lot of people thought he was going to be maybe a 6th or 7th round guy, and the thought was maybe he could be as high as a 3rd. It sure looks like now he's going to be in that 4th or 5th round. I just don't see, you know, with a lot of these guys, right, the path to becoming a starting quarterback. But Quinn Ewers would be, based off of some of the moments in college, would be a player that I could see having the best path to get there. Also, just the level of competition that he also played at, much like Will Howard. But I'm not really that excited with any of the quarterbacks remaining on the board at this point in time. You know, I mean, this was already a weak draft class. So if we thought it was weak in rounds 1 and 2, then how weak do we think it is in round 5 and 6?
Yeah, well said. All right, running back position. You mentioned Dylan Sampson from Tennessee is the best available. A lot of people thought he could go somewhere in mid to late round 2. He's still sitting there. Guy that I really like is Bashal Tutin from Virginia Tech. He ran the fastest 40 time at the NFL Combine. He can burn. He's also pretty physical. He's a 210-pound back. Another name to keep in mind is Jordan James of Oregon. And then the biggest name of the class at the position, Cam Skattebo of Arizona State, some of the best available running backs. I think we'll have a pretty heavy 4th round run on those guys. I think Sampson, Tutin, and probably Skattebo all come off the board in this first round of the day.
Yeah, this is why I think it was okay for a lot of teams that didn't draft a running back. Yeah, you're not going to get the Genties of the world, of course. But I think the gap between the guys that went late last night and the guys that are going to go in the first 30 picks today, I don't think there's a wide gap. I mean, DJ Giddens, Devin Neal. I really like Sampson. That's kind of my favorite back remaining on the board, honestly, is Dylan Sampson. Tutin, I hear you on the speed. My only concern with him would just be the fumbling, major fumbling problem in college. So that's something that obviously you're not going to see the field if you don't get that cleaned up. But you take a flyer on him because of the speed that you presented. I mean, that's why he's going to probably be one of the first, we'll call it 4 or 5 running backs off the board today.
Yeah, I just feel like that's fixable and coachable. I've heard that knock a lot, and it's probably, honestly, why he's available at this point, if I had to guess.
No doubt.
But, you know, everybody always points to Tiki Barber as like the poster child for curing a fumbling problem. I just think that that's something that with enough work you could kind of iron out. Going to the wide receiver position, we had the early run. So off the board, Travis Hunter of Colorado to Jacksonville, Luther Burden's now a Bear, Matthew Golden to the Packers, Tet McMillan's a Panther, Mecca Ibuka went to the Bucks in the first round at 19, Jack Beck to the Raiders with the 26th pick in round 2 at a TCU, and Jaden Higgins, who I love, the big fella from Iowa State, to the Texans. In fact, they took both of the Iowa State wide receivers, Higgins and Jalen Noel, to pair with C.J. Stroud. Down the board even, Trey Harris, Kyle Williams, among the guys that have gone, but still available. Isaiah Bond from Texas. I'm curious to see where he ends up. Torrey Horton was one of my favorite players, getting to watch him at Colorado State. He had a huge game against Colorado going back a couple of seasons ago on national TV. But the receiver position has been pretty picked over at this point. There's always great value because there's just so many of them. But I will say that most of the household names have come off the board after a busy 3rd round.
Yeah, Bond stands out just because of Texas, so people recognize that name. But the only player that and again, look, we only base guys falling and like, wow, what's going on based off of mock drafts. And so teams clearly felt a certain way about these players, the same way we talked about Shedeur Sanders, right? Like, so the Stanford wide receiver, Aomanor, out of Stanford, people thought maybe he was a second or third round pick and he's still on the board. Well, then clearly people were wrong, right? I mean, like, it's so funny how the narratives are set for months. Well, wow, how has he fallen 2 rounds? Or this guy was a first round pick and we thought he was a second rounder. Well, we're just basing that off of Mel Kiper and Todd McShay and Matt Miller, et cetera. So maybe that's where this guy should be drafted. He has a chance to prove people wrong. But that was a name that a lot of people thought could have been gone in day 2, and he's still on the board. But other than that, there's a lot of names further down that are going to have to be guys that just battle for jobs in camp and become special teams players.
At the edge position, if you're looking for a pass rusher today, Ohio State's Jack Sawyer is still available, a guy that I think a lot of people thought was going to go before the end of the 3rd round.
Mm-hmm.
Braden Swinson, who I liked a little bit out of LSU, is also still there. And Barron Sorrell from Texas would be one of the other top players available at that position. If you're looking for corner help, it's been picked over pretty well, but Dorian Strong from Virginia Tech, BJ Adams from UCF, Denzel Burke from Ohio State, and Zy Alexander from LSU still available. Is there a defensive player that's still there that stands out to you as someone that's worth taking a peek at?
So I'm biased here only because when we get to names like this, Grant, I'm going to look at guys that I've actually watched play and that I have a little bit of knowledge on because we're getting so far down the list. And so a player like Kobe Bryant, he played at Kansas 30 minutes from where I'm at. He's a ball hawking corner. He's not going to be a shutdown corner, but if you want someone with a lot of upside that can go and get the football and force turnovers, he's an intriguing name. So he's not going to be the first corner off the board. He's probably more of a 5th round pick, late 4th round pick. But he would be a name that if he's there for some of these fans of teams that are looking for late round corner help, and you want someone that's going to potentially be someone that can go and get the football, he's going to be a name that you should keep an eye on later on today.
All right, so before we turn the page and get to our best bets and look at some of the games today and the odds on the playoff action, let's call our shot. Shedeur Sanders gets picked when and by whom?
So I'm going to go with the Rams. I'm going to go with the Rams about 6-1. I mentioned, Matthew Stafford's probably only got a year or 2 left. Stable coaching staff. They've won there. It's LA. I think they can handle the media noise that's going to take place immediately with bringing Shedeur Sanders in. He's not going to be able to, even with outside influence, wreck Sean McVay's locker room. I think that's really important here. So I'll go Rams win. I'll be honest, I don't have the exact Rams pick in front of me. I think he goes in round 4 though, but I don't have the Rams pick. I'm not sure exactly when that takes place.
I'll go off the board a little bit. I think the Dallas Cowboys trade up and get him in the late 4th round today before the end of this 4th round. So the Cowboys have some ammunition here. They've got 2 5th round picks and 2 6th round picks, and then 3 7th round picks. They got a ton today, and you don't need to use, obviously, all those picks. Those guys wouldn't all make your team. So they're going to be moving and shaking anyway, but 7 selections remaining. I think they package a couple together. They go up into the late 4th. Obviously, Deion Sanders, a longtime legend, Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones relationship, and they get Shedeur Sanders and add him to their quarterback room.
Yeah, I get the relationship. I get the connection. My only hesitation with it is I felt like Jerry Jones' comments last night tells me that they're not thinking that. He was trying to talk nice about Shedeur and the Sanders family, but I don't think they're drafting him after trading for Joe Milton. But I totally get the logic. By the way, the Rams have a 4th round pick, 25th overall today. They have 4 6th round picks. So now the trade value is not going to be high, but if they needed to move up for some odd reason in the 4th round to get them, they got 4 6th round picks to move up, 2 spots if they needed to or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Milton last year, late round pick. You're not changing anything you do at quarterback because you have Joe Milton. If I'm
no, but you also have Dak Prescott. You also have Dak Prescott.
He's the starter, right? But you're bringing in a project that could be interesting. I mean, it's a quality. It's a guy that was one of the best quarterbacks in America this year, and you feel like you can work with him, right? But he's a backup. He's not a starter, so it's not about Dak. It's about Joe Milton, and you get 2 of those in your building anyway. So. Yeah, I think if nothing else, they'll see the value and they got the ammunition. I'm looking for teams with a lot of picks that can kind of move around if he keeps falling as well. All right, let's get to some of our best bets then for the rest of this weekend ahead.
Let's keep it together. This is a big dirty.
Grant Paulson and Alex Gold give you today's
Never tell me the odds.
best bet on Countdown 2.
All right, Gold, I want to start in the NBA playoffs. I want one from you for tonight. We got the Cavaliers and the Heat playing Game 3. Cleveland up 2-0 in the series. They're a 5.5-point favorite on the road. That's a 1:30 East time tip. 3:30 today Eastern, the Thunder and the Grizzlies. Oklahoma State looking for the sweep in this series, a 15.5-point favorite in Memphis. You got the Nuggets and the Clippers, 6 Eastern on TNT tonight. That's a 2-1 series in favor of the Clippers. They're laying 6.5. And then the final game of a quadruple header today, Rockets, Warriors, and Golden State. I feel like these teams haven't played in forever. A 1-1 series. The Warriors 3.5-point favorites in a game with a total of 205 and a hook. Give me an NBA play today.
I like the last game we just mentioned right there. The Warriors. I understand the Rockets look pretty darn good last time out, but I like the Warriors. The spread has kind of got knocked down a little bit from game 1 because of that. Warriors -3. I'll take the favorite to go ahead and go up 2-1 in that series.
4 NHL playoff games today as well. The Lightning and the Panthers. Florida's up 2-0, looking for a commanding 3-0 edge, getting home. They are the favorites today on home ice. The Vegas Golden Knights and the Minnesota Wild are playing a Game 4. That series is 2-1. Minnesota actually leading the Golden Knights. I really like Vegas to tie that series at 2 today. And then you've got the Maple Leafs and Senators. Toronto looking for a sweep over Ottawa, the favorites on the road. Stars Avalanche deep into the evening, 9:40 East time tonight. Dallas has a 2-1 series lead. They've won back-to-back overtime games over the Avalanche. I think Colorado gets even in that series at home, makes it 2-2, looks destined for 7. What is your favorite play of the day or the weekend?
Yeah, so we started talking about it with Shedeur Sanders and landing spot, just because it's the most intriguing story of the entire day, even though we have playoff basketball and hockey going on. Where's he going to go? So Rams plus 550 at some books, 6.5 to 1 at others. I'll roll with that.
Good value. Hope you cash your ticket, and hope you all are cashing tickets this week. Countdown 2, we're back at it next Saturday. Thanks for checking us out. Thanks to our crew behind the scenes. Enjoy what is a marvelous day in sports.
You've been listening to Countdown
Wagertainment multiverse.
Assemble.
Two men have joined forces to battle the evil nemesis of bad bets.
Bet in a bet, and if you lose the bet.
Cody Decker
And I just want to laugh more. If I'm going to lose Devontae, it might as well be hilarious.
and Rob Brown.
Clip it. Put it on the social media now so that I look like a genius tonight when I got all the money.
On Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM network. Sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Let chaos reign!
Ladies and gentlemen, can you dig it? That is the sound of my Raiders kicking ass, not taking names. You know why, Rob Brown? Because they're too busy kicking that ass, my man. Ashton Genty at number 6. Cannot wait to talk about it. Cannot wait to talk about the incredible moves that your New Orleans Saints made. And of course, we'll open with it because let's be real clear. You can't even open up the internet. You can't open up Instagram, Twitter, mainstream media, non-mainstream media, weirdly political officials who know nothing about the draft, football, or life. Everybody's got an opinion on Shedeur Sanders not being picked in the first 3 rounds, not 1, not 2, but 3 rounds. And I do think it's funny that no matter what happens now, Rob Brown, he spent more money on his draft room than he's going to make in this draft. I listen, it doesn't mean he's not talented. He's very talented, but man, all those reports that were coming out, I was thinking there was dirty business, but at this point, there seems to be a pretty hefty consensus that this guy is not exactly everybody's first choice for an NFL QB. And I'm interested in your opinion, Rob Brown, on why you think that is, because I think there's a litany of reasons, and I think we should just get into it right now to start before we get into anything else in the draft. This is topic number 1 in all of the sports world. Whether you agree with it or not, this is the big story right now, dude.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. I completely agree. I think there's a lot of reasons that this is happening. I think the first is, at this point, fellas, we have to acknowledge that the discussion that Shedeur Sanders was, whatever words you want to use here, cocky, arrogant, over the top, entitled, whatever, in those meetings, it feels like there's fruition to that now, right? Like I was reading earlier today, and I'm blanking. It's dadgummit. Oh, Rick Neuheisel, who I know you've had on your show, Deck. I've had him on my show. We've had him on this show at one point. Neuheisel said on Sirius XM yesterday that an NFL coach told him off the record, or anonymously, I guess I should say, that at one point in a meeting with an NFL team, Shedeur Sanders straight up took a personal FaceTime call and then just stayed on that call, like left an NFL head coach sitting across the table from him for multiple minutes, waiting for him to finish a personal FaceTime call, and then didn't even hang up the call to finish his meeting. Just kind of set the phone off to the side and let this person sit in on his NFL interview, which is wild to me. So I think you've got stories like that going around right now. And again, I as we do all the time leading up to the NFL draft, you have to keep in mind that some coaches and GMs are, what's that word where you don't tell the truth? Oh, lying about things in order to cover stuff up and cover up their intent. But there's enough of these stories going around right now that I'm willing to assume there's at least some element of truth to that. And then you have to bring up the fact that not only are you getting those attitude issues, you're getting Dion hovering in the background, which means if you put this cat on a team, the minute your starting quarterback struggles, you're going to have Dion out there lobbying for his boy to get a shot. And oh, by the way, regardless of which side of the argument you fall on, now I got the damn president of the United States tweeting about it. So if my starter goes down, am I now going to have Donald Trump unleashing the fury of the MAGA movement on my football team for not giving Shedeur a chance? I'm just saying, Deck, you pile all of that on top of itself, And there's a very valid reason not forget draft this kid in the first, second, or third round, not to draft him. Shedeur Sanders may go undrafted at this point because of how much baggage comes along with him, that if I'm a GM and a head coach, I don't want to deal with the first time that my starter goes out there and has a bad day.
I'm going to make this abundantly clear. Let's put the Donald Trump of it all in a package right now and put it behind us immediately. He cited genes. I got nothing for you. If you're citing genes, I got nothing for you. Don't talk. This is the man that tanked the USFL in the 80s and was not allowed to be an owner in the NFL. If you don't believe me, just Google it. This is all public information. Do not listen. This is also the guy that thought Johnny Manziel was going to be the greatest quarterback of all time. Google it. All public information. Do not listen to Donald Trump about football or, frankly, anything. I also think this is the other big looming factor. You mentioned Deion. This is the Deion factor that I feel like nobody's actually listening to. And it's this. You mentioned that a QB struggles. You're going to see Deion out there publicly talking about it. His son should be out there playing. You're absolutely right. But what happens when the team's 0-4, 1-5, 2-6, and all of a sudden this quarterback that you have in Shedeur might get out there and everyone's going, oh, man, you know what? They should bring in Deion. They should definitely bring in Deion because he can get the most out of Shedeur. Man, why would any head coach draft a QB that comes with his own head coach to replace you? If I'm Kellen Moore, why would I want to put my first head coaching situation in a position where I'm constantly going to be endlessly compared to a college coach out of Colorado to come and take my own job? It's a distraction. And frankly, I got asked a question by a caller yesterday on SiriusXM, Beetle and Decker, by the way. If you don't listen, noon to 3 Eastern time, you should check that out. I can't stress this enough, dude. It was a very good question. Who's going to be a bigger distraction this season? Is it going to be Shedeur Sanders or Aaron Rodgers? Of which my answer was simply this: yes.
I laugh because you're spot on, bud. I laugh because you're spot on. Listen, I was having this conversation with a friend of mine last night, as a matter of fact, when the draft concluded. I went out last night to a concert, deck, that you would love. I went out to see a band called Bit Brigade that plays old Nintendo video game soundtracks as heavy metal rock and roll music. It's one of the dopest things I've ever seen in my life. Hence the OG Mario Brothers shirt today. And I was getting home from that concert, and a buddy of mine from back in New Orleans texts me, and he goes, which round does Shedeur Sanders become a worthy project pick, right? Like, do you go with, okay, at this point, we're giving up a fifth, a sixth, the seventh rounder to put him on the roster and just see what happens? And I said, the closer we get to round 4, round 5, the less I think that there is a value there. And it's not because of Shedeur. Let me be perfectly clear. There is enough talent in Shedeur Sanders that if he did not come with all the baggage and entitlement, he would be off the board by now. Okay. Yeah. I mean, he is the Big 12 player of the year. He would be off the board just on project talent. Tyler Shough out of Louisville got drafted in the 3rd round. He would be worth the experimentation. Okay. The problem is, as Deck just pointed out accurately and correctly, what happens is the Saints come out next year. Deck, we're going to be a 6-11 football team next year. I mean, 7-10 would be a miracle season for New Orleans. Seriously, they're going to come out. They're going to drop 4 of their first 5. And what's going to start happening? All of a sudden, the same Mel Kiper Juniors that every time Shedeur gets shown on TV, it feels like Mel's got to go change his pants. He's so excited about Shedeur, are going to do what? They're going to start going, should the Saints hire Deion Sanders? That Deion knew how to get the most out of Shedeur. Could he come in and get more out of Shedeur than Kellen Moore? And even if Kellen Moore was a last available option, because who in the world wants to come coach my football team that's 97 gazillion damn dollars over the cap for the next 2 or 3 years? I don't want to put Kellen Moore in a situation where he's got to not only deal with a mismanaged football team and try to resurrect it, but now he's got to listen to the Deion chirps all the time. And again, I agree with you. respectfully or not, I don't care. Donald Trump doesn't know a damn thing about football. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If I got the president of the United States tweeting about this kid, that's a massive distraction from what you are trying to accomplish in growing this football team with or without Shedeur Sanders on it. So the reality of all this is Shedeur Sanders didn't do himself any favors. He's not done himself any favors with the way he's acted, behaved. If the reports of these interviews and how bad he was in them are indeed true, he didn't do himself any favors. He didn't do himself any favors at Colorado when he threw his offensive line under the bus. He didn't do himself any favors at Colorado when he walked off the field with over 2 minutes left to play because his team was losing. The Buffaloes didn't do him any favors today, posting a 10-minute highlight reel of Shedeur Sanders, of which about 4 plays are highlights, and the rest are things that I just expect a quarterback to be able to do if he is even considered maybe an NFL UDFA. I expect him to do everything in this highlight reel. No one's done the kid any favors. He didn't do himself any favors. So not only are you drafting that, but you're drafting Dion being a helicopter parent. You're drafting a Buffalo fan base, a Colorado fan base that's going to come in and expect you to exalt Shedeur like they did, retiring his number after going 1 game over 500 in his career there. You're going to draft the president of the United States getting involved. You're going to draft all of his followers that all of a sudden are big Shedeur guys. Like, there's so much baggage that comes with it, Deck. I'm at the point now where I'm relatively convinced, forget getting drafted in the 5th or 6th round. I don't think Shedeur Sanders is getting drafted. And I'm almost to the point now where I don't think he's a UDFA because of all of the bull crap that follows him there.
See, this is where I'm going to disagree. I do think he's going to get drafted. I do think somebody's going to take a stab on him at this point. Why wouldn't you? I'll go as far as this. Listen, I don't want the baggage or any of this, but now that it's the 4th round, and you know how 4th rounders get opportunities in the NFL at this point, injuries. So, frankly, Raiders got the 6th pick today at 108. Why not? Seriously, I'm honestly not against it. Now that he's a 4th rounder, and now that we already have the deal for Geno for the next couple of years, and now that we actually currently have a front office and head coach that really seems to have their hands on the wheel at the moment, and also on top of that, isn't Shedeur's quarterback personal coach Tom Brady himself? Why not take a stab over there at 6 today in the 4th round? I would actually be okay with that. He's a setup backup or even third spot. I go for it.
I get what you're saying, Deck, but I'm also going to point out you guys had back-to-back picks at the end of the 3rd round. We are talking 4 picks ago. 4 picks ago, you had back-to-back picks, and you went with not just a pair of offensive linemen, you went with an offensive lineman out of William and Mary College. Now, all due respect to Charles Grant. He may be. I'm not. Let me be very clear. I'm not disparaging the kid. He might end up being a monster. There are littered across the NFL plenty of FCS level offensive linemen who grew into absolute machines when they got to the league. I'm not disparaging Charles Grant or Caleb Rogers out of Texas Tech. What I'm saying here is you had back-to-backs at the end of the 3rd that were right there to take Shedeur, and you didn't do it. All that's saying to me is I don't think you guys are interested. I really don't. Like, I get what you're saying at why it's a worthy investment. I'm saying I don't think forget whether or not it's worth taking him, Deck. I'm saying I don't think you're interested in taking him.
You're probably right, and I'm okay with that. I can't stress that enough. I don't have an issue with this one way or another. I'm not some jackass like Stephen A. Smith saying it's disgusting, it's atrocious. Mel Kiper Jr. This is disturbing. God, shut up. God, you guys live in hyperbole. Like, stop it. He did it to himself. He slid down every single draft board. Everyone said he wasn't going to get drafted in the 1st round the day of the 1st round. I am surprised he wasn't drafted in the 2nd or 3rd round, but hey, man, again, everything we're saying is a legitimate reason to why not. I've been in professional clubhouses. This could be a big disruption. The idea of bring in a player now, especially a 4th round player, if he's drafted in the 4th rounder with negative humility on his depth chart, that's a problem.
Yeah. I mean, it's really not when we were getting to the first round on Thursday. Deck, I did my show Thursday morning. I was talking about this kid. I said, I could see him dropping out of the first round. I could see him being a tail end second or early third round because of all this. And then throughout Thursday, we started to see more stories starting to trickle out, right? And again, the closer you get to the fire, the thicker the smoke's going to get. And I think one thing that all of us do, Deck, is because we are so used to, frankly, we are so used to seeing the smoke screens get thrown up that we just assume everything is. But there were so many stories about the horrendous behavior behind the scenes of Shador, of Dion, etc., that it became less of a smokescreen and more of a fire. And here we are.
Apparently, we're building our parlay next. Didn't know that because I haven't looked at the rundown. Hey, bet for the cycle right after this.
MGM. It's Bet for the Cycle with Rob Brown and Cody Decker on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Things that we like to do here on this little weekend show that we do is a game called Parlay v Parlay. And when given the opportunity, we try to pick a game that happens in the show. Why? So that you can all sweat along with us. Well, starting up here in about 48 minutes, we have a little baseball game. The Beantown Red Sox taking on the Cleveland Guardians, and that is the game selected by Double D and the background crew to be our Parlay v Parlay challenge game today. Cody Decker, Ben Lively, Tanner Hawk on the bump today. Is there anything? The Cleveland Guardians are streaking right now. The Boston Red Sox are not as bad as they are being made out to be. They did just lose a series to the Yankees. This was an interesting one for our crew to select on the opening numbers right now. The Guardians are minus 105 on the money line. The Red Sox at the crib minus 115. The over-under on this game set at 7.5. Cody Decker, any initial thoughts on our parlay here?
Yes, right out the gate, I would like very much, because I'm very confused on why we're getting this price on BetMGM. Plus 130 total batter, total bases. Stephen Kwan over 1.5. Plus 130. Did you hear the name I just said? Stephen Kwan plus 130. He's hitting 340 right now. Also, I'd like to point out that even though he hasn't faced Hawk very much, is it Howick or Hawk? Can somebody please solve this for me? I've heard it both ways, and it's driving me insane.
I've always heard it Tanner Hawk.
Man, I can't even keep up. I've heard Howick, I've heard Hawk, I've heard Hoke. Just someone tell me and just give me the official word. I'm tired of sounding like a complete moron on the air calling this guy's games. Anyway, Stephen Kwan in his at-bats against Howick, whatever you want to call him. He's got 7 at-bats. He's got multiple hits. He's hit a 286. Small sample size, but again, he's Stephen Kwan. He gets on base incessantly. He's hitting 340. Absolutely want to take this one, especially at plus 130. That's a gift.
I'm good with that, and I'll throw in there, Deck. I've gone back and forth because there's there's pitcher props available. Tanner Houck, 0-2, a 7.66 ERA over his past 5 starts. On the flip side, the Red Sox as a team hitting 194 against Ben Lively, and the Guardians are 7-2 the last 9 times that they've lined up against him overall, Deck. So there's pitcher props available, but the Guardians minus 105 on a bit of a win streak right now, just 4 losses across, not win streak, but a bit of a heater, 4 losses in their last 15 games, just a half game back of Detroit in the Central now. Cleveland's playing good ball, minus 105 with the better pitcher on the bump today. Do you have any interest in Cleveland in just an outright money line win?
Maybe, actually. Where are they playing? What's the weather look like?
Let me get our weather updates today because I did forget to do that. Let me pull
and for the record, just so we're all clear, according to Kenny, it's Houck.
I'm good with it. That's what I'm saying forever. And if I sound like a stooge on the air, I blame Kenny. This game is at Cleveland. There is, as of right now, temperatures in the 40s, winds blowing in 10 to 15 miles an hour. And it does appear that there may be a drop of rain, nothing that should impact the game itself, a little bit of rain. So I would say pitcher's weather here, Deck. But Tanner Houck, again, like 0-2 with a 7.66 ERA over his last 5 starts, in a bit of a slump right now off the bump. That's got me leaning Cleveland.
I will go with that as well. I got Cleveland in this game as well. I'm looking through a few other things here. Do we have a lineup today? Because one thing I would like to see is whether or not Rob Refsnyder is in the game, former teammate of mine over there with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Rob has faced Ben Lively a decent amount. In fact, he's faced him more than not more than everybody. He's only faced him 3 times, but unfortunately, he's 3 for 3, which is not a bad place to be. It's as small as can be sample size, but 3 for 3 is not nothing. So if Ref Snyder's in there, I wouldn't be against playing something with Rob.
He is not in the lineup today. They are going Duran, Devers, Bregman, Story, Abreu, Campbell, Cassis, Sable, Rafaela.
Okay, well then obviously I'll stay away from that one. Rafi Devers, if you want to go hit, runs, RBIs today, is currently at -115 over 1.5. Let's see how Rafi's been doing lately. I haven't actually seen, to be honest with you.
Let's pull up Devers.
He's hitting 200 right now. He's got 2 home runs. He's not really doing much as of late. Still hasn't gotten it going, so I think we should probably still remain away from Devers until he really starts getting it going.
Yeah, he is 3 for 16 in his last. Let's go 3 for 16. Okay, 4 for 20, dating back to his last 3 against the White Sox and the Mariners, back to back.
No, let's stay away from that. He's also 0 for 5 against Ben Lively, so that's enough to stay away. Jarren Duran, he's got 8 at-bats. He's got a couple of hits. He's just hitting 250. The issue here is just there's not a lot of sample size in any of this. Jose Ramirez, by the way, who owns everybody in baseball, everybody except for Tanner Houck, because Tanner Houck's got him to a 154 average, not to mention that's in 15 at-bats, so that's not actually small. Man, I honestly don't know where to go. Should we look at a pitching stat? Honestly, look at Ben Lively's stats. What has Ben Lively been doing so far this year?
Yeah, I was looking at those just a second ago. The Red Sox are, as a team, 194 against Ben Lively. Guardians, by the way, 7-2 at home so far on the season. So it is a good home field advantage right now for Cleveland, which makes me feel better about the pick of Guardians -105 on the money line. Would you be interested in a Ben Lively outs prop? He's done very well against the Red Sox career-wise, and the number's at 15.5. Now, the juice right now is to the under 15.5 at -145. It's even money to go over. Those numbers are flipped for Tanner Houck. Under 15.5 innings is even money. Over 15.5 outs is at -140. I do want to go look and see.
What's the number?
If Lively's been on a streak.
Outs?
15.5.
I got it. 15.5. Okay, so here's the deal. He's gotten to 15 on April 8th. He got to 18 on the 13th. He got to 16 on the 19th against the Pirates. And man, that number is a perfectly placed number. But I'll tell you this, the way he's been pitching, and you said the weather isn't amazing out there.
No, it is not. It's going to be a damp day, winds coming 15 miles an hour, blowing in.
I'm actually not against potentially taking this over on outs. He has hit it 2 of his last 3 outings. I wouldn't be against taking this, especially with the weather and looking at the stats that everybody on the Red Sox has against Ben Lively. It's not looking good for the Sox today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm to the point, Deck, that there's even a part of me that wonders if do we want to juice the alt number and go Guardians maybe -1.5 in this game. And again, that would solely be to allow us to take a big minus money prop elsewhere. If you want to stick there, Lively's number, we mentioned a second ago, 15.5 outs. Over 15.5 outs would be an even money bet at +100. That would give us a +30, a +100, and a -105. I think we can afford to, maybe if we want to look somewhere else for maybe a bigger minus money number, we can, unless we just feel real good about all 3 of those bets where they are.
Well, tell me this. Do you feel good about the Guardians on the run line? Because I could be swayed. I honestly could be swayed. Let's see how the Guardians actually been playing for their last few games. Listen, they've won 6 of their last 10. They've won 7 of their last 9 at home. So, they're damn good at home.
If you like the Guardians -1.5, that's a 2-to-1 bet. That's at +200 if you like them at -1.5. If you want to, I wouldn't go any higher than that, but Again,
I would take the run line. I'll take the run line. I'll ride with you on Guardians. We have ourselves. This means we're going straight up Ben Lively. We're going Stephen Kwan and Guardians on the run line. We're feeling damn good on the Guardians side. And by the way, I know for a fact they're not going to have the same bets as us. No one's going to look at Guardians and Red Sox and go with a full Guardians slate bet.
Yeah, I don't know, because I'm and this is usually the spot where I want to go look at the the spreads and the bets and where they are. BetMGM says that right now, Guardians plus 1.5 is catching 77% of the money. Guardians on the money line are catching 59% of the money right now. The only real big number is 79% of the money is coming in on over 7.5 runs today. So a lot of folks think we're going to see, Deck, some runs scored today. I don't know, man. Like the over makes me a little more cautious about the Lively pick. But again, Lively's keeping the Sox to a sub 200 number the last handful of times out against them. So I'm kind of comfortable with what we're looking at right now.
Same. Let's drop it and let's just go for it, dude. I like these bets. I really do like these bets. And by the way, as somebody that played for the Red Sox, I don't like betting against them all that much. I appreciate that organization, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend I don't like what the Guardians do year in, year out. I mean, Stephen Vogt's got this team doing just special things. And by the way, they got rid of a nailer, and somehow they're just, I don't know how this team always subtracts and either stays exactly the same or gets better. I don't know how they do it. This team lost Shane Bieber last year and got better. This team shipped off Francisco Lindor and got better. Like, what is this place?
It's I got nothing. So, Deck, what we're looking at right now is Guardians money line at -105. Stephen Kwan over 1.5 bags at +130. And yes. Ben Lively over 15.5 outs at even money +100. That gives us, again, a +130, an even money, and a -105. Honestly, I'm really kind of thinking about this because I'm looking at it and going, all right, even money +130 and -105. That's going to give us probably one of our higher parlay v parlay odds that we've had so far this year. But what I'm going to look at here, Deck, is Lively's numbers against the Sox have been good. So I'm a little bit shocked that's an even money bet. I really expected that would have been more of a -110, maybe a -115. You mentioned the Stephen Kwan prop jumped off the page at you because how in the world is that a +130? And the Guardians on the money line at -105 when they are right now, they're playing better baseball. They are at home where they are 7-2. And the weather to me matches up more with what the Guardians want to do than what the Sox want to do right now. I like our picks here. I really do. And on top of all that, I don't know what that number is going to work out to, but I'm going to assume it's probably going to hand us the tiebreaker here too.
I wouldn't be shocked one bit. And honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing what they put together because I was expecting to take at least one Red Sox bet on this, but there were just no numbers, honest to God, to back it up. The only Red Sox number that maybe, but you mentioned, I haven't actually looked at what Tanner Houck has been doing this year. What does his numbers look like again? Because it must not be that impressive if we'd even consider it.
Yeah, let me pull up his overall stat lines for the year.
Oh, yeah, dude. He's got a 7.66 ERA. Like, it's just
7.6 ERA, 7.66. Yeah, I actually I did. I gave you those a minute ago. 7.66 ERA. He's 0 for 2 in his last 5 out. And if that ERA wasn't enough, Deck, a 7.66 ERA, his ERA away is 13.5 right now. He is getting mashed on the road.
I love our bets. Plain and simple, I love our bets. I like the Guardians today on the run line. I love Ben Lively and his stats for this particular matchup. And most importantly, Stephen Kwan, dude. Stephen Kwan, that is a gift bet. I don't know why the books have that. That had to be a mistake. That somehow slipped through the cracks because his numbers back up that not being that price. His trends back up not being that price. His numbers against Houck alone don't defend bet price being out there. This is a literal only thing that I can come up with, dude, is that was a mistake by the book.
I mean, again, like I don't hate
That
it
should be
when you threw
minus
it out there.
130. That should have been
I
minus
really
130.
thought, yeah, I was gonna. I mean, listen, a bags bet like that, it's usually gonna catch plus money. Honestly, if you'd have told me it was like plus 105, plus 110, that would have felt a little bit more correct to
He's
me.
hitting 350.
So, yeah, I mean that number seems off. If we want to take that number, that you know what that feels like to me, Deck? That feels like a prop we take to give ourselves the tiebreaker. That's what that prop feels like to me. That feels like a let's have ourselves a day type of let's go get the tiebreaker type of prop bet. So here's what we'll do, ladies and gentlemen. We got to run to a break. When we come back here in just a minute, we will play Parlay v Parlay. Deck and I will find out what our final odds are. Team production will give us their 3-leg parlay, and then we go Red Sox Guardians in just about half an hour. It's coming up on Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network.
Be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
before I bring in Rob Brown real quick. Those of you that watch the draft, what's wrong with you? Loser. Playoff game's on. What are you watching a draft for? You're a clown. Like, what are any of you doing? The funniest thing I get out of anybody that watches a draft is all the videos we get after the fact of people going, we did what? We drafted Josh Allen? We're never going to be good. Exactly. None of you know anything. Shut up. Why are you watching drafts? You're just putting money in the pocket of ESPN for no reason. Anyways, I digress. The reason I bring that up is Rob Brown actually pulled up, and I'm not kidding, the 4th round of the draft because his team was about to pick. I got nothing. Rob, you have a problem.
I do not have a problem. I like my football team. I hate our ownership and management, and I want to fight them all in a Walmart parking lot, but that's not going to stop me from liking my team. I love my team. I despise the people in charge of it, but I like my team. What do you want? I got one, and I want another one, man. What do you want me to say? Ultra Patrick Willis is on my TV. Can we talk about the fact that Patrick Willis is one of the most underappreciated linebackers in the history of the NFL?
Can we talk about Kenny put in the draft and he didn't mean it as a joke? NFL draft is way more important than the first round of the NBA playoffs. That is a man screaming, I hate basketball and everything in life. That's all that means. That means you are a Bulls fan is what that means.
I just want to watch Tyler Hero get another 35-point game in a losing effort. That's all I'm here for.
Slow down. I wasn't counting the damn Miami. What are we doing? Are we pretend? Wait. Can we just be real? No. We're going to have this conversation before we bring in Double D. Because screw his bets. Who cares? Let's be real clear here. Denver Clippers is a banger series.
Whoa. Time out. I'm not arguing with that, Cody Decker. I'm all on board. What I'm saying is you clowned me for having on the 4th round of the NFL draft. The NBA playoff game that has not even started yet, that's my option, is Cleveland, Miami. Yeah, I'm going to watch the 4th round of the draft.
Well, why not? No, forget that. Watch Cleveland because they're a team you're going to have to watch for the next, and this is the part that I do not like,
2
months. It's so stupid how long this is. All right, Double D, come on out here. Let's hear your stupid ass bets.
All right. Do you guys want to guess? I mean,
yeah. Wait. Hold on, I forgot. It is time for Parlay the Parlay. 1, 2, 3. Hold on. Yes, indeed. All right, do we want to guess? Let's see. We had. Can you remind the people, Rob Brown, what our 3-leg parlay is, and we can go ahead and Price is Right this son of a bitch right now.
Sure I can, Cody Decker. First and foremost, we're going with the Cleveland Guardians on the money line. We've got that at -105. We are going Stephen Kwan over 1.5 bags. That is priced at +130. And we are going with Ben Lively over 15.5 outs. We caught that at even money +100.
I'm going to say we're coming in +600, Bob.
Oh, I think that's low, Cody Decker.
I think it is too.
Give me +750, Double D.
Give me the under.
You know what I should do is I should just $1 over you to get a win.
But
back
you
on the
won't
winning ways.
because you're not a loser like other people on the show.
+750, Double D.
Winner and still champion, Rob Brown, +798.
Oh, almost 8-1. I like it. I figured that was. Yeah, I figured 7.5 to 1. And by the way, Double D, you were not here last week, but Cody Decker sniped me last week. He got me back. So the win streak now resets at 1.
Oh. All right. Good job.
Yeah, that's
Cody.
no. Hold on. That's normally what we refer to as a streak. Yes.
You get 2 more, that's a streak. It does happen.
Why are you quoting one of the worst Major League movies?
What?
It's Major League 2. It's borderline unwatchable. The reason why I say borderline is because Bob Uecker's in it, and nothing Bob Uecker does is unwatchable. Or did, I should say.
Very true.
All
right, boys. Team production. You weren't wrong. We're on the exact opposite side of you guys. We are taking Alex Bregman over 1.5 bases at plus 110. Red Sox over 4.5 runs at plus 125. And after everything that you guys said, this one doesn't make sense to me, but it's on BetMGM. We're taking Devers over a half a hit for minus 200. Our total parlay plus 575.
Rafi Devers does not have a hit in his last 5 games. He did have a 4-game hitting streak going before that, but in his last 5 games, he has 0 hits.
Yeah, so why is it minus 200?
Because it's one hit. Because it's one hit. Because it's a hit. That's why. That's simply why. You can luck into a hit occasionally, even when you're swinging it horrifically. But man, that's the one I'm most worried about for your bets, believe it or not, just because of how Rafi's been playing. But yeah, you went the opposite direction, as we absolutely thought it would be the case. I really like the Guardians in this game, and I'm looking very, very forward to talking with everybody about it. By the way, there is something that has apparently happened which is really weird. And honestly, whoever these dudes are, I hope somebody punks them like you wouldn't believe. There's apparently a couple of college frat boys who somehow got their hands on Shedeur Sanders' number and prank called him. I don't support violence, but I truly hope somebody backhands those little punk asses.
Yeah, I don't listen. I'm fine. I'm fine with fair and valid criticism of Shedeur and Deion's behavior on the way to the draft. I'm fine with fair and valid criticism of the play of Shedeur Sanders, the actions taken in the meetings, assuming the stories are true, et cetera, et cetera. But that feels gross.
Yeah, that's a bit much, and that's honestly, how pathetic are you? Like, honest to God, how pathetic are you? Were there any other bets, Double D, in this game that caught your eye that maybe you thought was interesting or something along those lines? Because I got to tell you, we did kind of struggle putting that together, simply because when we like putting these bets together, I'll tell you from my personal experience, my biggest thing is I love trends. I love seeing what people have done recently. I love seeing what they've done in the past versus certain hitters. Or pitchers, I should say. There wasn't much in this game, to say the least.
Well, I'll be very real with you. Like, Kenny brought up a good point, and it's I'm not dogging it or whatever, but Kenny goes, these guys get like a whole segment, 15 minutes to break down their picks and what they like and what they don't like. We just kind of throw ours together, mamby-pamby. We need to start really taking this.
Wait.
That sounds like a you problem.
No, I'm not putting you guys down at all. This was Kenny bringing to light the fact that maybe we need to take this a little more seriously than we actually do.
Wait, Double D. I would like to immediately, frighteningly push back on this weird-ass Kenny narrative that he just decided to drop a bomb on us, which, by the way, if this was a court, this would be thrown out immediately. A judge would laugh at him for saying this. Is this somehow pointing out that we somehow have an advantage because we build a parlay live on the air?
No. This is not. No, this was him going, we as production need to start taking it more seriously, because when you guys break it down, you're taking it very seriously and aren't trying to, like I said, I'm usually taking the first, ooh, that's surprising. I saw Alex Bregman at over 1.5 bases for plus money, and I was like,
I understand.
Yes.
I can see that. That kind of jumps out a little bit. I get that.
Yes.
Okay, but you guys are the wearer. Just so you know, Double D, I love that you're coming to this realization that you should take it seriously. But you pick the game and you make the run. You could literally do this days ahead of time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know. For sure I know this.
I found out what game we were doing when you told me on the air.
Can I be real when I say this? I would say probably our best baseball guy here by leaps and bounds is probably Kenny. Mm-hmm. I'm decent. Dan's decent. Kenny's our best one, and yeah. it's a thing now.
You guys should really talk about it. Maybe occasionally. It's not if for no other reason that we are on a nationally syndicated gambling show, and when we're giving out bets, maybe it's best that they're well researched.
But here's the other thing. Mm-hmm. Isn't it also good content when we do punishments? Like, are we still?
Oh, no.
We're still on the SAT, right?
As of right now, we're definitely still on the SAT. But let's be real clear. It doesn't matter if it's well researched or not. We do plenty of good research live on the air. We lose plenty of these 3-leg parlays. At the end of the day, it's a 3-leg parlay. No matter what numbers we play, we're trying to make it as easy for ourselves as humanly possible. But at the end of the day, a parlay is just pure chaos.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, completely agree with that. As a guy who plays a lot of parlays, I completely agree with that.
I mean, listen, I'm just saying, if you guys would like to do no prep, no research, not discuss it at all, and just throw out 3 absolute left field wingers, you have my full and entire support. I'm good with that. Have at it. I think it's a wonderful strategy, and it's going great for you guys right now.
It's the Mario strategy.
Yeah.
It's the way Mario has done it, and I just kind of went with it. But Kenny brought up a valid point, so I'm gonna have to, maybe change the dynamic of the production's picking.
Interesting, guys. That's it for hour 1. Hour 2, we're going to get to the sports that really, really, truly matter today. NBA playoffs, Kenny. Round 1 of the NBA playoffs, which is far more important than a stupid draft on a Thursday night. That for the cycle, hour 2. You're welcome.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Multiverse.
Assemble.
Two men have joined forces to battle the evil nemesis of bad bets.
Bet on a bet. If you lose the bet.
Cody Decker.
And I just want to laugh more. If I'm going to lose Devontae, it might as well be hilarious.
And Rob Brown.
Clip it. Put it on the social media now so that I look like a genius tonight when I got all the money.
On Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network. Sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
The chaos reigns!
Ladies and gentlemen of Bet for the Cycle here on the BetMGM Network, Rob Brown, Cody Decker, and you, as we are just about to get a very full slate of sports started off. We've got an NBA playoff game that is just about to get going here in mere seconds from now. Cleveland at Miami. We'll have Oklahoma City at Memphis at 3:30. Following that up over in the landscape of Major League Baseball, we've got a couple of 1:10 first pitches. Baltimore's at Detroit, and our Parlay v. Parlay game of the day, Boston at Cleveland. Both of those going live here in about 10 minutes time. We'll keep an eye on all of that for you. And of course, the NFL draft rolls on. And Deck, I know that you want to get in some NBA discussion, and we will here in mere seconds, but during the break, we were talking a little bit, and you came around to something that I said back in the first segment of the show, which is I'm becoming increasingly convinced that Shedeur Sanders isn't getting drafted at all. I'm becoming increasingly convinced because now I've got teams that are jumping up in trade spots, needing quarterbacks and taking everybody else at this point. So I think at this point, the thought for me anyway is it's no longer about Shedeur Sanders' ability to play quarterback. It's no longer about Shedeur Sanders' talent or athleticism. It is now about all of the baggage that comes along with Shedeur Sanders and the fact that the Rams just traded up and passed on Shedeur. That's a team that needs a quarterback. The fact that the Steelers have passed up on him multiple times so far, and that was considered the most likely landing spot. The fact that your Raiders had back-to-back picks at the end of round 3 and passed on him, and then passed on him with another pick in the 4th round. There is something more to this at this point.
Yes, there is. But hey, pick 21 on the day is the Steelers. Pick 24 is the Browns. That would be 123 and 126. Wouldn't shock me, but I'm hearing what you're saying, man. As this continues to go forward, it is becoming more and more glaring that there's a real chance he is not drafted at all today. And if that's the case, if he's not drafted today, can you think of anybody else that has shot themselves in the foot harder than Shedeur Sanders? I mean, I'm just trying to think of, it's all of the things. I just think of everything all encompassed. You had early in the year him throwing his teammates under the bus, a point where he had to go in his locker room to grab his watch to come back out in the field to celebrate with his team one time. The endless antics, the antics that you mentioned, that whether it's true or not, we don't know. But according to Rick Neuheisel telling the story that he took a FaceTime during an NFL meeting, skipping workouts, skipping pro days. I mean, it's just one thing after the other, not to mention the Dion of it all, not to mention the other glaring reports that it was the quote unquote worst interview ever given. I'm trying to think of anybody else that's come into this situation, because we watched something similar happen to Johnny Manziel, but this is otherworldly. Johnny just dropped down to the 2nd round. We're in round 4, and I don't think he's getting drafted in round 4 now. I did not think that at the start of the show.
Yeah, I mean, again, I said it back in segment 1, and it wasn't just you. I caught a couple of folks on Twitter at the Rob Brown Show. If you want to follow me across the social media, that kind of lashed out at me as well on that one. But again, the more I watch it, and the more I'm watching the Rams trade up into the 4th round and take a linebacker off the board, right? Like this is a ridiculous spot at this point. And again, to me, it simply says, like you pointed out earlier, I'm watching Stephen A. Smith out here tweeting about how this is ridiculous. He said a few minutes ago, this is another Kaepernick situation. And I will say that, Here, I'll get myself in trouble. Why not? I consider myself woke. I consider myself progressive. I consider myself forward thinking, if you want to label that a bad thing. I don't think it has anything to do with Shedeur being black. I don't think it has anything to do with race. I don't think it has anything to do with the fact, with any other fact then. Shedeur has made himself, whether it is true or not, the narrative is above entitlement at this point. And the minute that something goes wrong with your starting quarterback, you're going to have the Dion Brigade following down, telling you how to run your football program. And I just don't think GMs want to deal with that.
I apologize. Kenny thinks he's taking some sort of victory lap. I meant Brady Quinn. You're right. Johnny Manziel fell into the 22nd pick overall. But sure, congratulate yourself on how funny you think you are, because I was watching round 1 of NBA playoffs, which, again, is more important.
I mean, more entertaining is,
more
I think, where I would go with that.
Playoffs or a bunch of kids drafted that majority of them you're never going to hear again? Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. Like something
the
like
draft
65.
is a fashion show. That's it. This could be.
I haven't seen a player on TV in 30 minutes.
That's because no one's watching the 4th round of the draft but you. I'm talking about night 1, the only one anyone watches, Rob Brown.
Okay, I do agree with that. It was a fashion show, and
thank you.
I do appreciate Shedeur showing up with a chain with a pendant on it the size of the front door of my house. That was the vibe you wanted to go with to not get drafted. Okay, that was it. That was the point. All right.
No, what are you? Stop making fun of the kid in his legendary room, okay? The room was legendary. Was the night legendary? Yes, but not for the reasons he thought.
Yeah, that is correct. All right, let's talk NBA playoffs here for just a couple of minutes, Deck. We got Cleveland and Miami. Real simple. Give me Tyler Hero's over point total again, and then just give me Cleveland and whatever the number is. That's all this game is.
Agreed. Completely agree on that one right there. But we did have a lot take place in the NBA this week. Let's start with this. The 2 players that got injured, the 2 star players, I should say, that got injured. Jimmy Butler, and then, of course, Ja Morant. Now, it doesn't matter if Ja Morant's on the court or not. The Memphis Grizzlies are an absolute joke and a dumpster fire. Period. Stop. They shouldn't be here. In fact, I will go as far as to say of every team that's in the playoffs, and there are teams that I'm like, maybe you shouldn't be here. Miami Heat being one of them, did not have a great year. The other one that I'm going to point out right here, obviously, is the Memphis Grizzlies. Have no business being here whatsoever. An embarrassing 50-point loss to start the playoffs, an embarrassing 20-point loss in the second game. Oh, and don't worry, they may embarrass themselves a third time by blowing a 30-point lead. But they did lose Ja Morant in the process. The only thing I want to point out, and I want your take on this, because a lot of people were trying to say how dirty it was that Ja got hurt the way it happened. I firmly disagree. I watched that replay a dozen times upon a dozen times. There was nothing dirty about it. It just looked like a chaotic play where just things went wrong, not unlike exactly what happened with Jimmy Butler. It just looked like 2 accidental car crashes that just happened to result in almost the exact same thing happening to both of these guys.
Yeah, that's it. It's listen, basketball is, despite the fact that it has gotten the reputation over the years of not being this at the NBA level, it's a physical game. And when you play a physical style, or when you're going to the rack like Ja was, or you're chasing boards coming off the glass and you got 3, 4, 5 guys that are 6'9", 220, 225, all banging underneath the glass trying to come down with the same rebound, stuff's going to happen. It was unfortunate. And I have been the biggest Ja Morant critic in the game. Reality is the series sucks without Ja Morant. I mean, he's the only thing that's interesting about that basketball team right now. Probably the least. Again, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago and even last week before the playoffs got started, Deck, where we were talking about the Western Conference. And I made the point that there are 7 teams in this 18 bracket out of the West that can win the West. There are 7 of them. There's one that can, and that's Memphis.
Time. Kenny's on a roll just to piss me off apparently today. Kenny, if you quote actual actual ratings to me, it's the dumbest argument you could possibly do in today's day and age. It's the dumbest human possible argument. Seriously? Ratings? You're quoting ratings to me. Go ahead.
No,
Ratings.
That was it. The Grizzlies can't win the series. They can't win.
They can't. They
playoffs.
suck.
That was it. That was my only take.
Also, on top of that, Grizzlies right now today are plus 15.5 points. I will take the Thunder in the points. I will definitely take minus 15.5 for the Thunder today.
Yeah, I mean, again, and especially if it feels like even if Ja Morant plays, it still feels like it's not going to matter. You had them down 29, and they completed the largest come-from-behind victory in the history of the NBA playoffs. Like, if you can't find a way to win that game when you've got yourself in a position that it is win this game or you're cooked, and you can't protect a 29-point lead, I'll be honest with you. Like, that NBA game is going to small TV screen number 3 over here on the wall deck, because who the hell cares? Like, that is one that I hate to say this because I do love basketball and I want it to be great. That's a who the hell care games.
Yeah, I'm not even watching that one. I've barely even watched that series. It's the only series I've gone out of my way to not watch because it's a disaster. Plain and simple. OKC doesn't need to play anybody. They could play their G League team and sweep the series, and I can't believe they're actually not doing that. However, I do have Miami out to a quick early lead right now, by the way, over Cleveland 9-2. I do not expect that to hold.
No, I don't either. And again, for what Miami went through this year, for what Miami is around Bam Adebayo, for the fact that they basically had to let Jimmy Butler walk out the door when that guy, like when you hear Heat culture, for me, all I've heard for the past handful of years is Jimmy Butler and Tyler Hero and the rest of those guys. I got a lot of respect for the Heat and what the Heat are putting together as they're out here drilling threes. It's 12-4 now. A lot of respect for the team. A lot of respect for Espo. I think Espo is a Hall of Fame coach one day. At the end of the day, this Cleveland team is just there. At some point, this is going to click. They're not shooting the ball well to start this game against Miami, but the law of averages will catch up at some point.
Absolutely. On top of that, what else you got in this? What else you got today? Because we do have a couple of games today that I do think are must watch. I'm not really looking at this. What do we got here? I'm looking at this Rockets-Warriors game. This is going to be must-watch. But again, 6 p.m. today. This is the game I have my eyes on. Nuggets-Clippers, especially after that last Nuggets game. I've never seen Joker react like that to anybody, let alone his own teammates. I'm wondering, do you think that's the beginning of the end of this Nuggets team in this series? Or do you think that's the beginning of this Nuggets team in this series?
I would like to say it's the beginning, but I'm going to keep it a buck with you for all of the negative talk. That felt to me like the moment that you went, maybe firing Michael Malone wasn't the right call, right? Because whatever was going on in that locker room and whatever chaos was going on behind the scenes, even if he wasn't well liked, you never saw the Nuggets implode under Michael Malone, right? Like you'd see contentious. Let's not pretend that Jokic hasn't been kind of a hard ass on the bench in years gone by. But that was the first time I think I've seen him straight up blow up like that. That's the first time I think I've really seen him go like full chaos on the bench. And it felt to me like that was one of those moments that you need that kind of Michael Malone leadership there of, look, boys, like, I know we're upset and I know we're all mad. I know we're all disappointed, whatever. At the end of the day, this is the moment that we've got to, even if you hate each other, play well with each other. And you guys aren't doing that. So that felt to me like the first time that the presence of Michael Malone on the sideline was a little bit missed. Deck, I'm going to go one step further. Mm-hmm. I don't think that was the beginning of the Nuggets in this series. I don't think that was the beginning of the end of the Nuggets in this series. I think that was the beginning of the end of Nikola Jokic in Denver. I think that was the big. I think that was the moment that it looked to me like that. This was the frustration of what the Nuggets have done to this team over the past year and a half, really kind of coming to the surface for Nikola Jokic. And as much as like we like to make the jokes about how he just wants to go home and play with his horses, I think Nikola Jokic likes to win. Even if he doesn't make a big deal out of it, I think he wants to. And I think the frustration about what has happened to the Nuggets over the past 2 years kind of started to really bubble up there. I think that might be the beginning of Nikola Jokic has requested a trade at the end of this season.
Mm-hmm. Whew, if that's the case, dude, if Jokic were to request a trade after this season, I know we're getting ahead of ourselves because we are only in what is it, game 3 today or game 4 today?
We are in game 4, right?
Four.
Oh, no, game
okay,
3.
So they're up game 3. Okay, so, dude, I don't know. Like, if that were to be the case, because we already know that KD is likely going to be moved, dude, if you move Jokic this offseason, the league is going to be crazy. I'm not going to put anything past anybody because let's be real clear. Did you have Luka the Laker on your bingo card? No, you did not.
Yeah, there was the discussion about, because of course the Lakers fans on the interwebs are screaming for Jokic to become a Laker next season too, which, hey, let's talk more basketball when we come back. Rob Brown, Cody Decker, and you bet for the cycle on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we are live here on the BetMGM Network. It's Bet for the Cycle. It's weekend show. Like always, we love ourselves a good old-fashioned weekend show. Rob Brown, Cody Decker, and hopefully all of you. Maybe you're listening to us on one of the many Odyssey stations. Maybe you're watching us live on YouTube or Twitch. Wherever you're consuming the weekend show, you're welcome, and hopefully we're making you a lot of money, and your life is better because of it. Rob Brown, we can pretty much go in any direction we could possibly want in the sports world this week. What else took place in the sports world this week that has caught your eye? Is it only the draft for you? Because if I turn on ESPN, seemingly the only thing that exists is the draft, which is insane to me considering the fact that they also run a gamut of NHL playoffs, and seemingly they really don't want to talk about those, or the NBA playoffs, or the world of Major League Baseball, because there is an outrageous amount of panic taking place all throughout Major League Baseball. And I would like to remind every one of your fan bases out there, it's April, dude.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think, as obviously as a Braves fan, it's been a good last week and a half. As they've got 5 out of their 6. They've kind of and on top of that, they've got 5 out of the last 6, and the Phillies have fallen off. I think they've dropped 5. I think they've dropped 5 out of their last 6. So that feels a little bit better. The only thing I can talk about right now, Deck, and I had fun. By the way, we are now tied at 15 between Cleveland and Miami with inside of 5 minutes left to play in the first quarter. So here come the Cleveland Cavaliers. Paul Skeens versus the Dodgers was incredible, Cody Decker. Paul Skeens versus the Dodgers was as much fun as I have watched a not my own baseball team play in a long time. Skeens went 6 1/3 scoreless, including being down in the count 3-1 to Shohei and throwing one of the nastiest splitters I have seen in a long time. I don't know if you've seen the slow-mo, but somebody slow-moed Shohei swinging at that splitter from Skeens. You can see the look of disgust on Shohei's face before the ball hits the mitt behind him. It's one of the most unbelievable things I've ever seen. 5 hits, no walks, K9, a 2.39 ERA, constantly getting that heater up around 100. Like, he's actually down velo-wise this year, but it's because he's throwing a full schedule this year. I don't think he's going to push it as hard as he did last year in his rookie campaign. Dude, this kid's 22 years old at Cody Decker, and I am still making Paul Skeens must-see TV right now.
Yep. And by the way, we do have a baseball game that is underway. That is our Parlay v Parlay, and already not going the way we want because Ben Lively is having a rough go in the first inning. He's given up 3 runs already. There's 2 outs with a runner on first base. I'm trying to see what exactly happened because I did see that Bregman is 1 for 1. I'm not sure what he did in his first at-bat, but we'll keep you updated on that. Devers has not gotten a hit. He walked in his first at-bat. Keep in mind, we have the Guardians on the run line. We have a Ben Lively prop today, which is not looking good based on the fact that he is about to throw his 30th pitch in the first inning of this matchup.
Yeah, no, not good at all. 2 innings, 0.2 so far. 3 hits, 3 runs, 1 walk, 0 Ks, and 30 pitches recorded as of right now. We do have, obviously, our other bet is Steven Kwan, and top one, we have not seen him at the dish. He is batting leadoff today for the Guardians, so we'll keep an eye on that. But no, not anywhere close to the start that we thought we were going to have or wanted to have here. Cleveland, again, they've been dominant at home, but for us to get Lively out of the 5th inning, Deck, he's going to have to hit a resurgent spot here, and I'm not feeling that at all.
And by the way, Bregman does have a single, so that is 1 of the total bases. He gets out of it on his 31st pitch, so hopefully he can kind of get it together. Now, keep in mind, this is going to be the first at-bat for the Cleveland Guardians. We do have a Steven Kwan prop out there that we do really, really like, so we'll see how this game goes. We were expecting a lower scoring affair in this matchup. That might not be the case based on how this first inning went, so it needs to be a high-scoring affair for us to actually hit our bets today.
Yep, Duran 0 for 1. Devers walked. Bregman, Story, and Abreu all ended up with a shot. Now, from what I'm looking at right now, Abreu had so it's really only a 3-run shot. Jose Abreu Wilmer Abreu had a 3-run shot with 2 on. So it's really that 3-0 score line is just one swing of the bat, Cody Decker. So I don't want to write it off, but 31 pitches to get out of 1 inning does not do a lot for us trying to get him into the 6th.
No, we really just, well, it's what is the set line at? It's at 15.5, right?
15.5, yeah.
So yeah, we need to get him in the 6th, and that's going to be tough as of right now, at least, to get there. Anything else happening out throughout Major League Baseball? Because here I'm just looking at the standings alone, and if we're just going off the standings, where we currently are at, San Francisco Giants. Did you have this on your bingo card? Because I thought they would be a competitive team. Did I think they would open as hot as they have? Currently at second place at 17-10 on the season, 1 game ahead of the Dodgers, a game just behind of the Padres, who I did expect this from. I was expecting this from the Diamondbacks, Dodgers, and Padres. I was not expecting this thus far from the Giants. And yes, exactly what I was expecting from the Colorado Rockies, the worst team in Major League Baseball. You can breathe, White Sox fans.
Yeah, the White Sox looking at the Rockies and going there, but for the grace of the baseball gods go I. Well, first, let's start with this. Did any of us expect at any point in the season that the Padres and the Giants would both be ahead of the Dodgers in the standings? I mean, from opening day...
Padres.
I didn't say one or the other. I said that both of them would be ahead of the Dodgers in the standings. There was no world. Universe. If you told me there was a couple of weeks where the Padres were ahead of the Dodgers by a game or two, I'd have been like, I wouldn't bet on it, but like, sure, strong possibility. Maybe if you told me the Giants were going to have a day or two early in the year when the Dodgers were winding up that, but if you told me you thought that any point there was going to be a day that the Giants and the Fathers were both ahead of the Dodgers in the standings, I'd have called you a liar. Here's the interesting thing, Deck. The Dodgers at 16-10. Now, I do think we've got a grain of salt this, right? We know Freeman was down for a little while. We know Ohtani is going back full time. We know that there have been the Dodgers are, and I think the assumption is they've got enough talent on the roster that they have the room that if anybody wakes up and has like, they cough one time, or if they have the hiccups, that you can sit guys and give them their time and do your best to make sure you are the healthiest team in the National League when the playoffs get here. But I did not expect that the Dodgers would be 16-10, 3rd place in their own division. They would be 2nd in the NL Central right now. They would be 2nd in the NL East right now. Like, there's no world I expected that to be the case, Deck.
Well, here's the thing. So let's ask you, I'm going to re-ask you this question. And to this point, the Dodgers not being in first, yeah, that's a big surprise that they're not in first right now. Sure. But again, they're a game back. It's not like they're being bludgeoned and they're way back. It's a company of like the NL West is just going to be this all season. They're going to beat up on everybody. And by the way, the Cubs, as you mentioned, off to a phenomenal start. What's the biggest surprise to you right now as we currently stand in Major League Baseball on this day of our Lord, April 26th?
If I'm not allowed to say the Braves being 3 games below 500 at this point in the season, which to me, I don't care what you say, is the biggest surprise in baseball right now. So if that's not the answer that you're looking for,
I want your answer. No. I don't need to look for an answer. I just want your
Braves. It's the Braves being 11-14. The Braves being 3 games back. The Braves being behind the Nationals and the Marlins in the NL East. I think that's the only answer, to be honest with you.
I like it. So here you go. I appreciate that. I'm staying in the NL East. The Mets pitching staff has been the biggest surprise in a very good way to me. Because what did I say out of Jump Street? I don't know if I love the Mets this year. I don't know if they're going to be a playoff team. I don't like this pitching staff. I'm worried about the pitching staff. They have the lowest ERA in Major League Baseball 1 month into the season. They have arguably one of the best records in Major League Baseball 1 month into the season. They're 18-8. They are 12-1 at home this season. They've won 7 of their last 10. They're hitting out of their minds. And by the way, Juan Soto hasn't done a damn thing yet. And they're doing this. So you know what? The Mets have been a very, very pleasant surprise. And I'm not saying that just because I'm here in New York City. The record speaks for itself. 18-8 to this point. That's the best record in Major League Baseball, people.
Deck, you a run differential guy? Does that stat matter to you at all?
It matters, but I don't think it matters as much as people make it out to be. But yes, it definitely matters.
Okay. The New York Mets have the second highest run differential in baseball. They are plus 35. That is better than the Yankees at plus 29, better than the Tigers at plus 30. The only team with a better run differential. Top of your head, take a stab at it. Who's the only team with a better run differential than the Mets right now?
Los Angeles Dodgers.
The Los Angeles Dodgers run differential right now, Cody Decker, is plus 5. The only team with a better run differential than the New York Mets right now are the Chicago Cubs at plus 47.
Wow.
If we told you coming into this year, and again, we're 26 games into the season, yeah? Like we're not even close to a quarter of the way. If I told you that at any point the best two teams in baseball in terms of run differential were going to be the Cubs and the Mets, and it wouldn't be particularly close, although shout out to the Cincinnati Reds, they're plus 32, just for the lulls. If I'd have told you that those two teams were going to be easily the top two teams in terms of run differential, Cody Decker, I would have called myself a liar at that point, yet here we are. And that to me says you're getting good stuff off the bump and you're hitting the ball. And oh, by the way, the Cubs are doing that without Justin Steele right now, just for whatever that's worth.
Yeah. I don't know what to say other than, it's a problem. Both these teams, I would not have put money on that happening at any point. By the way, we have hit one of our props, Stephen Kwan, with a double to lead off the bottom of the first inning. And yes, don't you worry, they are coming back. There are still nobody out. An 0-2 count for Houck on the mound. Jose Ramirez just steals second and third, nobody out. A 3-1 ball game, which is good news for you and I, because we need the Guardians to win this game by 2 runs, and it looks like they're about to get at least, just foul. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a high-scoring game. That's actually good news, potentially for both of our 3-leg parlays.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we both kind of played into here. I really thought this was, honestly, and we did bring this up, I thought this was going to be a pitcher's day, and it had a lot to do with the weather. The wind is blowing in, as we talked about. It's going to be damp and moist. The ball's not going to fly as far. The wind's blowing in 10 to 15. It's going to be pushing back a little bit. I really thought I thought you'd see a lot of small ball in this. And for the record, we had. It's 1 home run. That is the only difference in this game so far, but it was a big one from Abreu. This is in no way, shape, or form a game that is anywhere near over. I am not even right now, as it's now 3-1, Deck. I'm not even freaking out about a Guardians money line win, because we do have them on the money line, not the run line.
I'm not even worried.
No, we went on the money line. I'm not even worried about the money line win for Cleveland. There's so much baseball left to play. The only concern I have now is, can we get Lively into the 6th, throwing 31 pitches in the first inning? And that's not to say he doesn't come out, Dak, and let's have a perfect inning and throw 9 pitches and be at 40 through the second and be in a good spot. Like a couple of efficient innings, 2, 3, 4 consecutive 1 and 2 strike groundouts, and we are fine. Lively's the only bet I'm concerned about. You mentioned Kwan's got his 1 bag. That's all we needed. A lot of baseball left to say this one's over. Guardians win. Now it's just a matter of, can Lively stay lively until the 6th inning? That's all this is riding on for me.
Yep, that's pretty much it. But Kwan got his 2 bags already, so that was a good thing right off the top of the game. And again, that money line, I still think the Guardians are going to win this game. Carlos Santana at the plate right now with a 1-2 count with 2 runners in scoring position. 1 swing of the bat can absolutely tie this. But if it's Carlos Santana, let's be real clear, he's got a lot of pop, even though he is at an advanced age and has been 0 for his last 12. He runs into that ball, he could take the lead with 1 swing of the bat, make no mistake. So we will keep you updated on this game and so much more because, listen, we still got an NFL draft going on. Anything to update us on that right now, Rob Brown?
Not yet. I'll do a run of what the last couple of picks have looked like when we come back here in just a minute, because there have been a couple of interesting ones. So I'll do a quick update on some of the latest picks and some of the notable ones here in just a few minutes.
Sounds good. Well, guys, we're getting ready to take our quick little break, and when we come back, we'll round out our third segment of our second hour. That's right. I can't believe we're doing it. We're getting so close to the point of no return right here on Bet for the Cycle Weekend Show, as always, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Sponsored by BetMGM.
Cody Decker with you today as we are now up. Cleveland put 4 on the board in the bottom of the first inning, so they now lead the Red Sox 4-3. That is today's parlay via parlay game. Deck and I, again, effectively at this point, just waiting to see what happens here with Ben Lively. A very rapid 1-2-3 inning would go a long way for us. But Deck made a point, and I got to tell you, we kind of blew it on this. It worked out for us, but we kind of blew it because we didn't even take into consideration the fact that this is a double header today between these two squads. So that's a big boost. They will play another one tonight at 6:10. And so this is kind of one of those games. Let folks know, Deck, strategy wise, these double headers like this, you brought up the fact that you may want to ride your starter a little longer than you would in a regular game to keep your pen as rested and full health as you can for game 2 in this one. How does this work out? Is there a game, if you've got a split double header like this one, and obviously you want to have your pen ready and rested for game 2, but is there a situation where you do just throw everything at game 1 and say, we'll worry about it in game 2, or most of the time our manager's going to try to keep the pen rested for a game 2 when you have a split one like this?
Case-by-case scenario, plain and simple. It depends on who your pitching staff is, depends on who your bullpen is, depends on who your starter is. It depends on how healthy everything of all of the above is. When you have a doubleheader, the 40-man roster does get a little bit toyed with a little bit, because a doubleheader allows for the quote-unquote 27th man. In case you guys don't remember, a few years back, every 25-man roster was improved to a 26-man roster. And when it comes to a doubleheader game, it turns into a 27-man roster. And usually what every team does is they'll call up a taxi squad pitcher from AAA, someone that's been going up and down all season long, and will just join the team for that game so they can have an extra arm so they don't have to completely deplete their bullpen. I personally think it should be 2 more arms and move to a 28-man rotation team, but I digress. It's 27 right now. So they called up a minor leaguer today to rejoin this both of these teams to help with the pitching staff. But if you are a manager, yes, game 1 specifically, I am really hopeful, because I would also plan in tandem exactly who my horse is in game 1. Whoever my guy that eats the most innings in my doubleheader, that's the guy I want pitching game 1. Period. Stop. I want to know exactly how many arms I need to have available to me for game 2, because if we have ourselves a high-scoring affair in game 1, how many arms did I have to use in game 1? Was it 3 arms? Was it 4 arms? Hopefully, I only had to use 3, 4 tops. But if it's a game like we normally see in Major League Baseball, it's going to be something more akin to 6, 7, 8 arms that you're going to see throughout a game. I don't need that for a doubleheader, especially in game 1. What I want is 3 or 4 arms. So if Ben Lively can get some outs and reduce his pitch count right now, I'm going to run him out there till the 6th if I can. But if it gets around 100 pitches, and by the way, 100 pitches is not the end-all, be-all. It's a weird barometer number that we just picked. No one has any reason to have 100 pitches being the barometer. It just is the number. And I do think part of that reason is because we don't have wearable technology on pitchers. We don't know how close every pitcher is to breaking at any given moment, because the Players Association is very against wearing wearable technology, which, by the way, they're also right about for different reasons. It's a very unique situation. All of these things come into play, believe it or not, when we're making these bets. And thank God it took a few pitches on a 3-2 count, sadly. He's at 42 pitches. A 12-pitch at bat to get the first out of the inning is not helping you and me or Ben Lively or the Guardians.
No, not at all. It's again, that's the question mark is going to be, do the Guardians take and I do also wonder here, Deck, is Cleveland puts 4 up, and again, Boston's got 3, but it came on a 3-run shot. Cleveland was marching around the bases. They got back-to-back doubles. Before they recorded an out. They were able to get a couple of more rounds. So the ball's been put in play here a couple of different times for Cleveland. If Cleveland can open this thing up, because again, we were looking at a run line win for Cleveland, a -1.5 win for Cleveland was at plus 200. I mean, that was a 2-1 bet. So they expect game 1 to be a relatively close game, but if Cleveland can start or can keep marching around the bases here and they go up 7, 8, 9 runs and it turns into a game that, all right, this one's over, let's go ahead and start going for game 2, does that increase the likelihood that they let Lively maybe tickle 110, 115 and give us an extra 2 or 3 bats worth of outing here? And that's going to be the best possible outcome for us if it was to happen.
Well, we got something good in our favor just now because only 2 pitches, luckily, to get his second out. That's big. But keep in mind, that does mean, as of right now, where he's currently standing at, I believe, 46 pitches here with 2 outs in the second inning. Not a good start for us. Again, 100 pitches is usually the barometer. I don't like that it's the barometer, but that's what we're looking at right now as the potential barometer, provided he's not letting guys on base and giving up runs.
That is true. The good news for us is that second out was Rafa Devers, who had a fly out to right field, but it was snagged. It was on the run, and it was an extension catch to get him from getting his first hit. So we're in a good spot there. In that there, Devers, who is now, I did the math on it. Was he like 4 for his last 22? Now that keeps him off, and that's a good thing for us. So not in a bad spot in terms of a money line pick, not in a bad spot in terms of the Stephen Kwan hit. He got a double to lead off this game, so we've already ticked that leg off. It really at this point feels like it's going to come down to whether or not Lively can make it to the 6th inning, and at 48 pitches with 2 outs in the top of the second, that looks increasingly unlikely. And on top of that, I'm kind of got this game on one of the TVs here, Deck. Does not look like Lively's got great control right now either. And if that starts to get away from him as the arm does, then that could be a big problem for us too. Nice little change up there at 86 to get inside to Duran to make him 0-1. So we'll see. 3-2 full count. If he can go, if he gets this out on pitch number 51, we might be in a good spot.
52. Got the strikeout on a 3-2 count. He's at 52 pitches after 2 innings. We're going to need some short work done specifically for these next 3 innings. We need a couple of, honestly, we need Ben Lively to throw some ground outs. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, I think that. And again, it does look to me, Deck, like he's hunting strikeouts right now, right? Like the way he's throwing it looks to me like he's hunting Ks. I think the mentality may need to shift to, let's put the ball down in the zone. Let's get these guys to start to ground out a little bit and see if we can get out of a couple of innings in 6, 7, 8 pitches instead of 40.
Please. Pretty please. Pretty.
So we'll see how that goes. Real quick check-in over in the NBA. One playoff game underway right now, 46-32. The Cavs on top of the Heat with just over 5 to play in the first half. If you're stat hunting on that one, Jared Allen has 10. Max Strus has 9 for Cleveland right now. 10 off the bench for DeAndre Hunter is interesting. For Miami, you got 10 out of Bam Adebayo. Tyler Hero 1 for 4 for just 4 points. And again, it's not the worst thing in the world. Tyler Hero was prone to some slow starts here, Deck. But if Miami wants to try to extend this series, they're going to need to get him going. Donovan Mitchell has 3. Kyle Ware has 5. And just 7 off the bench so far for the Heat. So Cleveland pacing Miami up 16 with 5 to play. Miami's going to have to do something and do it now if they want to try to extend this series at all, which I don't think it matters. Now 50-32.
Yeah, this is kind of in my opinion, just a massive, big old waste of time. This is one of the 2 series that are just like, why are we even playing this? This Cleveland series against Miami. And then, of course, the other game that we got today, which is OKC. I might barely even put that one on. But there is games today. I can't stress this enough, Rob Brown, that I am very interested in. 2 games specifically. 6 p.m. TNT. Nuggets Clippers. Is it going to be what you said? Is this the beginning of Joker's end in Denver? Or is this the beginning of Denver's run? The Clippers, I don't know what we're going to get out of this team, but I do know what we got out of them these last 2 months. The quietest, hottest team in the NBA. And then you got the Rockets and the Warriors, dude. And Jimmy Bucket's still a question tonight. Even if they have Jimmy Buckets, which Jimmy Buckets we getting, dude? I'm very intrigued by these two games later on tonight.
I am too. Taking a look at the lines for later on in the day. If you're interested in playing anything, Deck, the Thunder 15.5-point favorites over the Grizzlies. Total set at that one at 224.5 with Ja Morant questionable. And we'll see. He left that game on stretchers the other night. I might go ahead and play an under bet right now and just hang on because if that number is going to be impacted, it's going to go down, not up. So I'll probably play an under 224.5 in that one. Nuggets Clippers. The Clippers are a 6.5-point favorite, Deck. So I think at this point, it's kind of which side of that argument are you on? If you're like me and you think this might be the end of the Joker era in Denver, maybe you go minus Clips in 6.5. But if you think this is a turning point, if the fuse is lit now for Denver, a 6.5-point spread feels like a big one. The total at that game over under 211.5.
Yep. Can I ask you a question about this Rockets Warriors game?
Is the question, how are the Warriors 3.5-point favorites?
Yes. That is actually the question, especially not knowing what's going on with Jimmy Buckets. Like I almost feel like this line's irresponsible.
I don't disagree. The first thought I had, because I that caught my attention as well. The first thought I had, Deck, was somebody in Vegas knows and Jimmy Butler's playing, right? Like that's the first thought I had is somebody in Vegas knows and Jimmy Butler's playing.
So here's the question though, say Jimmy's not playing. I'm assuming they make the announcement in an hour and a half that Jimmy doesn't play. If he doesn't play, like you got to grab this now at plus 3.5 while you can for the Rockets, right? You just out of principle, you have to.
Yeah. But because here's the thing. Even if Butler plays, the Rockets can still win this game,
yes,
right? And if Butler plays, first and foremost, respectfully, there's no way he's 100%. He's going to be a little bit sore. I've had that injury. It is not a couple of days rest, rehab, and sit on a pack of ice. You're good. It's going to hurt for a minute. I think Rockets plus 3.5 is like an auto play for me, even at minus 115. We'll see how it plays out. Ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, one of my favorite people on planet Earth, Colby Marchio, going to join us to talk some whatever next on Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network.
Right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. have joined forces to battle the evil nemesis of bad bets.
Bet on a bet, and if you lose the bet.
Cody Decker.
And I just want to laugh more. If I'm going to lose Devontae, it might as well be hilarious.
And Rob Brown.
Clip it. Put it on the social media now so that I look like a genius tonight when I got all the money.
On Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network. Sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Let chaos reign!
Back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Guys, we've reached the point of no return. We're in hour 3. We have 4 hours to do because we are contractually obligated to do so, and pretty much no other reason than that. But let's get over to our very, very friendly guest that we love having on, Colby Marcio. How you doing, my guy? Great to have you back on Bet for the Cycle, as always. And you know what? I'm going to try something different with you to start today's little interview piece with you. What do you want to talk about, Colby? Because we can talk about anything you want.
All right, let's talk about the Rangers because I'll try not to scream, get upset, kick my feet up, and whine like a baby. What the hell is that team? Yes, I have a lot of bets on them for futures on them. I have their wins, them to make the playoffs, them to be in the World Series with the Diamondbacks. Do I just want the money that bad? Yes, I do. But this is a team that, sure, they're first in the West. They're terrible. They're absolutely terrible. First in left on base percentage. Yeah, because nobody's getting on base. They're dead last in scoring, 26th in batting average, 21st in run differential. This team is hovering the panic button while being in first place. There you got Jock Peterson, who's batting under 100. The only person that's doing anything right now is Wyatt Langford, and he's as close as the sun as anybody's ever been. I don't want anything to do with his props today or anything to do with the Rangers today because they do have a good matchup today. However, I'm not touching that team until they figure out. I'm just baffled how bad the bats have been when I had expectations of them averaging around 5+ runs a game. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but this team's driving me insane.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's fair, Colby Marcio, you handsome mustachioed son of a gun. Welcome back, buddy. Good to have you. That entire division drives me crazy. Just the existence of it right now. The Mariners are the most frustrating team in the world because they should be a dominant force, and they just refuse to allow themselves to be good. I've been trying to dance on the grave of the Astros for 2 seasons now, and they are only a game over 500, but won't go away. And the A's are the A's, and the Angels are the Angels. That whole division drives me up a wall, pal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at least can you say the Angels have been fun? You can definitely say the Athletics have been fun. I'm happy to see the Astros. Basically, the reign is probably over with. I always tell people that are like, yeah, the cheaters. You can't call them the cheaters. Who's on that team still? Nobody. Jordan is not a cheater. Jordan is just a humble robot. Other than that, yeah, the whole West is just gross.
I hate it. I absolutely despise it. And I try to let every Angel fan know. Enjoy it while it lasts, man. You were just in first place like 3 days ago. And now you're in last, which I do expect them to remain for the rest of the season, most likely. Are there any bets or props today that you're liking today? Because despite the fact that the Braves were off to a rough start, and despite the fact they're facing Merrill Kelly, a pitcher that I absolutely love, and the Diamondbacks, who I absolutely love, Austin Riley's got some pretty damn good numbers against him. And home run, double, hitting .444 in his career against the guy. Is this a spot where you could see Austin Riley waking up and the Braves doing something good against the Diamondbacks?
I was just talking about the Braves as a whole. I kind of think of them as how I think of the Rangers. It's got to turn around eventually. That is a really good spot for that prop there, both props, especially the home run. Who's not excited and giddy about hitting or betting on a home run? I just hit Willie Abreu. I just screamed in my office. The neighbors heard me. But that team has to turn it around. When they get Acuna back, I think they're going to be fine. And what are they? Good week away from being back into the top 3 in that division. It's not a panic button. You don't even have to lift up the button that opens up the panic button. You can hover around lifting it up, but you don't need to hit it or hammer it or think about hammering it. They'll turn it around. I'm not too worried. Am I worried about the Rangers? No. So those two I'm not worried about. I think they'll turn around. It's April. We're sure May's around the corner. you don't need to hit the panic button or worry about anything in April, I don't think.
You know, here's the frustrating part. It's not that you're incorrect, Colby Marcio. It's the fact that when we were doing our preseason prognostications, I thought it, Deck thought it, we had Bob Nightingale on. Bob freaking Nightingale thought about it. We all said if there is a team in the National League that you would assume is going to be the threat to the Dodgers, it's going to be the Atlanta Braves. There's just too much talent on that team. This team's 3 games below 500, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's because they're in a monster of a division. And I want to ask you about the Mets here in just a minute, the second best team in terms of run differential in the MLB, but Philly's a 500 team. They're behind the Marlins. They're behind the Nationals. Man, if you would have told me I was going to have a disappointing first quarter of the season with the Braves, I still assume they'd have been ahead of Washington and Miami. Like, I agree, it's not time to eject this team into the sun just yet, but let's not sit here and pretend that they are anywhere near where they need to be at the end of April.
Yeah, the Phillies, like you said, they're not playing that well. It was a couple weeks ago they were basically dead last in first 5 scoring, but they were top 5 in scoring in general. And because of the 6th through 9th, they were scoring 6 runs. It's not consistent. They're not consistent at all. They look very mediocre at the moment, and they have a really good lineup. That division itself is very wonky as well. But the Mets, I've been looking and debating if I should take Francisco Lindor or Pete Alonso's home run MVP, because they're playing fantastic baseball right now. Pete's seeing the ball extremely well, hitting a ton of extra base hits. Francisco Lindor's just had a monster week, and then you have that black hole between the two. When's he going to turn it around? I don't know.
I got to ask you about the other team that has the only better run differential than the Mets. The Cubs are a bit of a surprise for me. I was expecting it to be decent. On paper, they should be the best team in the National League Central. But then again, on paper, they're the best team in the National League Central every single year, and they're rarely the best team in the National League Central. But as of right now, amazing run differential. Pitching staff has been fantastic, and that's the question. I do not expect this pitching staff to continue pitching the way they are right now. What do you see as the future for this team? Do you think that there's another team out there in the Central that can catch up? I was a big fan of the Reds at the beginning of the season, took a 475 future bet on them at the beginning of the year, but to this point will not be consistent with the bats. What are your thoughts on the NL Central?
I was never high on the Cubs going into the season. They look fantastic. I think they're too hot. I think they'll eventually come back down to earth. I wasn't high on the Reds either. I think the Brewers are still somehow managed to win the Central like they always do and then lose in the first round of the playoffs. The Cubs are a very fun team, which is something the city of Chicago does not have right now, a fun team. They're basically just garbage galore over there with a bunch of owners that don't want to spend any money. Am I just ranting because I live in the city of Chicago? Yes, I am. But I'm happy they're good. I'm happy they're fun. I'm happy Wrigley is fun right now because it's not fun on the south side and it won't be for a couple of years. Hopefully they stay consistent and good because it would be good for the city and they're a fun team to watch. I don't think anyone's like, oh my God, I can't stand the Cubs. The rotation is playing a little higher than I expected. The bullpen hasn't been the greatest, though. They give up a ton of runs, too. What has there been, like 40 runs in the last week over there in Wrigley, it feels like? But I think they're fun. I think they'll be decent enough to sustain at least some of this stuff right now.
All right, I want to go back just for a minute, Colby Marcio, to the New York Mets. Deck and I were talking about them earlier. This team is 12-1 at the crib. They've got 109 runs scored. They're 7-3 in the last 10, and they're throwing the ball well. I mean, they're pitching the ball well, which is the spot that we kind of all assumed if the Mets were going to come undone, that was going to be where they were going to have to win a bunch of games 11-10 consistently to make any noise. But they're throwing the ball well. Talk to me about this team out of the East.
That rotation is surprising me to the high heavens. I don't know how they're doing it. I don't think it lasts. That rotation's not good. I'm just waiting for it to crumble because it's kind of like how I felt with the Orioles. Who's on that rotation? Nobody's on that rotation. So I think they're just playing above their expectations right now, and I think maybe they'll come back down to earth when the weather gets warmer and the season gets absolutely rolling. But I can't see that. I definitely still see them having to win with the bats versus the pitching as well.
Can you talk me down on the Royals a little bit? Because if there's a team you mentioned, you talk about the Rangers pissing you off. The Royals are pissing me off to no end. I talked to this team up huge before the season. I do think it was a mistake. They didn't get their hands on Santander, who was right there and would have absolutely helped them out. But they're currently 13-14 in an ungodly winnable division. What do you got on these guys?
You take out Bobby Witt, that might be a team worse than the Rockies right now. What is going on over there in KC? It makes me think last year they were a year, maybe two early, and now they're just coming back down to reality. They can only win at the K. That's all they can do. If they played every game at home, we would be talking about this as one of the best teams in baseball. But their splits are terrible. They can't play on the road. Vinny Pasquantino isn't turning it around like at least I thought, because I'm Italian. You guys know that. I love seeing the Italian nightmare crush balls. But he's not a home run guy. He's just a double machine, but he's not hitting doubles. The other day I was watching him. He was swinging so hard his whole helmet came off. And, he's trying to get back on track. If he's swinging that hard, they're disappointing. I can't lie. I'm with you. They're disappointing. They're terrible. And they should hopefully turn it around. And like you said, a very winnable division with a bunch of crap galore there too.
Yep.
And it's disappointing.
All right, I want to get some of your prop bets for today, Colby Marchio, because Double D sent us our rundown earlier, and one of the ones you say you have a prop in is Reds Rockies, and any degenerate putting the money down on a Rockies game is somebody I've got to ask about. Aside from Hunter Green to have 15 Ks in this game today, give me some prop bets you like on the schedule.
That is literally where we are going, and that it's to Hunter Green. If you like McLean to do anything today, I suggest that as well. If you're looking for a hitter prop in that game, maybe sprinkle on his home run, but he is ice cold, which is why I'm not on him. And I'm on Hunter Green, who has the luxury of facing the least disciplined team in baseball after coming off his worst start this season, after giving up 5 earned runs, 6 hits, 3 of those being home runs in 3 innings. He has a K per 9 of 10. He has the highest average hitter matchup percentage on batters-box.com. When having an elite average hitter matchup K percentage, hits the 6K mark 60% of the time, hits the 8 mark that we need 35% of the time. The Rockies have 9 hitters above the league K rate. And I think Green stays out there very longer than maybe expected because the bullpen has been taxed the last few days. And I hope they keep him out there and Green can get his Ks. And that being in Denver does a little bit worry me because the ball's not going to be moving, but the Rockies can't hit the ball and they swing at everything. So I hope it goes over, and it's at plus money. So I like that even more.
By the way, I've got a Hunter Green over Ks on the season prop, and I like it a lot.
Real important question. A game I normally would stay away from only because the Angels are involved. But Carlos Correa has a very good career against Kikuchi. Not to mention, on top of that, Kikuchi for me is an auto play on over on his base on balls. What do you got in this game?
Yeah, we're taking Buxton over 1.5 H to the double R and sprinkling on his home run. You like a guy to get a hit, go over his bases, go over his H to double R. There's no reason you shouldn't be sprinkling on some fun at the 420 home run. He has the 8th highest rating on batters-box.com. In 54 ratings, he goes over a hit 68% of the time, over H to the double R 55% of the time. Only homers 18%, not the greatest trend, but in 19 home elite rated trends, or elite rated games, 78% hit rate, over 1.5 H to the double R, 63%. Homers 42% of the time. That's a 19-game sample size again. I have to be on the home run based off that trend alone. Career-wise against lefties, 255, 789 OPS with a 113 WRC plus against Kikuchi, or just against lefties. Kikuchi is a lefty, allows the second most hard contact on the day, 38%. That is a ton. 76% of his pitches are sliders and fastballs. Neither are above league value according to Fangraphs. And Buxton does pretty well against those pitches. I really like Buxton in this spot. And you can say, oh, Kobe, he hit a home run yesterday. The guy's never gone back-to-back days with a home run. Get over yourself. You don't like fun? What are you, a loser? Let's go, Buxton.
How about Mike Trout for a dinger today? How about Mike Trout to go back-to-back? You're with me, right?
I've been so iffy with taking him. He hasn't been that hot. Sure, he had that hot streak early on in April, but I need to let it go through the hoop. Just like today with Devers, he home run. I wasn't going to touch him. He looks terrible. I couldn't do it. Not saying Trout looks terrible. Devers looks worse.
Fair point. Colby, what can I say? We love having you on this show, man. We look forward to you coming back.
Oh, I love you
talking
guys.
all things baseball or talking whatever the living hell you want to talk about. Man, you're the best. We can't wait to have you back, bro.
Of course. Thank you guys so much. Have a good one.
Guys, we're getting ready to take a quick little break. Yeah,
What
he's
a
your
dude.
guy. He's our guy. He's
What a
all our
dude.
guys, bro.
What
The
a dude.
guy. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. When we come back, I don't know what we're going to talk about, but I have a feeling it's not going to be sports related because we've talked sports ad nauseum all day. We'll give you updates on scores, but quite frankly, we got to break down whether or not the Thunderbolts is going to be watchable, and that's way more important than the 5th round of the NFL draft. I don't care who you're talking to. Bet for the cycle right after this.
Hitting the head, fellas. Be right back.
We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Sponsored by BetMGM.
Ladies and gentlemen, the long national nightmare is over. Shedeur Sanders has been selected, taken by the Cleveland Browns because, of course, who else was going to take him but the Cleveland Browns? He comes off the pick in the 6th round. The Browns make a trade to get up to pick number 144 overall and take Shedeur off the board in that spot. So he will be headed to Cleveland, and I will simply say good luck, Cleveland, because I will say even when he was being talked about as a top 10 pick, I have yet to think that with the talent that he has, that Shedeur is a day one starter for the Cleveland Browns. Deck, it's that or Joe Flacco for Cleveland, and you know good and bleeping well that the minute that Flacco goes out there and has a bad throw, everyone in the Shedeur camp is going to be tweeting up a storm to get him starting for the Cleveland Browns. I guess it could be Deshaun Watson, which is like the best argument to play Shedeur Sanders that you have right now.
Mm-hmm. The only reason why I found this funny is simply this. Didn't they just draft a quarterback? 2 rounds earlier?
I genuinely don't know what to make of the Cleveland Browns right now. I really don't.
That's a 4-man quarterback room of 2 rookies, Kenny Pickett, and a 40-year-old. This is the world. This is real life.
They took, because again, as Deck just pointed out, not only did they already take a quarterback, they took Dylan Gabriel out of Oregon at this point, which means not only do you have to deal with all this, but you now have to deal with what, and again, I don't know. Let's talk ideal scenario here, Cody Decker.
Yeah.
Ideal scenario here is that this was a genuine moment of humility for Shedeur Sanders, that this experience having to wait till the 5th round when he thought he was going 2nd overall, that this was a lesson in humility and patience for Shedeur and for Dion, and they're going to show up and they're going to calm down and wait their turn. The absolute worst possible outcome here is that didn't happen. Shedeur shows pissed off that they took Dylan Gabriel ahead of them, and oh, by the way, is likely going to be ahead of him on the depth chart in this 5-man QB room because Deshaun Watson is still a Brown. He's not out of Cleveland yet.
Oh, that's right. That national nightmare hasn't even come to an end yet. Fun. Boy, Myles Garrett must be sitting there like, thank God I got paid that bag because I ain't ever winning a chip. It sure as hell not in Cleveland. That guy wanted out. Thank God he got exactly the amount of money he deserved. Because he's going to be dealing with nonsense for his entire career. I hope the money's worth it, bro.
Yeah.
Hope it was worth it.
Yeah. I don't know. I genuinely don't know what to, and to trade up to get him. And again, when you start talking about trades in the 5th round, you're not really talking about necessarily like franchise breaking trades. You're giving away a 7th rounder to move up 10 spots or whatever it is. Although you may miss out on a Marcus Colston or a Tom Brady in there somewhere, it kind of is what it is. Dude, I really don't know what to make of this. You drafted Dylan Gabriel out of Oregon. And I'll say this about Dylan Gabriel. Do I think Dylan Gabriel is going to be a legend? No. But I think Dylan Gabriel is one of the more intelligent quarterbacks in this draft. I think Dylan Gabriel is a good decision maker. I think he's a guy that's got almost all of the throws available. What I don't understand is bringing over Kenny Pickett, re-signing Joe Flacco, and then drafting both Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders and trading up to do it. I genuinely don't know what to make of this. I for the record, I like the pickup of Quinshon Judkins out of Ohio State. Sure. I like the pickup of Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee. Like, I really like what the Browns have done in this draft, with the exception of whatever the hell this was.
Yeah, I'm not getting this. But okay, listen, it's over. How much more do we need to talk about it? This is the question I want to ask you, though, because this draft slot that he just got drafted in is what, going to pay him a signing bonus of $250,000 coming off of $6.5 million NIL deal. And I know the current rules state this. You declare for the draft. If you're not drafted, you can go back to college. But if you are drafted, you are no longer eligible to go to college. However, we are in a different world of college football. If I'm Shedeur Sanders and if I'm Deion Sanders, I'm hiring the best damn lawyers I could find, and I'm going back to college.
Dude, I don't know. Like, there was talk, and I don't know what the rules are because I've never seen it happen before.
It's never happened.
But a buddy of mine last night sent me a text, and he's like, could Shedeur Sanders remove his name from the draft while the draft is happening, right? Like, could he pull his name out of the draft and go back to Colorado? Obviously, Deck, if he went back to Colorado, he'd have to change numbers because they retired his number. But could he pull his name out of the draft and go, yeah, I'm going to go back for one more year to try to clean it up a little bit? Here's the thought. And this is what I told my guy last night, Deck. No matter how far he falls, it's a bad idea. You know why? Because he doesn't have Travis Hunter. I watched, because I'm a masochist. If you missed it earlier today, the University of Colorado football team on Instagram and Twitter put up a 9-minute and 21-second video of Shedeur Sanders highlights. Deck, I watched all 9 minutes and 21 seconds of it because I hate my own mental health, okay? A solid 4 minutes of that 9 minutes and 21 seconds was Travis Hunter highlight catches, not Shedeur Sanders highlight throws, okay? Like, they're passing them off as Shedeur highlights. The reality is they're Travis Hunter highlights that Shedeur happened to be the beneficiary of. I don't know that going back to Colorado would have helped Shedeur at all, because he's just going to be doing another year of Deion catering everything to him, and he's not going to have a human highlight reel of a Heisman Trophy winner out there helping him out. This is, honestly, I'm saying this sincerely, as somebody who opened this show with Shedeur might not get drafted at all. This is the best possible outcome for Shedeur Sanders. He's getting drafted to a team where they can put him, and this is not made up, 5th on the depth chart, maybe humble him a little bit and give him an opportunity to actually learn how to play football without daddy drawing everything up on the whiteboard specifically for him. All I can hope for Shedeur Sanders' sake, Cody Decker, is he learns a lesson out of being drafted in the 5th round.
You asked a very important question that I wanted to answer. Will it even help him to go back to college? Say he did get the attorneys and was able to get out of the draft situation that he just got into and was able to go back, full NIL deal, would it help him? And here's why I'll tell you it would. $6.5 million, and I'm just doing the math, is 599. Oh, I'm sorry, 5,000,099. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot more money than $250,000 of a signing bonus. Is all I'm saying. I'm just doing the math on this calculator that Apple gave me on my phone, and it states that $6.5 million more than $250,000.
So the minimum rookie contract in the NFL is up to $840,000. Mm-hmm. We have seen, if I recall correctly, and I looked this up yesterday, I believe that the highest ever contract for a round 7 player as a rookie before they play a snap, the highest ever contract for a rookie player in the 7th round was like $4.2 million. Dude could have had an extra $2 million to stay and play under one more year of NIL. But again, even with the disillusion of who and what Shedeur Sanders coming into the NFL was, right? Even with that disillusion, this cat thought he was the second overall pick in the NFL draft. Mel Kiper Jr. had him projected as the number 2 quarterback in the class behind only Cam Ward. He ended up being, what was it, like the 7th quarterback off the board in the draft, and it was in round 5 to the Browns. You're looking at a deal, I would assume, and I don't know what they'll give him in terms of signing bonuses or whatever, Deck, but he's probably looking at a deal somewhere in the neighborhood of like $2 million a year getting picked there. And that may be as much that he is a Sanders as it is he is a drafted NFL quarterback. I don't know, man. This is going to be interesting. I don't understand what Cleveland is doing other than saying we've had 973 different starting quarterbacks since Tim Couch left. So, like, let's just have, if we have 5 on the roster, one of them's got to figure it out, right? Like, that's the only thing I can come up with here is bury him on the depth chart, put him behind Dylan Gabriel, teach him some humility, or I guess hope he learns some humility from this. And then, like, maybe you bring the best out of him down the road. I'll tell you who I really hope he learns humility out of this. I really hope Deion, and I say this as somebody who grew up a Deion fan. I made this point on the show last week, Cody Decker. I cannot stand the Dallas Cowboys. In my office at work, the walls are plastered in sports memorabilia I have collected over the years. There is one piece of Dallas Cowboys paraphernalia. It is a Deion Sanders Dallas Cowboy autograph because I loved Deion as a kid, just like every other kid my age. Deion, let me offer you advice here. You don't want it. You're not going to take it, but I hope you do. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Don't say a word about Shedeur Sanders this year. Don't tweet about him. Don't Instagram about him. Don't go on IG Live. Don't go on First Take. Don't go on Breakfast Ball. Don't come on my show. Don't come on this show. Don't go anywhere and say a word about your child in the NFL. Let him toil on the depth chart. Let him learn how to be a quarterback, because the second that you start getting involved as a helicopter dad, Deion Sanders, you got all the reason in the world for Shedeur to get cut before he ever touches an NFL football field. Do not say, tweet, Instagram, sports talk a word about your child as an NFL player next year. That's the best thing you can do for him.
Can I go ahead and change the narrative real quickly to a sharp left turn away from Shedeur real quick?
Of course.
As you guys know, this is a soccer show. And,
yep, big fan.
We can't sit here and pretend that something astonishing just hasn't happened, because for the first time ever in England's top 5 tier leagues, Wrexham has just been promoted for the 2nd straight season. They are going to the championship. That means in a short amount of time, they went from the National League to Tier 2, to League 2, to League 1, to the Championship League. That, ladies and gentlemen, might be one of the more astonishing sports accomplishments that's happened in the last 10 years. I know we are Americanized and we don't recognize it. I can't stress this enough. That is the equivalent of the Lake Elsinore Storm joining the National League West. Like, this is insane.
So a couple of things here. As a, not sarcastically, as a soccer guy, you see that lamp back over there? There's about 30 soccer scarves hanging off of that. I am a soccer guy, and I have 2 things to say about this. The first, Cody Decker, is this is actually the 3rd consecutive season that at Wrexham FC have been promoted, which is genuinely, as a soccer guy, ridiculously impressive. The second thing is it 100% shows you the benefit of having an assload of money and owners who are willing to spend it. That's the lesson here, people. This is the team, for those of you that are maybe outside of the loop and have been living under a rock for a number of years, that about 5 years ago was purchased by Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney. And while they obviously have not pumped their entire net wealth into this project, they've pumped a lot of the money into this project. They used the money from Wrexham FC to put back into Wrexham FC. There's your lesson. The fact that when they started this documentary and they got money, they put that into the soccer club. When their kits started selling globally as a pop culture item, not so much that they were Wrexham fans, but the fact that, hey, Deadpool's got a team, I'll buy one of their jerseys. They put that money back into the club. When they started getting big name players that were maybe willing to come play down a league or two below where their talent level is so they could be a part of this project. When they started selling stuff for them, they put back into the soccer club. Rob McElhenney and Ryan Reynolds, whatever you think of them personally, invested back in their club, Cody Decker, and look what it's done for them. Hey, John
Take
Fisher.
notes. Take notes, Pittsburgh Pirates and Oakland A's.
Yep.
Hey, quick break. Bet for the cycle right after this.
Right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
course, is Bet for the Cycle. We are live here every single Saturday, noon to 4, right here on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown, Cody Decker, Double D, and a cast, a crew of millions, making us look and sound fantastic. Our national nightmare, as you may have just heard, has come to an end. Shedeur Sanders joining the most crowded and weirdly underwhelming quarterback room maybe ever assembled. It's like the Avengers, if the Avengers were a bunch of bumbling idiots. I don't know what to say other than it's weird. They just drafted a quarterback 2 rounds earlier. Fascinating. The QB situation you know what's funny? Now that I think about it, really think about this, Rob Brown. You know how it's a joke. It's a meme that exists. That brown jersey with all the 40 names of the drafted QBs. You can literally add 2 names to this year's. Like that is something.
Yeah, it is absolutely something. That is the best descriptor that I have heard of it so far. They've got Deshaun on this roster still. And again, listen, I'm under no disillusion or thought that Deshaun Watson is going to dress a game for the Browns this year. He's not. All right. Now they by cutting him, they would owe a bunch more money. They're already trying to figure out how in the hell they're going to get out of what they owe. Cause I think it's 2 more years where they're paying him basically $50 million a year guaranteed money. So they're going to try to figure out how the hell they're going to be able to get out from underneath that. But you signed Joe Flacco this offseason. You signed Kenny Pickett this offseason. You drafted Dylan Gabriel. You drafted Shedeur. Here's the thing about it, Deck. Right now, today, just for next season, just for next year, would you definitively say that you believe Shedeur Sanders or Dylan Gabriel or Kenny Pickett or Joe Flacco are definitively the best option at quarterback for the Browns? Like right now, would you say that any one of those 4 are definitively the best quarterback on the roster? Because I can't and I won't.
I can't. No, I can't. I'm looking at these names. I honestly think Shedeur might be the best option they have. And I am one of the people, by the way, that firmly is undecided if I think Shedeur is an NFL player. Like that's where I've been on this whole thing. Yeah, you can talk about the character, you can talk about the flashiness, all that. I get it. I've never been sold to him as a QB to this point. I would love to be proven wrong. But if I'm looking at these names, I mean, Flacco, for lack of a better phrase, and I apologize for using the phrase, but the man was washed up 5 years ago. Like I am baffled that he's still around. You got Pickett and Gabriel. Have you seen anything from Kenny Pickett ever in his career that makes you think he's a starting QB in the NFL?
I mean, no, not really. Like he's a dude that I would be perfectly happy to have as my backup if I'm on a good team making a playoff run and my QB goes down for a game. Okay, fine, I can roll Kenny Pickett out there. If my QB goes down for the season and Kenny Pickett has to come in and be a starter for more than 3 or 4 weeks, it's a lost season.
Yeah. So, listen, it's going to be an interesting year, but it's just another thing. Deshaun Watson is still technically a Brown. This is the most dysfunctional franchise probably in all of the NFL. And we can name some other NFL franchises that can definitely give them a run for their money. But honest to God, Rob Brown, can you think of anything in the world that's worse ran than the Browns? Forget sports and football. How about just anything on planet Earth?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the Pirates, and that's pretty much the list.
A 1975 Ford Pinto runs better than this organization.
Yeah, it's not great, Bob. I really honestly, like, I've got nothing. It's very much this feels like, and I could be wrong about this, Deck. It feels to me like the Browns are just throwing stuff against the wall to see it, not what sticks, just to see if anything sticks, right? Like that's what it feels like. It just feels like it is throwing stuff against the wall and hoping something works out. And that is something that my old man used to greatly caution me about, right? Like, don't go into a situation just flailing around hoping that eventually you're going to get it right. You have to have intent. You have to have purpose. And I know I'm going to sound like a Tony Robbins impersonator right now, and I'm sorry about that, but going into anything, flailing about and hoping you make contact is a real good way to make sure that you achieve nothing. And that's just what it feels like for the Browns. Now, there are some things I have to point out. For instance, when the Browns decided to bring in Deshaun Watson and pay him, not a joke, literally $250 million and guarantee every dollar of it, let's not pretend the Browns were the only team trying to get Deshaun Watson. The Falcons were trying to get Deshaun Watson. The Saints were trying to get Deshaun Watson. I may be incorrect. Correct me if I am, Cody Decker. I believe your Raiders were looking at Deshaun Watson. Like, there were 5-6 teams all looking to bring Deshaun Watson in. That's not the mistake. The mistake was resetting the entire quarterback market for years to come for Deshaun Watson, who had been out of football for a year and a half at that point. And since that didn't work out, Flacco, Pickett, Gabriel, Sanders, like, what's your plan here? What's the plan? Even if a plan goes wrong, at least have one and adapt within it. What the hell is the Cleveland Browns plan right now? I have zero idea.
No idea whatsoever. And keep in mind, it's not like that's a very easy division. Let's be real clear. The Bengals are in that division. The Steelers, say what you will about the Steelers and whatever the hell's going on with the Steelers, because obviously another team that was linked to the name of Shedeur Sanders, that they didn't do anything. I'm assuming that the Steelers are going to be running out there with Kirk Cousins. I have to assume Kirk Cousins is getting moved. The Steelers have to have somebody play quarterback, right? And I firmly do not believe it's going to be Aaron Rodgers. They got to go get Kirk Cousins.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you too, Kirk Cousins is washed, bud. Like people didn't want to believe me when they said that coming into this year with the Atlanta Falcons. Kirk Cousins is washed. And here's the beautiful thing about the Kirk Cousins conversation. As Lively makes it through 5 and they do not send him out for the 6th. Cody Decker, 104 pitches, gets through 5 at 104 pitches, and they do not send him out for the 6th. So Team Talent Parlay is officially dead and buried. We needed 1 out in the 6th, and Lively gets yanked at 104 pitches through 5. We needed 1 damn out, and we couldn't have it. We'll circle back around and update you on our Parlay v Parlay here in just a couple of minutes. Here's the thing with Cousins. It's the drama that happened with the end of the season with Atlanta. Deck. He came out. Remember, he got yanked in week 10 or whatever, and Michael Penix Jr. came in and finished the year. Played pretty good football. They're going to roll with him as QB1, and they should. The take here from me, the problem that I have here, Cody Decker, is that Kirk Cousins at the end of the year, when they talked about his getting pulled, he came out and he said, look, I had a shoulder injury and an elbow injury that I sustained back against the Saints in week 8 or whatever it was. And I was never the same cat. Well, he was never listed on the injury report, which means, Cody Decker, one of two things is true. It either means that the Falcons lied and did not put him on the injury report, which is very against the NFL's rules and will land them in hot water, or Kirk Cousins lied to the Atlanta Falcons saying that he was healthy and he was not, or Kirk Cousins was healthy, had a bad second after the season, and it's just bold-faced lying to the public about what happened and what went wrong. None of those 3 situations are good. Kirk Cousins is washed. I don't know that helps you at all, no matter what happens here. At this point, and I mean this, and you know how I feel about it, Deck, Aaron Rodgers is a better option than Kirk Cousins right now, and I mean that.
I don't think Aaron Rodgers is a better pickup than Kirk. I think they're comparable. I mean, listen, Aaron Rodgers didn't have the numbers to back up anything last year. Yeah, these numbers got steadily better as the year went on last year, but at the end of the day, these are 2 guys in their that are 40 years old that have reconstructed Achilles. If I had my way, I'd have neither of them. But at this point, what are the options that are even left out there? Like, honest to God, like, look throughout the league. who's available, because it's not looking good for anybody.
I mean, that's it. Like, and maybe that's it. Maybe if we put it through that prism, maybe what the Browns have done here makes a little more sense. Maybe if you say there's no one out there. Yeah, I mean, there's just not. There's no available. Now, I would have to point out, Dak, that the Browns had every opportunity to sign any of the free agent quarterbacks that everybody else in the league did, and they passed on all of them, and it put them into a position where they had to sign Flacco, sign Pickett, draft Gabriel, draft Sanders, and then throw all four into camp and see who steps up and has the best camp. But there's nobody out there, so maybe this is just a quantity over quality, right? Like, let's just week by week see who's not the worst and roll them out there and see what like I said, it feels to me like the Browns just don't have a plan. Like they're just going to make it up as they go. And if that is the case, Cody Decker, isn't that what y'all have been doing for the past effing decade at this point? How's that going for you?
We don't need to talk about that. I would like to read you a very important tweet that I think is very pertinent to today's events. This, of course, March 13th, 2018. I love what the Browns have done this offseason. But if I'm a young QB, ain't no way I'm going to Cleveland. I would pull an Eli Manning if possible. Hashtag think about it. Hashtag truth. Coach Prime on Twitter.
Coach Prime better not be on Twitter. Coach Prime better keep his mouth shut. I'm going to say, I said it last segment. I'm going to say it again. Dion, my man, your autograph hangs in my office. You're one of my favorite athletes of all time. You are the only reason there is a Dallas Cowboys star within a mile of me at any given point in time. Dion, don't say a word, bud.
Guys, end of hour 3. Pete Futek, next.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. In the Wagertainment multiverse,
Assemble.
two men have joined forces to battle the evil nemesis of bad bets.
Bet in a bet, and if you lose the bet.
Cody Decker.
And I just want to laugh more. If I'm going to lose Devontae, it might as well be hilarious.
And Rob Brown.
Clip it. Put it on the social media now so that I look like a genius tonight when I got all the money.
On Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network. Sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
The chaos reigns.
Hour of Bet for the Cycle here on the BetMGM Network goes now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Rob Brown, Cody Decker, wrapping up our 4-hour sports wagertainment extravaganza, ladies and gentlemen. And to kick off the final hour of the show, very happy to have joining us here on the airwaves, director of collegefootballnews.com, Pete Futak joins us to talk. I was going to say NFL draft, but as we all know, it's really Shedeur Watch 2025, which did come to its end a few minutes ago when the Cleveland Browns selected Shedeur Sanders at pick number 144 in the 5th round. Pete Futak, great to have you back on the show, man. Just give me your overall thoughts on this Browns draft and the decision to take Shedeur this late in it, just the 36,000-foot view of it.
Oh, here's a 5-foot view. It's perfect. I mean, think about what happened here. Shedeur Sanders, I am maybe not a fan of his personally, but as it was become very obvious. No one actually watched Colorado football. They kind of did. The ratings were great, but man, the bad takes out there on Shedeur Sanders as a football player are just incredible. He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not, and he's probably the 7th quarterback off the board last year and maybe 3rd or 4th next year. But he's the most accurate passer in the history of college football. He took a ton of big shots. He's a much better, tougher playmaker and decision maker than he's getting credit for. And I think it's underappreciated just how little talent there really was on that Colorado roster. Not saying he should have been necessarily number one, but he's good. I think he's possibly better than Cam Ward, but this is a bad quarterback class. So that said, there's obviously the reality show that goes along with this. There's obviously the whole Deion-ness of anywhere he goes. Now, not to go this way, but now you have Trump tweeting out about, or tweeting out or whatever about how he should have gone earlier and all this kind of stuff. So it's a whole circus around drafting Shedeur Sanders. But if you get him in the 5th round, then if it doesn't work, all right, you flush him and you move on. It's fine value, great upside. You got a lot of quarterbacks there for Cleveland. You're hoping Deshaun is back and actually better. So this is where you go if you are the Browns, and it's a great time to get them, and it's a pretty risk-free pick.
So, Pete, you mentioned the Shedeur show, you mentioned the Deion show, and, what do you think actually led to this slide being a bigger part of it? Was it the Shedeur at all, or was it the potential head coach that's constantly looming over the head of said quarterback in Deion?
100,000%. Because if you're talking, I'm going way old school, let's say like Don Shula, but let's say you had Bill Belichick, or even Andy Reid to keep it right now, someone who is absolutely rock solid, secure in his gig, and you have the coach who is the unquestioned leader of the team, then yeah, you can mess with all this, and you're not going to take any stuff, and you're not going to listen to all the outside noise, and you'll be just fine. Even a coach like Mike Tomlin, who is he's a made man, he's as good as it gets, but Pittsburgh's got to start winning. So, that's one thing where if you're the Steelers franchise, you desperately need a quarterback. You didn't really want to mess with this. It's not really the Giants' way to have any sort of distraction. I thought Shedeur would have been perfect for the Raiders. They need a quarterback. Pete Carroll is certainly used to dealing with superstars, from his USC days, and he's the guy who can handle it just kind of coming in. Geno Smith is old. Here's a case where you could have had a Russell Wilson, Matt Flynn sort of thing where, okay, we just paid a lot for this, but this guy's better. I thought that would have been the perfect fit. But as it turns out, this isn't bad for Cleveland because, again, in the 5th round, if it works, boom, you just nailed it. And not only that, but if Shedeur Sanders is a decent to, average starter, not even a superstar, Cam Ward had better be awesome at 1, and Jackson Dart had better be great for where the Giants took him. So, yeah, it kind of works out best for all parties, and Shedeur seems fine, and, here we go.
I don't disagree with any of that, Pete. But they also drafted Dylan Gabriel, and they drafted him ahead of Shedeur. And I don't even really have a huge issue with taking Dylan Gabriel ahead of Shedeur if the stories about meetings with NFL execs and head coaches going real bad that are out there are all true. Whatever, that's fine. But you're bringing in Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. Is this just a matter of one of you guys is earning a spot and one of you is getting cut and we're good with whatever happens?
Absolutely. Because think of it this way. And this is where, look, I love the draft. You love the draft. We all love the draft. This is today's busy work. For all the talk about like, oh, well, this is where Tom Brady and Terrell Davis and, Max Crosby, you have roughly, we've done the work on this, you have roughly a 10-ish to 12-ish% chance of getting a guy who's going to start reasonably well for you for the next 3 years after the 3rd round. And that's if you take out kickers. Kickers and punters always end up becoming great value gets in the late round, but and maybe a running back here or there, but it's really hard. You're finding your backups now. You're just taking flyers. You're taking guesses. You're taking the big home run cuts because if it doesn't work, you just cut them. I mean, you just cut them and move on. It's the first and second rounders you got to nail, and third is a little iffy. So in this case, if you've got those 2 new guys, and you've got Joe Flacco, and you've got Deshaun Watson, and you got Kenny Pickett, then yeah, you have a quarterback derby. I mean, you've got to find one guy who can produce for you. So why not bring in a bunch? See which 2 seem like the best, and you hang with those guys. And at this point, 5th round, again, 5th rounders don't work. They just don't. Those are your special teamers. Those are the guys who are going to get cut in camp. Those are the guys you have to fill out a roster. If it doesn't work in the 5th round for Shedeur and he's not great, yeah, take the home run cut here. If it doesn't work, flush him and move on.
Pete, you've mentioned multiple times, pretty down QB market this year. I completely agree with you as far as this draft goes. But with that being said, who do you think hit it out of the park team-wise? With the amount of college football you consumed this year, which team walked away with these first few rounds or even just the first round in night 1 where you were like, they got themselves some gold?
God, let's stick with Cleveland. I mean, not only did they do this, they're working the problem with their quarterback situation. Mason Graham's about as – these things are never sure, but he's about as sure a thing as it gets. I mean, defensive tackles now are kind of becoming glamour positions. And not only did they get Mason Graham, and they kept drafting guy after guy after guy who just seems like they should fit, they made Jacksonville pay for it. Jacksonville, they just stocked their soda machine, and Cleveland got a better player than Travis Hunter. So, they kind of crushed this thing pretty well. So this is overall, though, kind of an draft. There wasn't a lot of great value picks in the first round. I mean, all these guys were, you have good players. Is Abdul Carter, Micah Parsons? No. Is Tyler Warner, Colston Loveland going to be Brock Bowers? No. I mean, it's a good draft, but it's not a great draft. It's kind of a filler till, after last year's big haul and then next year, which should be a little bit better. So I don't think there's anybody out there who really did poorly other than Jacksonville so far. But I think Cleveland right now, Buffalo's done a great job of kind of filling the gaps. The Eagles, for what they lost in NFL free agency and just keep restocking the shelves, they just kept getting richer. So it was everyone should be pretty pleased because this is one of those drafts where, again, you're not going to really screw it up, and you're probably not going to just crush. This is not going to be the draft that makes your entire future.
Pete Futak, director, publisher of collegefootballnews.com here on Bet for the Cycle and the BetMGM network. I'll tell you another team, Pete, that I thought, if only because of the first round, I really liked what Atlanta did, taking Jalen Walker. I thought that was a pick Carolina could have used. I thought it was a pick New Orleans could have used. He stays in the NFC South to Atlanta and then trade back up to get James Pierce out of Tennessee for a team that has historically passed up on pass rushers and paid for it the last couple of years. I thought Atlanta's first round alone gave them one of the best drafts that I've seen this year.
Yeah, and if it was anybody else but Atlanta, where it's just, for whatever reason, it just, like, you're not joking. Every year, it seems like, rite of passage, snow melts, the trees come out, and Atlanta's looking for another pass rusher. They just can't find one ever. It's the weirdest, bad luck thing. It's not like they've been drafting poorly over the last 10 years. They've been taking players in draft picks who kind of everyone's like, yeah, that should work. It should be all right. But it just hasn't. So keep taking some shots at it and hope it all works out for the best for you, because they do need those pass rushers. And, yeah, those guys are really good. But but the only problem with what you're saying also is, though, this edge rusher is the strength. This is kind of a mad draft all the way around, except for the edge rushers. Edge rushers, probably tight end. But they're loaded with edge rushers across the board. I like these two guys too, and we'll see which ones rise up from the pack. But there's a lot of good ones this year.
So, Pete, got to ask you about this. You mentioned the edge rushers. There is one other name that I, as a fan of my team, had my eyes on from Jump Street, and I had the opportunity to obviously interview this guy during Radio Row. I wanted Ashton Jeanty as a Raider so bad, and I can't believe I got what I wanted. What are your thoughts after seeing what Ashton Jeanty pulled off this last year?
No, running back. Look, for all this year of the running back thing, remember, Saquon Barkley was a free agent. Derrick Henry was a free agent. Josh Jacobs was a free agent. You still don't need to take one early. I mean, Omarion Hampton's great. Cam Scatabo is going to be a fantasy football goal line god for the Giants taking late. You've got all these great running backs there that can just fill the void. Jeanty's good. Jeanty's really, really good. Obviously, he's not Saquon Barkley. And even Saquon Barkley, as great as he was last year, why did the Eagles win the Super Bowl? Well, it's because you had the defensive line jumping on Patrick Mahomes' head for 60 minutes. So, obviously, you'd like a really good one. And, yes, if you are the Raiders, it does fit because you've got to have someone to take the pressure off of Geno Smith. And Pete Carroll is pretty good when it comes to rotating their running backs, even though, he had Marshawn Lynch, obviously, but there was a lot of kind of misfires here and there. But they were pretty good in Seattle when it came to getting running backs. So, yeah, it's a good pick, but I still don't buy the idea of running backs at the value for there. I'm an infrastructure guy. Give me this it's boring. No one likes it. But that's also, you asked before who does a good job. Dallas kind of keeps getting infrastructure guys. Everyone thinks they're going to be flashy. Everyone thinks they're going to go for the big shiny object out there, and they just keep pumping up, offensive linemen, defensive linemen. And I kind of think that's what at that point of the draft, Jeanty's good. I just kind of think the Raiders could have, that's where their edge rushers and that's where the offensive tackle talent was.
I'm glad you brought up the term infrastructure, guys, Pete Futak, because I've been talking for a while about the Howie Roseman way, what that guy's done at Philly. They've gone to 2 of the 3. They won one of them. And he has been a dude that is historically drafted inside out, right? We're going to get centers, guards, defensive tackles, defensive ends, etc. It feels to me like that is kind of the direction the NFL at large went this year in the draft. We got a couple of minutes left, but do you think that is a Howie Roseman influence, or is that just because that's what this class shaped up like this year?
Well, Howie Roseman seems to keep getting, great Georgia and Alabama players on the board thrown at him, and he just keeps taking them. I mean, yeah, I'm a defensive tackle and safeties guy. Those are 2 extremely underrated positions in the NFL, and I don't know why they are not valued even more than they are, because look at what you got when you got Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. That just locked up the inside of your defense, and everything worked from there. And when you have a superstar at safety, that all kind of works. And you're right. I think teams are starting to kind of figure that out, and they all want pass rushers. You cannot have, and it's not just having one anymore. You got to have them coming from all angles. You cannot have enough of them. And that's kind of why I do like the drafts that did kind of lock up on those guys. The guys that most people don't know who they are, And that's why I don't like the drafts where you're hoping for Travis Hunter to be an all-pro at wide receiver and corner. That's not going to happen. You lost a lot of picks to get him. That's the kind of drafting that doesn't work. And like you said, the meat and potatoes, boring for the fans, but good overall. Just take the big dudes up front and just keep loading up with them.
Pete Futak, the publisher of collegefootballnews.com, kind enough to join us here on the show. And according to the title card, the sexiest man alive. So congrats on that being the title, Pete Futak. That's well done that you got Double D to actually put that on the card.
I'm trying to get there. I'm pushing for it. Speak it into existence.
Listen, just take Bradley Cooper down, and I think you're well on your way. Appreciate your time, brother. Let's do it again soon, man. Thank you very much.
See you guys.
Later. Pete Futak, collegefootballnews.com. Phenomenal talk. Always glad to have him on the show and some interesting draft insight. When we come back, let's play one of Doubles D's games or something that's so that Cody Decker and I don't have to work as hard on Bet for the Cycle and the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
GM Network, bet for the cycle. We're going to bring in Double D because Double D did put together a game we've been playing for nearly 4 years, and it's a game that I believe might have some sound for it. I'll find out right when I say this. Overreaction or make sense?
Time to play Overreaction.
Overreacting? I think you're overreacting.
The Overreaction. Or make sense.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
On Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network.
All right, Double D, let's see what you got in store for us today.
All right, Cody Decker. Overreaction makes sense. Numero uno. Cubs have proven that they should be in the conversation to win the National League this year.
Overreaction. At least as of right now, overreaction. It's not that it's out of the realm. I mean, they're having an amazing start to their season. The reason why it's an overreaction, the only reason. So Cubs fans, you chill the hell out before you start coming at me with your pitchforks here. You're off to an amazing start. It's April. It's April 26th. I don't think there's a case to be made for anybody not named the Los Angeles Dodgers and San Diego Padres until I'm showed, and literally, and I do mean this, showed otherwise. Because right now, those two teams are the best teams in Major League Baseball. Yes, the Cubs have a better record currently by a half game. Let's be real clear. What's the date again? April 26th. When's October begin? That's right, kids. October.
It's really only on Bet for the Cycle, a.k.a. the weekend show, that you are going to get incredibly astute analysis like October begins in October.
You're
Nailed
welcome.
it. That's phenomenal stuff. I will actually say it makes sense to say they should be in the conversation. It would be an overreaction to say they've proven they're a front runner. It would be an overreaction to say it's proven that they're going to be in the NLCS, but to say they should be in the conversation is fine. I will, however, go back to what Colby Marchio said back in the 1 o'clock hour. I don't know how time works anymore, except that I do know October starts in October. At some point, they're going to cool off. They're playing incredibly hot baseball right now, and not just hot baseball for Chicago. I'm talking about like just good baseball, like relatively speaking to everybody, good baseball. And the reality is that is going to that's going to come down at some point. There will be 1 or 2 injuries down the line that will slow it down. You're getting dramatically better pitching than you have any right to have with Justin Steele being set down. That's going to come back to the average at some point. The question mark is, A, will they have a leg up on the rest of that division when that happens? And B, will they be able to ride out coming back to the mean a little bit? And the answer is probably. So to say they're in the conversation makes sense. To say that they are like the favorite at this point, that would be the overreaction in my opinion.
To me, this breaks down one way for me, since I am in Chicago, but I am not a Cubs fan. That mid-relief that they have right now, and relief is just really bad. Really bad. And are they going to make a move at the trade deadline for a legitimate starting pitcher? Maybe Alcantara? Maybe.
But here's the thing. It's the only thing I would pump the brakes on Alcantara on, because who isn't going to be on Alcantara? That's the problem. This is a market where we're going to have 20 buyers and maybe 3 sellers, maybe 4. I mean, at the end of the day, everyone and their cousin's going to be in an Alcantara. And based on the Cubs' history, I don't see them making big moves to get that done. They're right now, the Cubs should do nothing at the moment except for extend Kyle Tucker. The fact that hasn't happened yet is already a problem for me.
Oh, it's a 1-year lease. They're not going to pony up the money he wants. Come on.
Pony up the $400 million. Give it to him.
Oh, I completely agree, but it'll never happen. Like history shows.
Someone else will, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
For instance,
Rob.
I'm going to call it now. Wait, real quick. I'm going to
Okay.
call it now.
Go
and
ahead.
I want you to save this clip. I'm going to call it now. He's going to look real good in San Francisco next year. Because they're going to overpay for him.
I wouldn't disagree with that at all. All right, Rob Brown. Overreaction makes sense. Numero dos. Mets will Met, as they always do, and the Braves and Phillies will make up for their slow starts.
Okay, that is 3 different overreactions or makes sense.
That's a lot of overreaction or makes sense in there.
3 different ones in one question.
You're
the
welcome.
Mets will Met. Makes sense. They're the Mets. It's what they do. They will be the Mets until they are no longer the Mets. Now, as Cody Decker has pointed out a couple times correctly in this show, Mets are getting dramatically better pitching than we expected. As I said about the Cubs a minute ago, that's going to come back to the mean. I don't think they can keep up that pace for 162. And then they're the Mets. Now, the other side of that spectrum is, I assume at some point, Juan Soto is going to start ticking back up to a more average year, and we'll see how that paces out. The Phillies are going to be fine. They're still the Phillies. They do this every year. They're just having their midseason cold streak a little bit early. The Braves are the one that I'm having a hard time rectifying. They're 3 games below 500, which at the end of the day is not awful, except for this was the team that was expected to be the team that, if there was going to be a Dodger killer, was going to be it. Guys are Austin Riley's starting to hit the ball a little bit. Matt Olson's starting to hit the ball a little bit. Eli White is like one of the hottest batters in the major leagues for the last week and a half, and I have no idea how the hell that's happening right now. They're starting to find it. But the Braves will have to not only go on a tear, but they will have to have the Mets and Phillies have a month like they had in April just to get caught back up. I'm going to say all of these things, Deck, make sense. I would not be shocked for any of them not to happen.
The Mets, I'll break it down like this. The Braves and Phillies will eventually make up for their slow starts. That makes sense. The Mets are going to Met. That's an overreaction. I don't think the Mets are going to Met, because are we forgetting that this is the defending team that went all the way to the NLCS last year? And by the way, make no mistake, by May 15th, they were the hottest team in baseball through the rest of the season. And they've only continued that. It could just be that the Mets are actually pretty damn good. Do I think their pitching is pitching better than they actually are? Yes. But I don't know if the same old Mets is a thing anymore. This may be a real different beginning for the Mets that really started last year, because the OMG Mets are still there, and they don't even have the OMG player anymore, and they're doing it. I think this is going to be an interesting season in the NL East.
That's honestly not unfair.
Yeah. I think my personal opinion is, if the Mets start to Mets, Grimace comes out of hibernation and, brings them back to life.
No. Hawk Tua, you know that.
Oh, I forgot about
Why are you saying,
that.
oh, it's what happened? Well,
I know.
Guys.
I forgot about the opening, the ceremonial first pitch by the Hawks.
Let's be real clear. This is a team that last year had the following gimmicks: Grimace, OMG, Hawk Tua for some reason, the Rizzler, and those stupid Costco family that I wish to God would fall somewhere into the universe. I don't like the gimmick Mets. I like the Mets.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, and I say this, we have this conversation, for instance, about Dabo Swinney here in South Carolina all the time, where everybody else in the country thinks Dabo's an absolute dork-ass yokel. But what do I say to them all the time? It doesn't matter what the rest of the country feels about him. It matters how you feel about him and if you buy in. And the reality is, the Mets bought into that last year, and they rode that to success. Doesn't really matter if we all think it's cheesy and hokey, and we do, if it works.
All right, let's move on. Overreaction makes sense. Cody Decker. Shedeur Sanders will be the starting QB for the Cleveland Browns this season.
Just looking through their quarterback situation, he's old. He's a predator. He sucks. I have no idea what he is. Yeah, he'll be the starting quarterback. That's it.
Okay. I'm going to say this. He'll be the starting quarterback if he took a lesson away from this draft. If there's a little bit of humility, if there's a little bit of learning, if there's a little bit of, oh, maybe I did this to me. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. If he took any of that away, yeah, he could absolutely be the starting quarterback. If he did not, watch Dylan Gabriel. His comp, we talked about comps earlier. You know what his comp is? He's a mighty midget. His comp's Drew Brees. Granted, I'm not saying he's anywhere near as talented. I'm saying the play style has got to be the same because he is undersized, but he makes very good decisions. He's got good touch with the football. He executes almost every throw on the field. I wouldn't be shocked if Dylan Gabriel beats out Shedeur Sanders on the depth chart.
And by the way, he was the I don't know what he is on my list of players if you couldn't figure out exactly who I was talking about.
All right. Let's move on. I'm kind of with Rob here. I think Dylan Gabriel could beat out Shedeur for that starting job at the beginning of the season. All right, Rob Brown, overreaction makes sense. Tyler Shoke will be your starting quarterback for the New Orleans Saints this season.
Overreaction. They've already got Spencer Rattler on the roster. And this is not Rob Brown being a Saints homer and saying, This is the cat that I said last year before the draft, not after he became a New Orleans Saint, before the draft. Spencer Rattler's a diamond in the rough. And a lot of people want to point to the 5 games he went 1-4 in last year and go, that's all I need to know. Last year, Spencer Rattler had 1 game where he had 2 or more opening day starting offensive linemen playing in front of him. He played games without Alvin Kamara. He did not have Chris Olave at any point. Spencer Rattler got nowhere near what the New Orleans Saints should have been last year. And I'm going to say now what I said pre-draft last year. The kid's immensely talented, and you want to talk about learning a lesson? Spencer Rattler learned a lot of lessons after leaving Oklahoma when he got replaced and moving to South Carolina and playing for Shane Beamer. Spencer Rattler will be your starting quarterback for the New Orleans Saints to open the 2025 season because, and I mean this, there is nothing that Tyler Shough can do that Spencer Rattler can't do, and most of the things I honestly think he'll do better.
I'll just say ditto to what
that none
Rob
of this
Brown
matters,
said.
and I hate myself, and football's dumb.
And that's actually the correct answer. The answer is, who cares? They're the Saints. They suck. And Spencer Rattler, no matter how hard Rob Brown tries to bang the drum that this guy's a first ballot Hall of Famer, and yes, even though he may have been somewhat in jest when he said that, those are real words that exited his mouth a few weeks ago. It doesn't matter. The Saints are going to be nothing. Those 2 games you showed off at the beginning of the year last year were amazing simply because that's all the points you scored for the next 15 games.
I do want to say this. I don't believe Cody Decker in fate or destiny or the cosmos lining up to create some outcome, but there is one. The Saints are the worst team in the NFL next year. And then guess who's available to draft number 1 overall in 2026? Ladies and gentlemen, you all know Peyton from Indy and Denver. You know Eli from the New York Giants. But the Manning family royalty began with Archie back in the 1960s, and it will continue with Arch in the year 2026, following in Grandpappy's footsteps down in New Orleans, Louisiana. And when Arch arrives, to the moon, baby, to the moon.
Too bad he's not leaving after his first full year as a starter. Real quick, Cody.
No, we're not done. I'm slow clapping.
I wanted to get to this next one.
The pure, unadulterated nonsense that Rob Brown has cult-like convinced himself of this master plan that I cannot stress enough does not exist, never has existed, and I do not believe has entered the brain of any front office person in New Orleans, yet Rob Brown truly believes that this is set in stone. You, sir, are amazing that you are letting your team do this to you.
Cody Decker, do you know what coping is? Because that's all I'm doing. It's just coping. I'm just coping with my reality. Here's what I've learned via the political spectrum of 2025. If things aren't what you want, make up your own reality, get mad at other people for your own problems, and cope. I'm just coping. Can you just leave me alone to cope and try to create a reality in which I don't hate everything?
2026 New Orleans Saints.
Arch Manning, baby, to the moon!
That's right. That's right. New Orleans. Nothing but great things over there. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. It's our final break of the day, and we're going to come back and probably play more overreaction or make sense, provided Double D is available, which he never is. Bet for the cycle right after this.
I am not okay.
Bet for the cycle. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
On the BetMGM network, Rob Brown and Cody Decker wrapping it up with you, taking you through the final handful of minutes. We were playing Overreaction or Make Sense. Did Double D get up and leave, or is he still with us? Are we finishing this game? Are we doing best bets? I'm going to be real with you. I have no idea, Cody Decker.
I'm assuming he's off there taking care of the next show,
Yeah,
because, you know how it goes, man. It's when you have a producer that's producing 4 hours of your show, it is very important that he's at least around for 3.5 hours of it.
Deck, I have two best bets for you today that I would love your opinion on. Okay. I've said this on the show before. One of the reasons that I'm here is because I represent the little bettors, the beer money bettors, the $10 bettors that stack up $6, $7, $8, $9, $10 bets instead of some big slammers. But I have two of them that I've hammered. I hammered one earlier when I took the Cleveland Cavaliers to cover up the Heat. 124-87, in case you didn't see the final on that one. So that one hit, and that feels good. But I got two prop bets for you here in Major League Baseball. One of them is Hunter Green over 7.5 Ks against the Rockies. The other, Dylan Cease over 6.5 Ks against Tampa Bay, who struck out 9 times against Michael King in 5 innings yesterday. Cease and Hunter Green at 6.5 and 7.5 Ks respectively. Cody Decker, Am I increasing my beer money bets to steak dinner bets on those two?
Well, since Hunter Green has already thrown 1.1 innings and he's already got 3 Ks against the Colorado Pebbles, and yes, that is a joke that I went ahead and took from Brad Evans. Yeah, you're pretty safe. He's going to have this by the end of the third. The Rockies, I got to make this abundantly clear. I want to make this abundantly clear. I don't care who of the Rockies sees this or complains or bitches about it. I do not care. I really do not care. You're a worthless franchise. You're a worthless ownership, and you need to stop fleecing the good people of Denver. The fact that you are putting this product out there is embarrassing. You're the worst team in baseball, in the best division in baseball. It's astonishing that Major League Baseball has allowed the Monforts to actually continue doing this. It's astonishing. I love Bud Black. I played for Bud Black. The fact that Bud Black got an extension to his contract this offseason is nauseating. Did you just up a guy just because he wouldn't say a damn word about anything about you being the worst team in franchise history? This is insane that the Rockies exist like this. This is a team that, by the way, is like in the top 15 or top 10 in attendance every year because that stadium is so stunning and everything around the stadium is so stunning and a great place to catch a ball game. The problem is the ball game you got to catch is the worst team maybe ever assembled. It's embarrassing. They should be ashamed if they weren't making so much damn money for just taking it away from the fans in Colorado. It legitimately pisses me off, dude.
I'm good with that. I was kind of laughing at the beginning of the season, Deck, because when we were doing our preseason futures bets and we were throwing out there like Hunter Green on his season over Ks, which I feel real good about, and I'm going to get a good push on that today with the Rockies lining up. That works great for me. One of the ones that jumped off was that the White Sox this year had, if I recall correctly, the lowest MLB win-loss total preseason of this millennia, I believe. And I looked at and I was like, guys, I think the Rockies are going to be worse. And they had a higher win-loss total than the White Sox did. I'm like, I don't think that's going to be the case. That's unbelievable. I took the over on the White Sox win-loss total, and I took the under on the Rockies because those numbers seemed completely backwards to me.
And the other reason why I think you absolutely need to take that is the Rockies are in the National League. And yes, there is a competitively balanced schedule a little bit, but I still think they are going to face more National League teams than American League teams. I have to double check that because keep in mind, when they changed the competitively balanced schedule, what they basically did was take 5 games away from every team within your own division. So I'm not sure exactly how many games are playing against the National League to the American League. It might be perfectly even, but at the end of the day, the American League is a much easier league this year than the National League.
Hey, speaking of, we talked Cubs earlier, Deck. Here's another one that just came across my eyeball holes that I'm intrigued by. Jesus Luzardo going today for the Phillies. This game starts up here in about 20 minutes. They are at the Cubs today. His over-under outs number is 17.5. And you're getting it at plus 126 to the under 17.5. Dude is not giving up runs. He's allowed fewer than 3 in all 5 starts, but he's sitting at 5 to 6 innings on average. He's rarely getting into more than that. And he's going up against the Cubs at home, who have been slamming the ball. Jesus Luzardo under 17.5 outs is plus 126, Cody Decker.
I don't hate that, and also I might consider. I know Dansby Swanson's. How has his year been so far? Is he starting to come alive a little bit? Because Dansby's got some pretty good numbers against Luzardo.
Let's see. Just taking a look at the trends right now. He has at least 1 hit in each of his last 3 games. He had hits in consecutive games before that. A no-hit game against the Padres, and then hits in 2 consecutive before that. So it's been very good. He's got a couple of no-hit games, but he's got at least 1, and I believe 7 out of his last 10.
I don't know, dude. He is hitting 196 right now. He's not exactly knocking the cover off the ball. The
yeah, but I mean, he stank. He was cheeks to start the year. The last week and a half is when he's turned back on.
Let's take a look. Against Diamond from the 18th on, 1 hit game, 2 hit game, 1 hit game, 2 hit game, 1 hit. Okay, yeah, he's starting to wake up a little bit. Yeah. That might be worth. And if that's the case, let's take a look at exactly what Dansby's prices are right now. Because if that's the case, there's a chance you could probably get Dansby at a really nice price along the lines of something of a probably total bags. If I were to bet, I'm going to pull up this game if I can ever find it. Where are you at, Cubs? There you are. We got Cubs, Luzardo versus Brown. Let's go over to batters. Let's go players. Let's go total bases. Let's see what Dansby Swanson's got. You can grab Dansby Swanson. Oh, they got him set up at 1 total base at minus 160. But but here's the deal. That might be good for something like a parlay. Let's take a look what his hit thing is though. Because if you got that, I'm gonna assume it's gonna be 1 hit. Oh, that's weak. They set up his 1 hit at minus 155. That's stupid. That's the opposite of what these 2 bets should be.
I first off, I agree with that, and that seems like a little beer money prop bet for me too, though. Like, I mean, he's again, it's not a long 9-game streak, but he's 7 out of his last 10, and in 2 of those, he's got multi hits. Like, that's not a bad play.
How about this? Dansby, because he is coming alive, over 1.5 total at plus 115 for hits, runs, RBIs.
I would play that. I like that. I would play that, especially with the run differential the Cubs have. It means they're getting a lot of guys on base and marching them around a little bit. I like that a lot. One more, Deck. How about a 2 different home run props today? Because Simeon Woods Richardson has been phenomenal to bet home runs against. He's got Jorge Soler and Mike Trout both today. Again, neither one of them huge with the average right now, but both of them are getting a lot of heavy barrel right now. I might put a home run prop down on Soler at plus 420 and Mike Trout at plus 360. Either one of those guys goes yards, we're making money. I like that. I like that. Do you give me 2 home run props off 1 pitcher? I'm good with it.
Soler is 1 for 5 off of Woods Richards, and let's see what Trout is with no extra base hits. Trout has never faced him.
I mean, why not? Mike Trout is, again, not hitting the ball. He's like 185 on the season, but the hits that make up his 185 are home runs. He's got 9 of them on the year. I'll take him to add and get into double digits today. Why not?
I don't blame you. It's worth at least taking the slab out. If you're going to play a home run prop, there are worse home run props to play, to say the least.
Yeah, without a doubt. All right. Very quickly before we get up out of here for the day, let you know 27-25 Grizzlies up on the Thunder. That means absolutely and entirely nothing unless, Cody Decker, unless we want to bet a little live line Thunder action, which, yes, I do, because this is the same Grizzlies team that gave up a 29-point lead the other day. So I don't see a reason not. In fact, I'm going to go look at let me look at what those live numbers are right now, because that might be worth a pop on the way
it's
out the
currently minus it would be 14.5 points for the Thunder at minus 110.
How are you? How about this team being down 2 and minus 13.5 on the line? That's incredible.
And I'd still take it. Take it.
Yeah, and I probably still will take it, to be honest with you. But they are down 2 as it stands right now. Coming up later on in the day, Nuggets plus 6.5, Clippers minus 6.5 at minus 110. Total, by the way, is at 211 in that game. It was like 222 yesterday, and it is tanked down. Rockets Warriors tonight. This one's interesting, and I'm going to assume the Jimmy Butler decision's been announced, Deck, because at the beginning of this show, that number, remember when I said if you want to play it, take it here, and it was at like 222 and 3.5. The over-under that game has dropped to 205. So if you played it when I told you to, you're welcome, America. You're welcome. We'll see how that one plays out. And then, of course, over in Major League Baseball, got a couple of games that are going on right now, coming to their conclusion early. The Orioles trailing the Tigers 4-3, bottom 8. The Twins up 4-1 on the Angels at end 5. Cardinals 5-2 over the Brewers, top 6. Bottom 3rd, Rockies Reds are squared at 2. We're in a rain delay between the Mets and the Nats. And that, Cody Decker, is how you do a gosh darned The Weekend show.
Period. Stop. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. 4 hours in the books. You're welcome. We'll cash the check sometime in the next couple of months. That's it for Bet for the Cycle yet again. Guys, we'll be back again here. No. Wait, have yourself what?
Oh, I was just going to tell everybody to have a lovely rest of your weekend. Enjoy rounds 6 and 7 of the NFL draft, because I know we're all locked in, baby.
Embarrassing. You're all embarrassing, and we love you for it. Guys, we'll see you next week.
Have a good one. Later.
Beat it.
You've been listening to Bet for the Cycle, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It is finally over. The wait.
Wow.
For Shedeur Sanders to be selected in the NFL draft.
I'm looking at my watch like, finally.
A little bit, behind time.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Could have been a couple of days ago.
Right.
Maybe Thursday night would have been nice. But, yeah, here we are, Saturday afternoon. And finally, Shedeur Sanders is in the NFL.
I mean, just putting myself in his shoes or the shoes of any player waiting.
Yeah.
That, it had to be just a grueling last, 36 hours, 72 hours?
No doubt. How many players do we hear revisit draft day, no matter what sport it is, when they expect it to go, especially we're talking NFL, to go maybe day 1 or day 2 or day 3, and they start to slide, and you just hear those stories of the frustration, the anger, of the turning the phone off, of going to a hotel because everyone, if they're taking in the draft at their house or in their hometown, everyone's asking them or coming up to their house like, hey, when are you going to draft it? It was like, no, I need to isolate because I'm pissed off right now.
I'm shocked that, and I guess shocked is not the right word because it is Shedeur Sanders and he has cameras following him 24/7. But at that point, after the, day 2, I would want the cameras turned off.
Yeah, leave.
Let's not.
Leave.
Yes. At least ESPN or NFL Network didn't. First night they were in his house, cameras, but after that it was
they were
not
gone.
Yeah.
But the Sanders people, whatever, they were live streaming every day on Twitch and everything.
Yeah, that's pressure.
That's a lot of pressure. But I guess you kind of, with Shedeur Sanders, that's kind of what comes with it.
I think with him, what we've seen and what he's posted social media wise, especially with the tweet or the post on X, is him saying, thank you, God. So through it, he's been able to keep things in perspective and just wanted to hear his name called. And I think when you go back and look at the live streams and some of the clips that are out of him at the draft party with his family, he's just like, look, I don't care where I go. I just want to be drafted. I just want my opportunity.
I was very pleased, not necessarily surprised, but pleased that he celebrated so big.
Yeah.
Because it would be very easy to be drafted where he was after being projected so high and to just kind of take it and be like, okay, good. But he was up dancing with his brother Shiloh, celebrating. He ran and jumped into the pool. So he was still very, very excited.
Yeah, and that's great. It's great to see. Because he's like, you're not going to steal my joy.
Right.
I know I was supposed to go first round. I was the second quarterback prospect on draft boards behind Cam Ward, a guy that I worked out with. I had my pro day. I checked all the boxes. And more so with the resume when you look at what he was able to do at Jackson State, at Colorado. So you're thinking, all right, this is a day 1 guy. Didn't happen that way. Didn't happen on day 2. Finally, day 3, it happens. And he had to wait a little longer than expected. Not even a little longer, a lot longer than expected. But still, he kept his joy. He kept things in perspective because he reached his ultimate dream, and that's hearing his name being called on draft day. And so it felt like he transformed into a little kid.
Yeah.
That's the goal for a lot of guys that play a particular sport, especially when that league has a draft. You're like, I want to hear the commissioner or my name called being drafted to a particular team. So it's great to see.
And in this case, it is the Cleveland Browns that drafted him, which makes for a very interesting conversation because let's take a look at the Browns quarterback room now. We have Joe Flacco, who was seasoned.
Yes,
we like to use the word seasoned, not old.
Yeah.
He's seasoned. We have Kenny Pickett, who is not seasoned because he only was a starter for a couple of years.
I'm not going to be nice about this. Kenny Pickett is just bad.
Okay.
He's bad. He's a bad
Wait, hold on, last year. He played well in the Eagles game, got them a win at home. Right,
Randy.
Yeah,
Randy. Come on.
Let's go back to the Steelers.
The
Steelers seasons. They were not good.
Okay.
They were not good. Yeah. But then the Browns drafted Dillon Gabriel before Shedeur Sanders out of Oregon, and then Shedeur Sanders. So that's your quarterback room going into the season for the Browns.
Yeah.
Yikes.
It'll be a very, I don't want to say toxic. I'm not going to use it, but it'll be a very competitive quarterback room.
Yeah.
Because when you look at every single quarterback, and I think with the exception of Joe Flacco, because I think Joe Flacco doesn't have anything to prove to anyone. He's been there, no. Super Bowl.
He's got the respect of the league.
Career, right? Exactly. Yeah. The respect is there. I think he's going to be in that role of I'll be QB1, but still I'm going to teach these young guys to help them along that path. But after Joe Flacco, with Kenny Pickett, Dillon Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders. Maybe Deshaun Watson is lurking around the building somewhere. But these are all guys that want to get their shot. They're competing for QB2, that spot. And we just know it's the NFL. So you never know health-wise what's going to happen. Right? Especially for a seasoned Joe Flacco, who we agree is on borrowed time.
Yeah.
You know? So you want to put yourself in position where if something does happen, you're prepared, you're in that QB2 spot, and now it's your turn. So there need to be cameras, an enormous amount of cameras and microphones.
Can we please get Hard Knocks
Browns training camp
in Cleveland?
Yes.
That would be great.
We need it. I mean, Myles Garrett coming off the fat contract.
Right.
You know, you have that. Kevin Stefanski.
Drafted Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
And so you have a phenomenal rookie coming in there.
Well, Carter went to
Did not go to Cleveland?
No, I went to Giants.
Oh, okay. Right. Cleveland traded back. Yeah. I got okay. Scratch the Abdul Carter.
But still, there's enough there. You got the story of the seasoned gunslinger of Joe Flacco.
Yep.
You know, get into that conversation. You got Myles Garrett. You got that quarterback.
You got a lot.
You have something.
But I wonder. Okay, so part of one of the reasons it seems, and again, like we haven't talked to NFL GMs, we haven't talked to the scouts of all these teams to know exactly what it was that made Shedeur Sanders drop. But it sounds like the personality, some of the interviews, some of the more boisterous things that Shedeur has done over the past couple of years, it scared teams off a little bit or gave them some pause. So if I'm the Browns, like, I don't think you want the Hard Knocks cameras around.
Yeah,
like, you probably don't want any of that because you're just getting a taste of what has been around Shedeur Sanders for the last 4 or 5 seasons growing up and being, playing at Jackson State in Colorado. And you probably want that all to die down.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I get that. And you're going to have a guy in Shedeur that's comfortable in that spotlight.
Yeah.
Because he's been able to live that, right? Not so much when it comes to the other quarterbacks.
No.
In that room. Like, they have been in the media, but not at that level.
Right.
Like Shedeur.
Right.
So, good point, Kate. Maybe you want Hard Knocks to just
pump
let us
the brakes
breathe.
a little bit.
Maybe next season.
Yeah.
Maybe next offseason we'll see on that. So.
Betting implications of Shedeur Sanders going this far. His over-under on positioning heading into Monday of this past week, heading into draft week, was sitting around 8.5. And within the last, 24 hours, 48 hours leading up to the draft, he dropped to 21. If you bet him to go over that, you won some money because it definitely went over the 21.5. So I mean, that is one of the crazier lines that has been placed and been just so terribly wrong. But again, all the talent evaluators out there have said that he's far more talented than a 5th round pick.
No doubt. Day 3, he came into the draft as the second best quarterback draft prospect behind Cam Ward, who went number 1 overall to Tennessee. But being the 6th quarterback taken in the draft, a little weird. Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, Dylan Gabriel, Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, I forgot about Jalen Milroe.
Tyler Shuck.
Oh, Tyler Shuck. I mean, that's a wild.
Those
pick.
are all of the names in no particular order. But those are the names that went before Shedeur Sanders.
Right. And I'm fine if you say, okay, Shedeur Sanders just is not as talented as the media has maybe made him out to be, or his father's made him out to be. Like, maybe he is more of a 4th round talent-wise. But the other players that were taken over him, I don't think are necessarily that much more significantly talented. Like Tyler Shuck going over Shedeur Sanders is wild.
And also just where they were drafted to. Like with Jackson Dart being the 2nd overall quarterback taken, going to the Giants at 25.
And the Giants trading up for him. Like, that's the weird part, is like Jackson Dart is closer to, I would think, a 3rd or 4th round pick than he is a trading up for the 1st round.
Yes, agreed. But then also, I thought Shedeur was going to go 9th overall to New Orleans, to the Saints. Right. I thought it was perfectly set up for them to draft Shedeur Sanders because, one, the Derek Carr situation, when you heard Mickey Loomis, the GM of the Saints, say that, the shoulder injury with Derek Carr, it's a little more serious than we expected. They don't have any updates, but in the near future, they'll have more clarity on things. It was like, all right, well, you guys are definitely now in the market for a quarterback. But then also they restructured Derek Carr's contract and saved $31 million in cap space. So you play the numbers game. You have the money in cap space. You're in desperate need of a quarterback. It's Kellen Moore. We know that some people consider him one of the best offensive minds in the game. His first year as head coach with the Saints. Maybe you want to have a young quarterback in there that you can attach yourself to with a receiving core of Chris Olave, who the team picked up the 5th option for him. So So that's good on his part. So you have a young wide receiver there. You have options. Alvin Kamara is still there with the Saints as well. You can plug in Shedeur Sanders and draft him 9th overall to make this offense go. But instead, they didn't do that. They went offensive line. And I get it. Went offensive tackle. I get it. You had another opportunity in the second round.
Yeah.
With the 8th pick in the second round to say, you know what? We are shocked that Shedeur is still on the board. Let's go ahead and draft him because we need a quarterback.
Right.
And they go with Tyler Shuck, the 26-year-old dude from Louisville, whose numbers don't even compare to Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What are we doing now?
I mean, it has to come down to maybe Shedeur didn't want to go there. And that's like the pre-draft process of everything. Shedeur made it very clear, and Deion made it very clear, like, early on. And looking back, they're probably like, that was a big mistake, or at least you would think they would think that. But, like, they made it clear that we're going to kind of try and dictate where we want to go. So maybe the Saints were very turned off by Shedeur Sanders just at the beginning, talent aside, of just saying, this kid doesn't want to come here. Well, we don't want someone who doesn't want to be here type of thing. So, like, then I don't know.
It's weird. It's weird. And also for Deion's thought process on that is like, I get it. But, you know, he considers Travis Hunter his son as well.
Yeah.
It's like, good idea, but wrong son.
Right.
Like, if you can pull that with Travis Hunter.
Yes.
Like, you can say, okay, we aren't going to this team, this city. We don't want to play for this coach because he's Travis Hunter.
Right.
Like, he's nearly, in some ways, a mirror of Deion Sanders and just his ability as a corner, but then also how he's able to play both sides of the field and both sides of the ball. So you can make those type of claims.
Yeah.
But with Shedeur, he wasn't the number 1 overall quarterback prospect. That was Cam Ward. There were some red flags in terms of his play. Athleticism wasn't there. Obviously, with Colorado, with the offensive line, and people say that he held on to the ball too long. I kind of differ on that just because the offensive line was terrible.
Right.
And also he was in desperate need to make plays with his Colorado team. But going back to saying, well, we don't want to play here, we don't want to play there, we want to really force our way into the great situation. Everybody wants that.
Right.
But beggars can't be choosers. And not to say that they were begging in this situation, but they were in no position to try and dictate where they wanted to go.
Right.
And to your point, hindsight is like, man, maybe we should have just kind of
Backed
pulled out
off
on that a
little bit
and just allow things to just play out. So it's interesting. I mean, we talked about this before we started the show with the Giants. Like the reports were
that Shedeur had a private workout with the Giants, and Daboll had an install package that Shedeur was not prepared for. Daboll called him out on being not prepared for it, and Shedeur didn't appreciate being called out. Like those types of things. Then that makes sense why the Giants are like, we're not going with you at all. I'm going Jackson Dart.
And I also felt like they did it in spite, too, because they traded up to get Jackson Dart.
Right.
It's like, you know what?
Screw you.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep. Here you go, Shedeur.
This is what happens.
Right. We're going to trade up and get the guy that was behind you in terms of the quarterback prospects.
Yeah. You do wonder, though, like, we call draft season lying season. Oh, yeah. Right? Yes. And the coaches, the GMs throw smoke screens all the time. And so with all these reports coming out of, like, Shedeur performed so poorly in the interview process, wasn't prepared, like, I want to know the validity of all those, and we'll never know it, right? Right. Because there are probably other players that, and I'm not trying to like give Shedeur a pass for acting entitled when the NFL doesn't owe Shedeur anything just because the dad played in there, right? Like he still has to go and earn it too. But I just sometimes wonder the validity of these reports, and then what other teams hear, and do they hear these reports and think, okay, well, that I guess we're kind of turned off from the guy too, just from hearing. You know, you play telephone long enough, the message gets totally mixed up.
Agreed. And also for the anonymous assistant NFL coach that came out and said that it was the worst interview that he's had when speaking of Shedeur when the team sat down with him. If you're going to literally sabotage someone's future, put your name on it.
Yeah.
Be a man. Put your name on it. And I rarely call people out by saying, hey, be a man, be an adult, but be a man.
Yeah.
And put your name on it if you're going to do that. Because now you can hide behind the little shields and all that different stuff and say, oh, man, it sucks what happened to Shedeur. You're the dude that was part of this situation. Mm-hmm. So to your point, Kate, word gets around. Yep. And now teams are calling. And I'm sure there are maybe certain teams, we don't know this for sure, or certain coaching staffs or coaches that spoke to that anonymous assistant coach. And that started to travel. And other calls were made. And I'm sure teams in position that wanted to draft Shedeur maybe made that call and say, hey, Did it really
go that way?
Yeah.
Is that how it really went down? I don't know. Those are things we'll never know.
Right.
We'll never know.
When is the documentary coming out? We need the documentary. That's what we need.
There will be a documentary.
We
on
need
this.
it. Right.
That is for sure. NBA playoffs are underway today. We'll talk about the Cavs Heat earlier in the day and what to look forward to this afternoon. That's coming up next here on The Bettor Angle.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with the Bettor Angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Kay Constable and Cam Smith on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We are always looking for ways to make money in the NBA and with the playoffs. And if you, prior to the playoffs starting, picked the Cleveland Cavaliers to sweep the Miami Heat, you're probably feeling pretty good about yourself right now.
Yeah.
Those two teams played earlier this morning, and it was not pretty. Cavs 124, Heat 87.
What do we call those type of games on the Bettor angle?
We call them dog walkings.
Dog walkings.
Glorified scrimmages.
Yes.
Camisms is what those are. Yeah. I mean, it was a dog walking.
Yeah.
And give Cleveland credit. They're a phenomenal team. Obviously, they had the best record in the East all season, number 1 seed. But it feels a little uncharacteristic for the Miami Heat to lose these games in the manner that they have. I know they were more competitive in Game 2, but you lost Game 1 by 21. You still lost Game 2 by 9. And then, obviously, in Game 3, you lost by, almost 40? Not doing that fast math, but
nasty work.
Playoff Jimmy was a thing. And now that Miami Heat don't have playoff Jimmy, it's a little bit trickier.
So I wonder if Heat culture is still a thing.
Right?
You got to start thinking about
this
that.
This does not seem like Heat culture
Not
right
at
here.
all. Not at all. I mean, it felt like it was a thing against the Bulls
Yeah.
in that playing game at the United Center. Like, oh, man, Heat culture is real.
Right.
Like, what's going on?
So would the Bulls be able to give the Cavs a better run for their money right now than the
would,
Heat?
I think it would be worse.
I don't think it would be either.
Worse of a series.
But, I mean, the Cavs today, I guess they put up 40 threes. They only shot 37%. Like, usually a team's shooting 37% from deep. Like, that's not terrible, but nothing great, especially when the Heat shot almost 47%, but a little different in the volume of threes that the Cavs were putting up that they pretty much matched what the Heat were able to do.
And you would think with Miami being back home and also the Cavs being without Darius Garland, who's dealing with the toe issue, that, all right, we have a chance.
Yeah.
Their all-star point guard is out. They're on the road. We're down 0-2. Like, this is our opportunity to get back within the series.
No. We're just not going to show up.
Cleveland actually got better.
Yeah.
Without Darius Garland. Not to say that they don't need Darius Garland. Don't make that mistake. They definitely need him. But still, that's a team that is clearly focused on winning an NBA championship. And the reality for me with this Cavs team is they are real.
They are.
Evan Mobley, Defensive Player of the Year. I was a little shocked.
I was a little shocked with that too.
You know, I'm like, all right, well, he's going to make himself a lot of money.
Who would you have taken?
I thought Draymond Green for me was the pick.
And it was Wemby in a Wentz.
Right? Before Wemby, unfortunately, was out for the remainder of the season due to the blood clot. Yes, no doubt, it was going to be Wemby. Like if anybody says Rudy Gobert, just leave.
No.
Leave the conversation. Leave. Don't do that because we're tired of Rudy Gobert with Defensive Player of the Year. And is he really Defensive Player of the Year when you look back at those awards and when he won them? Looking a little funny in the light, but. Evan Mobley has been unlocked by Kenny Atkinson, who should be the NBA Coach of the Year. So he was an all-star, now Defensive Player of the Year, going to make a lot of money with those incentives in his contract because of those awards. And this Cavs team, again, they are locked into an NBA championship, and they have the pieces to get it done. And it's not just their starting five, but their bench has really stepped up.
Yeah.
I mean, guys like Dean Wade, you remember they traded for DeAndre Hunter at the trade deadline from Atlanta. That was a nice addition as well. Isaac Okoro's coming off the bench with this group. He's looked good in terms of since he was drafted to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Javonte Green, former Bull. Like, that's a nice
Ty Jerome has come along this season.
Ty Jerome.
Which is like
when I saw him against the Bulls earlier this year at the United Center, I'm like, why is Ty Jerome just looking like an all-star? It's Ty Jerome. Like, they can't guard Ty Jerome.
He's from Virginia, right?
Yeah. Won a national championship in Virginia. And I'm like, Ty Jerome, are we serious?
But you look at his season, like last year, and Grant, he only played 2 games with Cleveland in the 23-24 season.
Yeah.
Because he was with Golden State most of the time, but averaged 6, like, his second, he's been all over the place.
Yes.
Wow.
Definitely journeyman.
Started in Phoenix, 2 seasons in OKC, 1 season in Golden State, and then traded to Cleveland. This is his first full season in Cleveland, but hasn't averaged more than 10 points a game and really, like, 3 points his rookie season, 7, 6, nothing crazy.
Yeah.
12.5 points this season, and that's come at the later half of the year where he's kind of turned things on and been really well. And I mean, today 13 points off the bench, played 22 minutes.
And that was the thing. That was the thing when I saw him against the Bulls. I'm like, Ty Jerome. Let me check in and see what Ty Jerome was going to do against this team and that team. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, Ty Jerome can actually play.
Yeah.
Ty Jerome is actually
legit.
Like helping this Cavs team win. So what is the saying? I'm sorry, Ty Jerome. I wasn't familiar with the game. I apologize. I apologize, Ty Jerome.
I apologize as well, Ty Jerome. Yes. Going back to Defensive Player of the Year, Draymond Green closed over at BetMGM as the odds-on leader, minus 450, which was, that's to close 450 and for Evan Mobley to win. Yeah. Mobley had the highest ticket handle percentage of any player to win, but the biggest liability was Lou Dort. Did not win either. So just interesting how that all plays out.
Yes, very, very interesting for sure. So, but watch out for Cleveland.
The Cavs, how great is Miami? They really were not great all season long. Not a championship caliber team. Yeah. But the way Cleveland is handling them makes me think that the Cavs can seriously give the Celtics a run for their money.
Yeah.
In the conference finals, should they both get there.
Boston is dealing with some injuries as well with the 2 stars, right? I mean, Jason Tatum missed the previous game. What was it, game 2? I'm sorry. Against the Magic. He came back for game 3. And Orlando won that game. It was a really tight, physical game. So that series is getting a little interesting with game 4 coming up. But Jaylen Brown is dealing with the knee issue.
He also had that hand thing yesterday when he went down and fell, and it didn't seem to bother. He stayed in the game, but maybe that flares up at some point.
And we're talking about the first round.
Yeah.
The first round where these issues are coming up.
And Drew Holiday didn't play because he's got, I think, a toe deal.
Yeah. So they are really trying to just hold it together.
Yeah.
Against Orlando, who's going to give them everything that they got. But you expect Boston, Cleveland, at least we expect Boston, Cleveland, to be in the Eastern Conference Finals, and that's the matchup. But you have a long journey just to get to that point.
Yeah.
And then if you're Boston, because I have them winning the NBA championship again, I have them going back-to-back, will you have enough if it's Oklahoma City as a matchup in the NBA Finals? If it's hold on, listen to this. Los Angeles Clippers.
Yeah.
Clippers in the NBA Finals. It makes it interesting conversation.
It makes it a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
Yeah. Oof. I'm trying to find odds, and they don't have them up right now because we have games going on today of what the odds are, how much they've changed for Cleveland and Boston to meet in the Eastern Conference Finals. That was the favorite going into the playoffs, but I just wonder how much that has dropped.
Hey, plus 475. Sorry, Kate, but plus 475 for the Cavs to win the NBA Finals.
To win the NBA Finals.
To win the NBA Finals.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
Clippers 19-1.
That's a bet that I think is worth at 19-1.
19-1.
With how the Clippers have been playing. So let's talk about the Clippers because they play later this afternoon. Game 4 against the Nuggets. Clippers they were 6.5-point favorites earlier today. That's where it's sitting at BetMGM right now. Other books I've seen 7s out there. So line moving in favor of the Clippers, and I think that's the right move. I mean, this Nuggets team, for as good as Nikola Jokic is, Michael Porter Jr. has been not all that great. Yeah. Aaron Gordon has been dealing with injuries. In his job of trying to slow down Kawhi Leonard, you can't be dealing with any sort of ailments if you're going to be doing that with the way Kawhi's been playing right now. Yeah. I'm tempted to lay the points with the Clippers today.
Yeah,
take them to go up 3-1 going back to Denver.
I'm with you. And I think they get it done in 5, honestly.
Yeah.
Going back to Denver, because if you're the Nuggets going back home, how much do you have left?
Right.
I mean, there's only so much that crowd can do for you to try to inject some type of energy in you. But at the end of the day, they can't play for you. They're not going to be on the court.
Let me take the other side. That maybe a hero game for Jokic today.
He's more than capable, for sure.
35, 15, 15, and Jamal Murray finally gets a consistent game.
Yeah.
I feel like both they haven't gotten back-to-back together. Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. have not been one's good, one stinks.
Yeah.
Porter, right? I mean, give Porter a little bit of credit. He played well in game 2. Had a double-double. At least the effort was there rebound-wise, and some of those hustle plays, which the effort wasn't there in game 1.
Right. Yeah.
I just couldn't believe how badly they got destroyed in game 3.
It was a vanishing act.
Yeah.
It was a vanishing act.
I mean,
it really was. And you expect a team that won an NBA championship 2 years ago to say, "Hey guys, it's game 3. We're on the road. We have to set the tone early and make sure we are consistent with everything." But that first half, 65 points they gave up. 65. You can't do that.
No.
And continue to try and fight back. But you're looking at the third quarter, you start to see just those legs get heavier for the Nuggets. And the Clippers just pulled away.
And you wonder first of all, the new Clippers arena, what's it called?
Intuit Dome.
Intuit Dome.
Yeah.
Did you see what they have on the wall? You're familiar with the wall in the which is like basically a student section. Think back to like your high school days or college days, where fans can stand and everything.
Yeah.
They had horse heads that you could for fans to put on because trolling Jokic because he loves his horses. So that whole wall, when you're shooting free throws, you're just seeing a bunch of horses in the stand. Steve Ballmer, I mean, I'm sure that wasn't his idea, great marketing team, but the fact that he allows that, that is awesome.
It's really cool. It's something different. And also we know that, a lot of leagues are copycat. And with new arenas that could possibly be renovated or built, that they're going to
having
think about
something similar like that. I mean, it gives a very European basketball vibe of games overseas.
It's a different story.
Which is why you see Jokic and Luka and Giannis just thrive here because these crowds are nothing compared to what they played in front of overseas.
Yeah, it's a soccer feel.
Yeah.
And for the true soccer fans, they're like, why are you calling it soccer? It's football.
Football.
It's a true football feel when it comes to those games where there aren't fair weather fans over there.
No.
Those are legitimate
die-hard.
I love you. You've resurrected our team. Not only resurrected our team, you saved our lives.
Yeah.
Type of love that they have for you over there, which is great to see because that passion, you play in front of that passion, road or home team. Look, you got to be locked in.
Yeah.
Because they're going to let you know about it, but then also they just don't stop cheering and chanting.
They don't stop.
It's all synchronized too. The chants that they have.
They have a conductor. So when I was at the Olympics and we were at the gold medal game, U.S. versus France, it was being played in France. So the crowd was out and they had choreographed chants, dances going on throughout the entire thing. They're standing the whole time. They've got drums. You can bring in props and stuff. It was wild.
So nobody's going to the concession stand.
No one's going to the concession stand.
So what do you mean you have to go to the bathroom?
No, you're not doing that.
You go to the bathroom before the game.
Yes. You take care of business then. So in this Clippers Nuggets game, Jokic to have a triple-double is even money at BetMGM right now. Minus 140 to not have a triple-double, which is interesting. He's had a triple-double the last 2 games and was 1 rebound, I believe. 1 rebound or assist shy of having that in game 1. Like Randy said, maybe you get a hero game out of Jokic where he has another one. Yeah. He could go over his points prop. I'm interested in Christian Brown, his points prop today, because I think if the Nuggets are going to win, I think you need a Christian Brown double-digit points, 15, 20 points out of him.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I like that. Randy talked about Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. haven't put a game together yet. Maybe this is the game because they understand that they don't want to go back home down 3-1.
Right.
You don't want that situation. So
why is it that I always hear this, and it seems to be true, that they say your bench players are better at home?
Yeah.
They're just more comfortable in their own arena. Right. You practice at those hoops.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just the overall feel of
Clippers come at you from so many angles. You got one game, Kawhi. Game 2, Kawhi was unstoppable. James Harden carried him in that first half when they got the big lead. Norman Powell was he an all-star or was he going to be an all-star before he got hurt?
He was on the cusp of being an all-star.
And he was
and then you
the
got
leader
Zubac
for...
in the middle who is causing some issues, right? So you got 4 guys. And I'm forgetting Chris Dunn, who all of a sudden has become a
former Bull.
Yeah. Batum, he shot pretty well in that game 3 too.
I was going to say with Porter Jr., 2 threes, minus 115.
I kind of like that.
If he's due. Hey,
and
2 threes. 2.
Yeah, that's
40.
You're getting a discount there because he hasn't been shooting all that well.
Right,
but shooters can get hot at any minute. What's the saying with shooters?
All I know is there could be a lot of teams after the first round that are going to be like, okay, do we blow it up or what are we doing? Like the Lakers? I know they're not blowing it up, but they don't have a lot of options.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
They don't have a lot of trade stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, the Nuggets.
The Nuggets are going to make
can't
some
go back
massive.
with that team next year, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
no, you can't go back. Like, you clearly ended your era when you fired Mike Malone. That was the beginning of that, where you fired Mike Malone.
Yeah.
Now you have to think about Michael Porter Jr., you have to think about Aaron Gordon. I think you still try to keep Jamal Murray and, of course, Jokic. Like, you want to keep Jokic there.
Or do you want to send him to Chicago?
Or he comes to Chicago. I don't know. But
if the Bucks lose this series,
that's another case as well. Yeah.
Driving down the highway an hour to Chicago. There are plenty of teams that have cause for concern if they don't make it out of the first round. We'll talk about a couple more of those, get you updated on OKC and Memphis, and then a couple more games later tonight. We have Rockets and Warriors. Will Jimmy Butler be healthy, and how should we bet his props if he's in? That is next here on The Bettor Angle with Cam Smith and Kate Constable.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with The Bettor Angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
NFL draft is still rolling along, and we've got some more quarterbacks off the board after Shedeur Sanders even. Shedeur waited to hear his name called until today and was taken in the 5th overall round. And here we go. Loading up. We know the computer's a little slow.
Gotcha.
I need to do a better job of getting things up before I start talking rather than refreshing.
It's a little weird. A little weird in the sections and the spots that we sit in. But I got you, Kate. So here we go. So after Shedeur, looking at Cal McCord.
Going to Philly.
Former Syracuse, former Ohio State Buckeye.
That's right.
As well. So going to Philly in that 6th round, 5th pick of that round. Will Howard.
Out of Ohio State, the Buckeye last year.
Going to Pittsburgh. And then Riley Leonard of the Fighting Irish.
Okay.
13th overall pick of the 6th round. So there you
go. Going to Indianapolis. Did you say the Colts? I think you did.
Colts,
yes, you did.
So I'm going to give you a pick that was a couple after Riley Leonard. Going to the Bengals. I think it's going to fit perfectly. I don't know why I watch a lot of Texas Tech football this year, but I think it's Taj Brooks. Is his
Taj Brooks.
Yeah. Okay.
He's a little guy, but runs with power, impossible to tackle. That's a good pick for the Bengals. Yeah. I know they've got some decent running backs there, but he's going to help them out a lot.
All right. I'll trust you, Randy. I didn't watch a whole lot of Texas Tech football this year, at least not as in depth as you did, but trust your draft analysis there. Ashton Jeanty was the first running back off the board. He went to the Raiders, and we have Steve Cofield on at 420. He's the host of Cofield and Company on ESPN Las Vegas. So we're going to talk to him about what the Raiders expect and hope to get out of Jeanty this year. And also, Raiders passing on Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur was linked to the Raiders for a while.
Gotta talk about it.
Yeah.
Gotta talk about it.
Yeah. In the meantime, let's continue on with the NBA just because we do have a couple games this afternoon. We just touched on Nuggets and Clippers. Rockets and Warriors is also going to be another very good one. And the line movement in this tells me that Jimmy might give it a go and be able to play. It's moved from... It opened at Warriors -3, moved down to 2.5, and now we're back up to 3.5. I feel like there's no way Jimmy plays with that injury.
We saw that injury.
I mean, it was like he bounced on like a trampoline.
Yes, and how dangerous it was.
Yeah, like he didn't just fall and hit the ground. Like he bounced off the ground.
There was nothing to brace that fall. And fall straight on his tailbone. Gluteus maximus.
And I've done that once before, Cam. Where you fall on your it is so painful. So painful. To the point where you
does everything lock up, your back,
everything. You can't move. And so to just be a normal functioning human being when you have something like that is hard, but being a professional athlete playing in the NBA playoffs.
Yeah.
I will be shocked if Jimmy's out there. And maybe this is something where once you get warmed up, it's okay and it's pain management at that point. So maybe they've got Jimmy in a pool, warming up all morning. He's doing, walking on a treadmill, all getting things loose. But I just don't know how he plays in that one.
Then also, if you're Golden State, is it worth playing Jimmy tonight?
But to potentially get injured more, or if he's a liability because he's not 100%, you don't want that either.
And then also, if I'm Ime Udoka and I feel that he is cut from this cloth, then I'm going right at Jimmy.
Yeah, you are.
Whoever Jimmy is guarding, I'm going right at him. Going right to the post, especially to try and back him down so we can put more pressure, more attention on that lower back and gluteus maximus. So Jimmy and the Warriors have to really be careful about this decision tonight. And I get it. He's an ultimate competitor, and playoff Jimmy is a real thing because it is. But you don't want that to be at the detriment of your team because you're going to have another game at home. And let's just be real about it. They have a cheat code on their team, and Steph Curry.
Yeah, they do.
So Steph back at home with the Warriors, and that's why one of the reasons I'm sure, of course, why the Warriors are still favored here at 3.5. But you want to make sure that let's allow Steph to have a moment. We can get Jimmy back game 4. And then we're going back to Houston up 3-1 with all the pressure on this young Rockets team. I mean, Steph didn't look very Steph-like when you go back to game 2, more so game 1 with me and just how I view it. But he's a dude that you don't question.
No,
you know
he's
going to step up and do his thing.
Not at all.
So, yeah, Steph is Steph for sure. So I would hold Jimmy out Game 3. If I was, in that front office for the Golden State Warriors, Joe Lacob and that team and Steve Kerr and that medical staff.
I mean, I can't really argue with you there.
But do you take the Warriors? 3.5 though. Do you take the points with the Warriors? That's the thing.
I don't know. I want to say yes. I still would, because for as good as the Rockets were in Game 2, the air kind of was taken out of the sails when Jimmy went down. Yeah. That's tough to overcome in a playoff atmosphere. But also, this is still a young Rockets team, their first road playoff game, and it's not just any old road playoff. You're going to Golden State, you're going to the Bay Area. Those fans are crazy. Those fans, this team has won plenty of NBA they know what's going on, and so to go into that environment, I think that's a little tough. And then I also wonder if the refs have not been calling anything in this series. It's been one of the more, and a lot of the series going on right now have been extremely physical. They're letting them play more.
Lakers.
You saw what happened with John Morant and the Grizzlies, and none of these were dirty plays. I don't think it's just the physicality of it, but you wonder if the refs start blowing the whistle maybe just a little bit more to try and protect some players, and if that would fall into the favor of Golden State. I think
they definitely get the benefit of the whistle, especially just with Curry and them being at home, and with Houston. I mean, I read into those dynamics when it comes to getting the benefit of the whistle. Mm-hmm. You're going to have a team that knows how to put pressure on the officials by drawing fouls. And you have a head coach that knows how to work the officials. And not to say that Ime Udoka doesn't know how to work the officials. Just remember, a couple of years ago, he was in the NBA Finals with the Boston Celtics. Unfortunately, they lost for them to the Golden State Warriors, right? And Steph Curry. But you side with the home team that, with a player like Steph Curry, with a teammate of Steph Curry's in Draymond Green, that's going to remind the officials time and time again that, hey, my guy's getting fouled. Why aren't we getting these calls?
Right.
Then you think that they've been towards the Warriors.
And Steve Kerr's already been working on the officials over the last 2 games, too. So, he's gotten them warmed up a little bit, which also makes me think this could be an over game. Okay. If you are going to the free throw line a little bit more. Also, I know if Jimmy doesn't play, you're missing a ton of scoring from him, but you're also missing, a phenomenal defender, a physical player. And does that open things up for the Rockets a little bit more to just put more points on the board? So it's a low total, 205.5. It's been a low scoring series, but I don't know. I'm kind of thinking going back to Golden State, this one could be an over game.
I think the over for the entire game, the over for the first half total as well, which is at 99.5. I go over that as well.
Yeah.
I really do. I think that Steph has a monster game tonight and shades of game 2. Shades of game 1 when he dropped 31. I think he's going to go off. I think you have that. And you expect Steph to go off every game just because he's the greatest shooter of all time. But there are certain situations where you see greatness, understand the moment. Steph knows this is the moment to really put himself and his team in position. Because I think that Jimmy doesn't play tonight. Steph gets and really leads this team to a win. Jimmy comes back game 4. They go back to Houston up 3-1.
Do you think if you are among the camp, for those listening, that think Jimmy is not playing tonight or might not be able to come back for game 4 even, Rockets plus 450 to win this series, is there value in that? I kind of think that there might be.
There is value. I'm not willing to put money down on it. Just because it's Steph Curry.
Right.
With everything that I said about him and this Warriors team.
Right.
I can't do it. I'm not. You're leaning like you might do it, Kate. You're leaning. Kate Constable, everybody. If you're watching on Twitch, she's going to put it down.
I'm leaning.
Kate's going to put it down.
What was this Warriors team before Jimmy Butler? A mediocre basketball team.
In disarray.
With one of the best shooters, with the best shooter in the world. Still a team in disarray. Jimmy changed that.
Yeah.
They've only lost 7 games since Jimmy Butler's been on the roster. Yeah. That's pretty good. So all of a sudden, if Jimmy can't play, do the Warriors just go back to being that somewhat mediocre team?
That's a good point.
And I know Jimmy's had treatment around the clock for the last 3 days or whatever it is, but that just looked so awful that fall.
It really did. And I would be shocked if he plays.
Tailbone issues, and you're talking about being in a defensive stance for 48 minutes.
Gosh.
I don't know. So, yes, I am tempted to take the plus 140 with the Rockets.
But you're also asking Jonathan Kuminga to step up in place of Jimmy Butler to fill that role. I don't think. And that situation with Kuminga, the Warriors front office, and more specifically head coach Steve Kerr,
it's not good right now.
It's horrible. Horrible. He wants out of Golden State so badly. And you can tell it from things that he said in the media. You can tell with his play, obviously, with his role being diminished. He was supposed to be one of the next guys after the transition of their big three with Steph, Clay, and Draymond to be part of that next big three with Golden State. He was going to be that pivotal piece. Him, Jordan Poole. We see our Jordan Poole is now basketball hell in D.C. with the Wizards. And also, I think Moses Moody could probably throw him in there as well. Nobody thought that Brendan Pajimski would be this with his team. But, yeah, it's an interesting dynamic with Golden State. So, all right, Kate's starting to pull me over to the Rocket side of things, Randy.
Just
it's there.
And
plus,
I don't think...
You said plus 450?
No, plus 140.
Plus 140.
450. I would jump on that all day, Cam.
I thought that's what I thought you said.
I thought you said 450. Yeah.
Maybe I did. Maybe
I thought you were speaking of win this. Was it win the series?
Or did I say? Well, I'm going to go back in the break and look. Yeah. I have a little dyslexic tendencies with numbers, and I know 450 is not the same as 140, but like sometimes I just that my mind works weird. Kenny thinks that the Warriors are going to win in 6 and makes a funny comment. Good comment, Kenny. Good point here. Does Robin come out every night with Batman?
Oh,
well, yeah, you're right, Kenny. You're right. He doesn't. Still. Yeah. Well, okay, 450, I would take the Rockets for sure. 140, that might be a little different.
And you better jump on it because now it's dropped to 135.
Has it?
Yes.
They're listening to us.
Money line for the Rockets plus 135. Watch out.
All right, going back to a little NFL draft talk, winners and losers of the draft. That is coming up next here on The Better Angle on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with a better angle on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. with Kay Constable and Cam Smith on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back into the Better Angle here on the BetMGM network. Coming up in about 20 minutes, Steve Cofield, host of Cofield and Company on ESPN Las Vegas, is going to join us. We'll ask him a little bit about Ashton Genty and what Raiders fans can expect with the 6th overall pick. Coming up at 5:20 Central Hour. Ryan Hollins, who's an analyst for the Houston Rockets. He's going to join us. Huge win in Game 2 for the Rockets. Obviously, we just got done talking about Game 3 coming up tonight in Golden State, so we'll get his thoughts on that. Quick update around Major League Baseball right now. Don't look now, but the White Sox, 6-0 over the A's.
Wait a minute now. Okay.
White Sox 6-20 on the season. Not all that great. We're tied up at 5. Brewers, Cardinals, top of the 9th. Reds, Rockies, 4-3. Reds had the advantage, top of the 7th. Phillies, Cubs, bases loaded in the top of the 4th. No outs, 0-0 game.
Okay.
Phillies in position to score here. Rangers up 4-2 over the Giants in the 3rd, and Mets scoreless. That one just started. We're in the bottom of the 1st earlier today. Twins beat the Angels 5-1. Guardians beat the Red Sox 5-4, and Tigers topped the Orioles 4-3. Woo!
I'm gonna go rogue right now.
Yeah.
Randy, let's talk some baseball.
Yeah.
Let's talk some baseball, man. Like the Chicago Cubs
are good.
Can we say are playing the best baseball of any team in MLB? Would you put weight towards the Cubs?
Yeah, I mean, I would.
Because they're a team that have scored the most runs in the league.
They've played the toughest schedule.
They have.
And they've won.
They've had series wins against the LA Dodgers, against the Padres, against the Rangers. This team is early.
They're getting consistent production at the plate.
It's early, but they look the part.
Which means don't go bet the Cubs to win the division or the pennant or anything.
Just tread lightly.
Yeah.
But Randy, they have been impressive though.
No, they've been great. Yeah. I mean, and the amazing thing is, like, you know, they've got injuries. There's Justin Steele's out for the year.
Yeah.
Their starting rotation has been not great. It's been okay. I think Shota's kind of come back to the pack a little this year. He's been hit harder than he was last year.
Yeah.
But they're hitting. I mean, it's just amazing when you put a star in your lineup, right? It just makes everyone's importance or responsibilities different. And Kyle Tucker being that dude.
Oh, man.
You know, they've had 2 improbable comebacks against the Diamondbacks, right? And then against the Dodgers. So yeah, no, it's and the amazing thing is, like, their back in their bullpen's not great either. So I mean, if they can sure things up, and then after I think this Phillies series, I want to say they start playing some easier opponents.
Yeah, it gets lighter. It gets a lot lighter. So
yeah, so I mean, when they played those first 2 games in Japan against the Dodgers, I was like, those 2 teams are light years apart.
Yeah.
Right? I'm like, I felt like the Dodgers were just, like, so much more prepared and just looked like such a better team.
Yep.
And you know what? I mean, I think Shohei hit under 100 against the Cubs in the 7 games they played.
Yeah.
I mean, they did a really nice job against Shohei.
Well, you look at the last time his last at bat, it struck out.
Yeah.
Right? In the 8th, I believe, right?
Yep.
So
it was Hodge.
Yeah.
Yeah, Porter Hodge struck him out.
They have really put things together, but again, it's 27 games into the season, so
it's early, but
it's early.
Good
But still,
signs.
There's something there.
Yeah,
there's something there.
And I think. Go ahead, Cam.
No, I was going to say, just to Randy's point, that the record gets lighter. Like, you have 3 games set against the Phillies, you got the Giants,
right?
You got the Marlins, you got the White Sox, you have the Marlins again. This is all in the month of May, so they can really do some damage and put a dent into their separation when it comes to the division, but then also when it comes to just the overall standings in baseball.
And playing this well early, like, I think it puts pressure on the organization to pay Kyle Tucker, right?
Yeah.
Because if they want to keep him, they're going to have to really shell out a big contract. He's producing as of now, right? Like, if the Cubs were not off to this good of a start, I think maybe I would hope the conversation wouldn't be different, but it could be. So
yeah, no, and it doesn't help that Vlad Guerrero Jr. got $400 million,
right?
So now you know,
and he's got 2 home runs.
Yeah, which is wild.
If I'm the agent of Kyle Tucker, I'm not sure on who Tuck's agent is, but that's going to be in the conversation at the
sure.
negotiation table.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Guerrero of the Blue Jays got this. Look at his numbers. Look at Kyle's numbers. Look at how this team improved.
Kate, and let's be honest. If you trade a Cam Smith away, right, you better get something back, and you better keep that person, right?
You
better.
You do.
Because
You don't give up a Cam Smith for nothing.
You take a huge risk when you trade a Cam Smith away.
I will say this. There's something about these Cam Smith guys.
Yes.
Something special about them. And if you just treat it lightly and don't appreciate it, be somebody else's treasure.
You might be sorry.
Yeah.
You might be sorry. And as we're propping up the Cubs, Phillies take a 3-0 lead.
Oh, that quickly. Well, they finally scored some runs because they got shut out yesterday, 4-0 against the Cubs.
By the way, it's some crazy, Shohei was basically even odds to start the year at MVP, and he's basically 3-1 now. He's the favorite. I think Kyle Tucker might be. No, actually, Fernando Tatis Jr. is second, and then Kyle Tucker's third.
Yeah.
But I think this might be the time to bet Shohei because he's going to start pitching in May. So if he starts pitching 5 or 6 innings, 7 strikeouts, 1 earned run, and that he's gonna hit. He's just not.
Right.
I think he has 7 RBI. I know no one cares about RBI anymore. It's all about OPS and all that crap.
Yeah,
but if he starts hitting again, that could be you're not gonna get Shohei maybe any other time, as long as he's pitching at those kind of odds.
Here we go, Randy.
Yes.
Shohei plus 275, the favorite.
Yep.
Corbin Carroll plus 350, second favorite.
He's had a great year. He's 10
followed by
runs.
Kyle Tucker plus 350. Then after that, you have Tatis at 400. Then Pete Alonso plus 600.
Yeah, he's had a great year, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's driving a bunch of runs.
Polar Bear Pete. Nice. So, it's there. I think with Shohei, obviously, and congratulations to him and his family and his wife. They gave birth to their first child. So, I think that's played a little part into just kind of him not being on his game. And now there's a relaxation.
Yeah, I've done the exact opposite. I've been betting him for a home run, thinking he's going to do it for his kid. Hasn't worked.
Well, I bet Vlad every day for a week, and he didn't hit a home run. And finally, I'm like, okay, screw that. Yeah. We're done. We're done.
Just so you know, Vlad has great numbers at Yankee Stadium.
Didn't he just hit a home
run
yesterday?
Yeah. He's got great numbers there.
So he's not going to homer again for another 2 weeks.
Probably, yeah.
On brand.
Very on brand. What's on brand right now is the NFL and the NFL draft. If we look at what's gone on in the first round on Thursday night, we are a long ways away from that. But Cam, speaking of other Cams, number 1 overall, Cam Ward.
Hey, the Cams are winning.
The Cams are winning.
Saying, if you want to have a successful life or a successful child, name him Cam. Gender neutral name.
It is.
Gender neutral.
It is.
So, hey, go ahead and do it.
I mean,
shout out to my mom. She knew what she was doing back in 1985. She was ahead of the game.
I can't argue with you there, Cam. It's a good name. And Cam Ward, number 1 overall to Tennessee. I think everyone knew that was coming. They need a quarterback. Yeah. He was the best one, according to prospects in this draft class. So great there. I want to get your thoughts on the Travis Hunter going to Jacksonville because that was just a spicy move right at the top of the draft with the Jaguars trading up with the Cleveland Browns and giving up a 2026 first-round pick next year, along with a couple other things in this year's draft, the later rounds, but that being the main piece. And you don't typically give up a first-round pick unless you're going after a quarterback, right? To trade up. But Travis Hunter is kind of 2 players in one.
Yeah.
And so it makes sense. Did you like that move, or did you think Cleveland gave up too much?
No, I think you have to go after what you want, right? I think with Cleveland, they understand the role that they're in, the position that they're in, so they're trying to get as much draft capital as they can because, one, they know their season and seasons, plural, are going to be horrible, right? When you just think about the division alone and just the personnel that they have. But also on the flip side for Jacksonville, they were like, we need this dude. Once maybe every 25, 30 years, you hear that?
Right.
Once in a generation type player.
Of the talent that Travis Hunter has.
Travis Hunter. Yeah. You have to go get that. But my concern with Hunter is if he's going to be played on the wrong side of the ball. I think naturally for him, what we've seen, and we've seen more of this because the highlights are there, and he's made really his name on that side of the ball, is defensively at corner. He is a shutdown corner. Ball skills are great. Some of the interceptions, if you go back and look at some of the interceptions that he was able to get throughout his career, I'm talking back at Jackson State, then to Colorado, this dude is a magnet to that ball, and his IQ is so high. I mean, we've heard people talk about just how he just pours into film. He's not a guy that goes out and party and do these different things. Like, he's a homebody, and he really loves the game of football. I'm a little concerned if they start to play him at wide receiver more than they do on the defensive side of things, because you have Trevor Lawrence. You invested a lot of money in Trevor Lawrence, and you're trying to add as many pieces around him as you can. And adding Travis Hunter to the offensive side, understandable, but he's not as polished as a route runner. I talked about his hands on the defensive side of things. You look at his highlights at Colorado this past season. He made some hell of a plays catching touchdowns and catching balls from Shedeur Sanders. But I'm not there yet with him on the offensive side. I think you play him defense. Now, the only concern with defensively is just his thin frame and him just getting mauled.
Right. He's got to put on some weight and get bigger.
He has to do that. He really, really has to do that. So it'll be interesting to see if he's used defensively, what packages he'll be used in, if it's going to be man, if it's going to be like cover 2, zone, whatever it's going to be, because he's going to face off against some receivers in that division alone that can really get after him. I mean, you look at the Houston Texans and what they have, the Titans as well. Colts have some guys, so he's going to be challenged.
And I think in theory it sounds great for him to play on both sides of the ball, but realistically, you're not going to be playing the same number of snaps that he did in college. Like, it's just that's just not going to happen.
That would be negligence on the Jaguars' part.
Right.
And they've done some head scratching things, as we know. But you do that,
and it's just not smart.
You're ruining his future. In his career.
I mean, I don't disagree with you at all, Cam. But I do wonder if Liam Cohen, being such an offensive-minded head coach, if they, and it's from what I've heard in these press conferences since drafting him, is that they want to feature him more so on the offensive end.
Yeah.
And have the secondary be secondary to the offense, which I don't know what's right. I don't know if anyone really knows what's right, but I think they'll kind of try and feel it out through training camp this summer, and then maybe even through his first season in the league. Like maybe we don't know until he gets to year 2, 3, like what side of the ball he'll actually be playing the most on or thriving the most on.
Right.
But it is interesting. I mean, I would prefer, if I were Travis Hunter, to be catching passes from Trevor Lawrence than Joe Flacco. But also now Shedeur is in Cleveland.
Look at that.
Those two could have been paired up again.
How interesting would that have been? With Shedeur and Travis
wild.
Hunter back on the same team for the third time, right? Like that would be amazing. But it'll really be an interesting thing to see where Hunter primarily spends his time for Jacksonville. So, but again, you have a quarterback in Trevor Lawrence that needs a resurgence. He needs it because after he signed that deal,
I mean,
we saw last year. But even if you throw it back to 2 years ago with Jacksonville and the season they were having and how they went to Kansas City, and you're thinking, okay, this is the next step for Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville. Like, there's something there. This could be a team that could challenge Kansas City and be a team that could maybe get a berth in the Super Bowl. But it was just 20 steps backwards.
Faded pretty quick.
Yeah, it was really, really bad.
Yeah. Other first-round draftees, let's talk a little bit about our Chicago Bears, Cam. Colson Loveland going number 10, the tight end from Michigan, over Tyler Warren, who was the consensus top tight end in the draft. I think is fair to say. A lot of draft experts had him mocked higher than Colson Loveland, but from the sounds of it is that Colson Loveland fits better into what Ben Johnson wants to use him for. And Ben Johnson, I mean, plays a ton of 12-man personnel. Clearly, you could have done that with Tyler Warren, too. But being more of a receiving tight end versus a blocking tight end is some of the comparisons that I've heard of, like, the receiving aspect of what Colson Loveland can do in the hands that he has, the separation he can get from his routes is a little bit more along the lines of what Ben Johnson wanted for that position.
Yeah, understandable too. And you look at Ben Johnson, and we're going to get to that conversation of Cole Kmet, Colson Loveland. Somebody's going to have to sacrifice something. And I'm telling you right now, it ain't going to be Colson Loveland.
No.
Not drafting him 10th overall to have him sacrifice anything. He's the future for this team, especially at that position. But when you look at those two tight ends and you look at Ben Johnson with the two tight end set, 35% of the time with the offensive plays, he used 2 tight end sets. Third highest in the NFL.
Yeah.
So he's going to utilize those guys. And it's going to be Colston Loveland with those hands, with the body that he has, the speed that he has to win those one-on-ones and get guys just out of position so he can just make great plays like we saw with Michigan last year. I was a little shocked because I thought they would have went the Tyler Warren route because he's just amazing. And I know we'll dive into that more, but I'll just leave it there.
I think a lot of people were a little surprised that Loveland was chosen over Warren first overall. The books had Warren favored over Loveland, so yeah. We'll talk about Ashton Genty with Steve Cofield coming up next. He's the host of Cofield and Company on ESPN Las Vegas. What should Raiders fans expect from Ashton Genty? That's next on The Bettor Angle.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with The Bettor Angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Myth on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Second half underway in Thunder and Grizzlies. We're looking at a 79-73 lead for the Thunder on the road, looking to go up.
Uh-oh.
Well, they already lead 3-0 in the series. Looking to close it out.
Randy, do we have any? We have any brooms in here? We have any brooms?
We gotta get some.
We gotta get some brooms.
Because the sweep is coming.
Yeah. Ja, don't worry about coming back.
Yeah, no.
It's over.
You're
it's
good.
over.
Go home, relax.
Enjoy the off season.
Summer 1, 2, 3 Cancun. You're done. Yeah. We'll keep you updated on that game, and then also we'll have some bets coming up for you in the next couple segments on Nuggets Clippers, and that game starting in about 40 minutes from now. But for now, we do need to go to Sin City, to Las Vegas, and talk to Steve Cofield, host of Cofield and Company on ESPN Las Vegas. Steve, we appreciate you always taking the time to jump on with us. How is the reaction amongst Las Vegas Raiders fans with Ashton Genty being taken 6th overall to them?
Yeah, they're pretty fired up. I think probably 85% of the fan base was in on making that pick at number 6. And, to get a guy with sizzle, glamour player, skill position, a guy who can potentially change the franchise if he does, what we think he can do. They're jacked, and there's nowhere in the country. I know there's a lot of good fan bases out there, but Raider Nation gets crazy about their own players. So if Ashton Genty hits, he's going to be a really popular guy with the fan base here.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And then also when you think of the Pete Carroll effect with that, he's been in positions where he's had some really good running backs in his time. Yeah, just a few, right? So what do you think for Carroll and how he's going to best utilize Genty with this Raiders offense to maximize the talent that is Ashton Genty, Steve?
Well, I mean, right now they don't have a ton of depth at running back. They signed Raheem Mostert, but beyond that, I mean, Genty's being brought in to be the bell cow. So if he's free of injury, I could see the guy getting, I think Saquon Barkley led the league in carries last year with 345. I could see Genty going out there to getting 350. That was the kind of load he did handle at Boise. I would say my only caution on a big year one is that Boise State did run him a lot. And I don't know what you guys thought with Bijan Robinson in Atlanta. Like his rookie year was pretty good, but he seemed to explode after that. And so my only worry would be that maybe Genty, kind of like Nick Saban would do to some of his running backs, where their second year and third year would be better than their first year because it just got so worn down in college. But, if the Raiders have a good offensive line in front of them, and I think they're building something pretty decent here, Pete Carroll, certainly he's going to try to use him. So Genty's not going to follow-up game saying, hey, I'm disappointed I only got 12 carries, because that ain't going to happen.
Yeah. Is there a concern there, though, Steve, when you look at how Genty was utilized so much at Boise State and knowing that with him being 6th overall and there's not much depth there at the running back position and you want him to be the guy for this Raiders team, that they're trying to be caution with themselves in terms of trying not to burn Genty out so early on?
I don't think they're going to worry about it. I think they got him for a reason. To me, if you – listen, from my standpoint on building football organizations, I wouldn't take a running back in the top 10. But if you do, then you got to use them. And to me, to justify this, and I think you can do it, we set the numbers sort of on the conservative side. If Genty goes out the first 4 years and can average like 1,300 yards from scrimmage, receiving and, more importantly, rushing, then I think the number 6 pick in the draft, running back in the top 10, is worth it. If he can't, or if the offensive line isn't up to snuff. And there's been years where the offensive line with the Raiders just hasn't been that good, and that's why the running game hasn't been that good. I think the running backs get blamed a lot, but, if you look at Josh Jacobs, his final season, and then his first season with the Packers, he kind of looked like a different player. I don't think anything changed with Josh Jacobs. I think the offensive line changed, the run scheme changed, but I'm confident with Chip Kelly and Pete Carroll. They're going to be a run-heavy team. I don't think they want to have Geno Smith whipping the ball out there 45 times a game. So Genty's going to get his work, and I expect him to be explosive. I'm probably in the rare position of being in a market where Boise actually plays UNLV. I cover UNLV. That's my beat. So I got to see Genty up close 3 times, and he's everything that everyone says. His biggest skill to me is he's very difficult to tackle, and he's obviously a shorter guy, 5'8.5", but he's built like a truck, and he just sheds tackles. Guys just slide off him. Now that it's going to change. He's going to amp it up a little bit more in the NFL, but he's a special talent. If he delivers, I think the Raiders got something really good here.
Steve, the Raiders also took Jack Beach, their second round pick, grabbed another wide receiver later in the fourth, a couple offensive tackles, defensive tackles. How would you evaluate the other picks that the Raiders have taken in this year's draft?
Well, I think from a need standpoint, they've hit on a lot of the positions. They do need more wide receiver depth. Obviously, they haven't replaced Devontae Adams completely. I'm not saying that that's just going to replace Devontae Adams, but they have a good receiving core. Obviously, their number one right now is going to be a tight end in Bowers, but I like the kid they drafted. He's 6'1", 214, has good speed. Was the MVP of the Senior Bowl. NFL people love what they see at the Senior Bowl, and then the offensive linemen, they got, both are listed as tackles. I think one's really a guard, one's a tackle. They need to, if they're not going to invest big money in a right tackle or a guard, they have to build up the depth, and they've got to build up the competition. And, DJ Glaze, who I think was a third or fourth rounder last year from Maryland, he was solid. He was solid, but I don't know if that's who you want on the edge. So they got to create a lot more competition at right tackle. And then the other thing to keep in mind is, right tackle may turn into left tackle next year or, in years in the future if they don't sign Colton Miller to something big that extends him out multiple years. This is his last year. He's a very good left tackle. He's 29 years old. He was kind of beat up last year, so he didn't have the year that he's normally had. So they're kind of looking at both tackle positions, and they need some of these guys to come through. I think they've got a player in Jackson Powers Johnson who, guard center. I think he's going to be the center. They've got some good guard prospects. They brought in a veteran guard, and Alex Kappa, who wasn't very good last year with the Bengals, but was good in prior years. So they're trying to build it, and it's funny from coaching staff from regime to regime to regime. The Gruden regime early on got rid of most of the high paid guys. McDaniels and Ziegler, who was a GM, they kind of agreed. They didn't go into the expensive line. This group so far didn't make a splash in free agency, so they don't appear to want to spend boatloads of money. So I think going into the season, as of now, they're something like 28th in the league in terms of what they pay the offensive line. So we'll see if it works.
Yeah, definitely on that. I mean, you look at the names of the draftees right now, and just seeing that Cam Miller from North Dakota State just got drafted by the Raiders quarterback, so he's going to head out there to Vegas, Steve. But is there, outside of Genty, a guy that has been drafted so far, and you have one more pick before this thing is all said and done in the 2025 NFL draft for the Raiders, is there one player that you saw drafted by this Raiders team, again, outside of Genty, that you see that, all right, this is possibly a diamond in the rough and what he could bring to the Raiders team?
Well, what's interesting is they look like they lean more towards diamonds in the rough than some polished guys, which, funny enough, I think is actually something that goes back to Al Davis. I'm not saying that's why they did it, but they had that approach in the past. And, in Darian Porter, a guy who is long, like 6'3", 195, didn't always play out there, and on the actual Iowa State defense was a special teamer a lot, but I think they see his upside, and immediately when you hear 6'3", 195, you start to think of Richard Sherman, who was with Pete Carroll, so I think they look at him like that kind of project. And then the wide receiver they took is very reminiscent of what the Raiders have done over the years. Dante Thornton Jr. hasn't really delivered yet, but he's a burner. I mean, he's a super fast guy. He's got the look at 6'5" and about 215. So those guys have upside. And then I think the other thing they did well recently is taking defensive tackles, because I don't know what the situation is with Christian Wilkins. They're paying him whatever it is, $32 million a year. He had a pretty severe injury last year. Maybe he's not 100% at the beginning of the season. So they definitely needed some depth inside. And that's why a lot of people thought, hey, they'd pass on Genty and maybe they'd go for a guy like Mason Graham. He didn't get to them. So I'm sure they adjusted on the fly. And we're going to see if their offensive line plan works, because they had some offensive linemen sitting there who, were the three offensive linemen at the top of the draft, were the guys that people thought were, good out of tackle, and was a big gap between them and the guys after them. So I know some people, like I said, Raider Nation is going to be 85% in support of Genty. He's a glamour player, a running back, a skill player. But those who didn't want Genty are going to look at it and really look at that offensive line and see if they have someone who can be a long-term solution at right tackle.
We're talking with Steve Cofield, host of Cofield & Company on ESPN Las Vegas. Steve, Shedeur Sanders, him dropping in the draft this year, obviously went to the Cleveland Browns, but he was someone who was linked with the Raiders, or at least a possible pick for the Raiders, with Tom Brady being kind of a mentor to him. ultimately, I mean, the Raiders passed on him multiple times. Why do you think that is that the Raiders did not see him as a fit for their organization?
I think it's the same as most personnel people around the league. One, he does need work. He's more of a developmental quarterback. He showed good things at Colorado, but he's got some flaws and some weaknesses. He's obviously got to get better at throwing on schedule. He's got to. He had a little tap. People were pointing out. Before he was throwing the ball. So I think he's the guy who's got to work on it. And then, honestly, I think he completely botched, and his dad completely botched the draft process. I don't think most NFL organizations look at more than about 20% of what you did in college. Basically, a fresh start. You got to make an impression with them, and the Sanders chose to go a different route, and I think it turned a lot of people off. And I don't know. I haven't heard yet. I haven't seen any question answered. I know because you're not going to ask John Spytek yesterday directly, the GM, about, hey, why aren't you taking Sanders? People ask him, hey, have you been looking at quarterbacks? And he said, yes, it just hasn't fallen right for us, which would suggest to me Sanders was there every time they had a chance to pick. You know what I mean? So they must not have liked him. So we'll see what happens. Cleveland's an interesting spot since they already drafted a quarterback. And
very interesting.
Man, I'm reading some people in Colorado, guys, who followed Shedeur and really love Shedeur Sanders are just busted up about this. They cannot believe what's happened.
We were saying we're just waiting for the documentary to come out, Steve, to have things go
Well, I mean, right? I think exactly. Well, that is potentially the problem. Not that I don't think he was going to have a camera crew following him around. Maybe as a first-round pick, but I think most organizations would be like, we're shutting that down. You're not getting that kind of access. He's a rookie. He's got to earn his way. We're not doing a reality show, whether you call yourself legendary or not. So it's a complicated situation, and listen, he can still make it in the league. I think he's got a good skill set. It's just going to take longer, and he's more of a project quarterback. He's obviously going to be at best probably a number 3 quarterback in the NFL with the Browns. I can't imagine. Can you imagine him signing to a practice squad and then no one else would want to take him before he got on a practice squad? I mean, that would be another slice of humble pie, wouldn't it?
Definitely a different chapter in the book for sure. Let's switch gears and focus in on the WNBA with the Vegas Aces and some thoughts on this team, a new look Vegas Aces team when you think of obviously Kelsey Plum moving on to the Sparks, and you have Jewel Lloyd coming in and within that trade and trying to make something kind of revert back to what we've seen with the Aces before in terms of winning championships and getting back on that swing. So just thoughts on the Aces coming into training camp and how the season will look for them.
Yeah, I think they're back to being one of the favorites. I think Kelsey Plum, good player, but maybe not the right fit last year for the Aces, and Jewel Lloyd is a better fit. They have an experienced point guard. So Lloyd playing a little bit of point but more on the wing I think is a better match. They've gotten a little bigger. But I think the biggest thing, and I don't generally analyze sports this way, based on hunger and desire, but Becky Hammond last year said it repeatedly at the beginning of the season, the first 20 games or so, when the Aces looked beatable. People weren't intimidated. They didn't look as focused. She said, listen, we're being chased now, and I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble getting it through to the players on the team that, other teams are not afraid of you anymore, and they're better, and they've got more talent. And last year was kind of a wake-up call. I don't think the Olympic, trip in the middle of it with upwards of 5 Aces on the team helped them. So I think there's going to be a new focus, but the league is better. I mean, there's better players coming in, and players have moved around to make certain teams much more improved. So I think the Aces are going to be really good, but they're never going to have the dominance they had, 2 and 3 years ago. That's just not going to happen because the league is getting better in terms of personnel, and there's some loaded teams.
The Fever, they're coming for him.
Yeah.
They loaded up this offseason. So it'll be a very fun WNBA season to keep track of. Steve, we appreciate you always taking the time to join us. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
I will. Always appreciate the invite. See ya.
Talk to you soon. That's Steve Cofield, host of Cofield & Company on ESPN Las Vegas.
Great insight, Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
With this Raiders team.
I mean, the Raiders' run game was the worst in football last year by
atrocious.
far.
Yes.
And he said that the Raiders' offensive line is decent. I think they need some work.
Yeah. I mean, when you have a guy like Ashton Genty coming in, and people will view him as the savior of this franchise, of this team, you got to put some big boys up front to protect your investment. And that's the thing that concerns me about Ashton Genty with the Raiders. I do love Pete Carroll as head coach. I think he'll get the best out of Genty and really put him in positions to succeed. But you also need an offensive line to help out for Genty to succeed.
Brandy, what you got?
I was just going to say I'm rooting for Jack Beck. the story behind, his brother.
Oh, yes.
Tiger back from Princeton was in the terrorist attack, was killed on January 1st in New Orleans.
Oh, wow.
That's awful.
And then, they interviewed him, right after it was Reese Davis' son, was best friends with Tiger Beck. So they interviewed
Really?
Jack Beck from his house, and he's got tattoos on his chest and his arm honoring his brother. I'm rooting for that kid every step of the way in that family. So I'm hoping he has a huge success with the Raiders.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
that would be
Yeah.
awesome
Yes,
for
it
him.
would.
Glitch in the system. Coming up next, we'll tell you where to put your money in the BetMGM app here on the Better Angle.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with a better angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Thunder trying to put this one away. 7-point game. They kind of go on a little bit of a run, and the Grizzlies have responded. So can't quite get that separation. But late in the fourth, I think the Grizzlies will hang on and win.
Yeah.
Will they cover what was it? Should it close at like 15.5? That's probably not in the cards, but I don't know. The Thunder have done some crazy things this year just in the last game, coming back down from 29, 25?
Yeah, true. I know what's in the cards for the Grizzlies. Vacation.
Yeah.
Vacation.
They're going to Cancun.
Yeah, it's happening.
So, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. No. Go lay on a beach, have a pina colada.
You've worked hard all season long. You fought through the play-in to get yourself into the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Take a load off.
Put your feet up.
Yourself.
Relax.
Just go enjoy yourself and watch the rest of the playoffs.
You fired your head coach right before the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
get a jump on finding your next full-time head coach.
Yeah.
Get a jump on that.
Yeah. All right, it is that time of the show. 4:40 Central. That we play Glitch in the System.
Oh, yeah.
And so let's do it. Hit it, Kenny.
Is Vegas right?
I'm right.
Or did we find a glitch in the system?
Glitch in the system.
Now on the Bettor Angle. Yeah, baby, it's on!
All right, so for this edition of Glitch in the System, we're actually going to do correct score prices. We've been talking about these a little bit, but now that the series are all underway and we've played at least 3 games in every series, right? We're all on game 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what I have here is a list, and we might make a parlay by the end if we like all of them, because I feel like if you add a few of them together, you can get some really good odds and we can make a lot of money here. So let's start with the team the teams that are about to play here, the Clippers and the Nuggets. I've got the Clippers 4-2 plus 200. So the Nuggets are going to need to win one more, whether it's tonight, back in Denver, game 5. And then we're going to need the Clippers to finish it in 6, though, back at home. What are we thinking? Plus 200. Pretty decent price here for the Clippers in 6.
Kenny, sound the horn. Let's do it. Yes.
Yeah?
I got to grab it. Hold on. Go ahead and make the case, and then we'll fire it off.
I will make the case here because I know we had this conversation of the Denver Nuggets and just the change that they've been undergoing the past couple of weeks. You fired Mike Malone. It's the end of the era, and I agree. But Randy pointed this out. Then Nikola Jokic can go Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
25, 15, 14. Yeah, he can do that. That's triple-double, grown man triple-double stuff. He's not going to go quietly into the night. We know that.
No, he is not.
So I'm going to have Jokic leading his team to one more win. The Clippers finish this thing out in 6. So 4-2, yes, Kenny, it's a glitch in the system. Sound the horns, my dog.
All right, I can't disagree with that.
Yeah.
I kind of looked at you funny, like,
Because I know we had that whole conversation about
the Clippers. I wouldn't be shocked if the Clippers win in 5, but I would be less shocked if the Nuggets win another game. Like, they certainly are capable of doing that.
Like, could you really think with Denver, especially for a closeout game at home, that they lose that game in front of the fans? I can't see that. I really can't.
It would have to be that the Clippers just played out of their minds, and that's the reason that Denver lost versus them necessarily like giving the game away or not showing up type of a thing.
I mean, you can argue the Clippers should be up 3-0 right now.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's very true. Very true, Randy.
Yeah.
Very true. Because game 1 should have been Clippers. Goes in overtime. Weird things happen.
Yeah.
But then also tonight, I believe I saw the report from Sean Sharania that Russell Westbrook is out.
He is.
He's going to be out
Michael
tonight.
Porter Jr. is in, and Westbrook is out.
So Clippers win tonight.
Yep.
You go back home. Denver, you're not losing in front of your home crowd.
Nope.
They win that ball game, goes back to L.A.
You lose back in L.A.
4-2.
All right,
plus
we're good with
200.
that, Kenny.
Let's get
Plus
this
200. Not bad.
All right, we got Clippers in 6. That's the first one. Let's stay in the games tonight. We're actually in Game 3 tonight. Series tied at 1. Back to Golden State. I got the same in 6. Warriors in 6. Back at home. Kind of the same thing here. If you're taking this bet, you're kind of rooting for the Warriors tonight to go up 2-1. But also, I feel like if the Rockets win tonight and you take this now, still at plus 280, I feel like Curry, like they're going to rush Butler back. Curry's going to be so upset, and they're going to rattle off the rest of the 3, finish it off at 6. So I think this is a great bet for the Warriors to finish it off at home in 6.
What do you got, I'm good with that.
Yeah,
I like that.
Ooh, back to back.
Yeah, I do like that. I wouldn't be shocked if the Rockets win tonight, but I do agree that if the Warriors lose tonight, they are capable of rattling off a couple wins, and that likely means that Jimmy Butler is back in those games.
Right.
Otherwise, I wouldn't take that bet if Jimmy's not there, but I think Jimmy comes back at some point in this series.
Yeah, I'm with you, Kate. I mean, we had Evan Giddings on last week.
Yeah.
And he discussed this Warriors team and Ime Udoka of the Houston Rockets. Evan Giddings of 95.
95-7.
95-7 game. I apologize.
Don't ask me. I'm not good with numbers today. Plus 450, plus 140, same
Does
thing.
pre and post for the Warriors on the radio broadcast on 95-7 the game. But he made this point of saying that Ime Udoka is better as a head coach when it comes to in-game adjustments. Steve Kerr is better when it comes to between-game adjustments. I think with the Houston Rockets, that's another team coached by Ime Udoka that will not go quietly into the night. So I'm with you, Kenny. I'm with you, Kate.
Yeah.
Warriors in 6. They win at 4-2. Back-to-back glitches in the system. But if you really look at this Houston team, especially the energy that they're coming with after that Game 2 performance, and especially Jalen Green.
He was great.
He was flirting with 40.
Yeah.
So now he's carrying that energy into this ball game. Possibly no Jimmy Butler in this. You're going to ask Jonathan Kuminga to try and fill that role in some ways of Jimmy Butler? If it's not tonight, for sure, the Rockets will get another win.
They will win another game in this series. Yes.
So, yes, another glitch in the system.
All right, 2 for 2. We got one more in 6. And I know we've talked about this since the beginning. You guys liked it. Now I'm on it. Knicks in 6. I think Pistons win one more. Plus 290 for Knicks in 6 here. I think the Knicks could win in 5, but I think the Knicks will win this series now that it's gone back. Like, the Knicks won the key games in this series to me. Like, Game 1 setting the tone there, and then going back after Pistons tied the series and winning Game 3 in Detroit. I think that they have the handle on the series. I just don't think they finish it off in 5. But, you know, on the road in 6, it won't be tough. I think they lose tomorrow and then win the next 2. What do you guys think about Knicks in 6 plus 290?
That one, I kind of think the Knicks finish it out. I kind of think that they win tomorrow. You have an early afternoon game, more experienced team, like that time slot, little rest in between the 2 games, and then asking the Pistons to go on the road in a closeout game at the Garden. That's a very tall task. So, of these 3 that you've called out, Kenny, this is the one that I'd be most concerned about.
Randy, who's the guy on the Knicks team? I'm blanking on his name, but played at Stevenson High School.
Jalen Brunson.
Jalen Brunson, right? He won a state championship.
He did, and he went to the state championship another time, and he went to the semifinals the other time.
And then at Villanova,
he won 2 straight.
2, right?
Yeah, 2.
2,
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And also College Player of the Year.
Yep.
First time All-Star last year.
Yeah.
Yep.
But he also won an award like a few days ago.
Clutch, I think.
Yeah, Clutch. Yeah, Clutch.
Oh,
Clutch
he won the
Player of the
Clutch.
Year.
Okay,
award. Yeah, Knicks in 5.
Yeah.
Knicks in 5, Kenny.
Yeah.
I'm with Kate. Knicks in 6 sounds great, but my thing with Detroit is that this is that scar. Remember Nikola Jokic 2 years ago after the Nuggets won the championship, and he was discussing just the growth of this team and how they really had to get their playoff scars. You have to get your battle, to learn your lessons. This is Detroit. They're earning their playoff scars right now, and it's going to be against this Knicks team where Brunson has been averaging 30. Karl Anthony Towns had a massive game in Game 3 for this Knicks team. Yes, they just squeaked by, but still, it's in the psyche of Detroit. Now they have the pressure on themselves in front of their home fans to try and get a win. I think it's going to be too much for them. This is a young team that has a bright future, but against this Knicks team, I can't see it going 6. I say Knicks in 5.
I'm with you. Knicks in 5, Kenny. No glitch.
All right, that's fine. What I'm doing is I'm actually siding with you guys, and like I said, I'm going to give you guys odds on a parlay. So far you've got Warriors 4-2, Clippers 4-2, Knicks 4-1. Now let's go to some Game 7s. Let's see if you guys agree with me. You got 2 series I think go to Game 7. and I got Milwaukee over Indiana in 7. I know they're down 2-1, but I think they win tomorrow, even it up, and then it's best of 3, and I think they win 2 of those 3, whether it's 5-7 or 6-7. I actually think it's 6-7 because I think once their back's fully against the wall in that Game 7, that's when they really show up in Indy. But I feel like Indy still has a good enough home court to win in Game 5. That's why I have the Milwaukee Bucks winning in 7 games, plus 390 is the price on this one.
Before I give my answer, where the hell did Gary Trent Jr. come from last night?
know.
9 threes? Are we serious?
I mean, that was
like Gary Trent Jr. won the Milwaukee Bucks an NBA playoff game. And this is I don't say that with any disrespect to Gary Trent Jr.
Game at 7, yeah.
So I say this to no disrespect to Gary Trent Jr. But if the Indiana Pacers are allowing Gary Trent Jr. to beat them, you got a serious problem. But then also, Kenny, this is a glitch in the system for me. I side with you if it goes 7 and Milwaukee is the winner because I need them to be the winner. Because remember the bet that I had with this series, right? Exactly. Going into the playoffs with the Pacers to win Game 1, which they did, but the Bucks to ultimately win the series at plus 550. Yes, and I got it with a boost as well. Shout out to BetMGM with the boost on that, the odds boost on the bet. So yes, I'm with you, Kenny. Go 7, Milwaukee wins.
No glitch for me.
Oh, okay.
I think the Pacers win in 6. I mean, if you need Gary Trent Jr. to put up 37 to help you win a game, you're not getting that every night from him. If that was a 37-point from Dame, I would say, okay, he's hit his stride. Like, he's playing a little bit better. Yeah, you can expect big performances, but, like, you need someone else to have another big game for this Bucks team. I mean, I guess.
And this is outside of Giannis for sure.
Yes,
Giannis is going to do his thing. Yeah.
I mean, I guess those points kind of replaced Dame in terms of, like, you're going to have 2 players step up and have massive performances. But I don't like the way Milwaukee's been playing lately. And I worry about them going on the road in Indianapolis. Like, they have not won there in the playoffs. So
I will say this. If it's a Game 7 and it gets to that, you have to believe that Damian Lillard, I think Giannis, we just take him for granted. We take his greatness for granted because you expect Giannis to show up. But I think if you get to a Game 7, it's on the road, I think Dame Lillard will find a way and maybe take advantage of some things that he hasn't been able to take advantage of, especially when you go back to Game 3. I mean, that's 32 minutes, only 7 points.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's not Dame. So he's finding his legs. And I think if it gets to a Game 7, he has that game, and it's Dame time. Dame time coming.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You talked me into
that.
There
we go.
You
Come
talked
on over.
me into
Come
a little
on
bit,
over. We got room.
We got a couple more of these. Plus, we've got to give you bets on the Clippers and Nuggets. That tips off in just a few minutes. More to come on the other side. This is The Better Angle with Cam Smith and Kate Constable.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with a better angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. This is the Bettor Angle with Kay Constable and Cam Smith on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We just played a little game of Glitch in the System where we try and find some mispriced lines and exploit those over at BetMGM. And we've come up with a couple of them for series, number of games in these NBA playoff series that are already going on. And I believe Kenny has a couple more that he wants to run by us, Kenny. So let's continue a little game of Glitch in the System before we talk with Ryan Hollins in about 20 minutes from now, who is the Rockets analyst. We'll talk to him about the upcoming game tonight for Houston. But for now, continue on, Kenny.
We have yet to hit the Lakers Timberwolves, and I think this is maybe the most interesting conversation we might have. So Lakers 4-3 is what I have, plus 285, down 2-1. I think they win tomorrow, although they're underdogs in tomorrow's game. I think they even up the series, and then the Wolves do get one more in the best of three. But in that Game 7 at home, the Lakers come out on top, plus 285 the price. Do you guys agree? Lakers in 7.
I'm concerned about this Lakers team.
I am too.
I really would hope for them to push it to 7.
I don't even know if it gets to 7.
I'm with you, Kate. I'm with you. I go Minnesota.
Mm-hmm. Which is crazy. If it does get to a Game 7, I might take the Lakers because they might get a little bit friendlier. Whistle, LeBron and Luka moving on would be great for the league. Yeah. Not that it's rigged, not that I truly do not believe in that, but they might just get a little friendlier whistle being at home, Game 7. it being LeBron and Luka. But I'm concerned for them to even get to a Game 7 because, I mean, with Luka not feeling well last night, he had some stomach thing going on. Yeah. He clearly wasn't 100%. But it just kind of showed how the Lakers don't have any depth. Yeah. They don't have depth. They don't have size. Like, if Luka's not giving you 30, it's they even got a vintage LeBron game. Like, I think this is Wolves in 5-6. I bet this. It's crazy. I bet this series to go 5.5 over 5.5. So I think 6, but you think 5, Cam?
I think 5. I'm going 5. No glitch for me, Kenny. If it goes 5, T-Wolves in 5. It's plus 300.
Yeah.
Plus 300 to go 5. Minnesota is in a prime position to really take a stronghold of this series with the win tomorrow night.
And they're playing really well.
They are. And what's great about Minnesota, to your point, Kate, is the lack of depth on the Lakers side, but the depth on Minnesota's side, on both ends of the floor, too. Like Naz Reid, for me, going into that series, the Lakers had no answer for him. And I'm not talking about Anthony Edwards, or I have to say his name because he is a factor, Rudy Gobert. But Naz Reid is a dude that for sure you can't match up with this Lakers personnel. So I got T-Wolves in 5. I'm going no glitch in this one.
I'm going no glitch too. Yeah, I don't think this gets to 7.
I would love to see it go 7. I really would. And for the Lakers' sake, they would need it to go 7.
The Lakers aren't winning.
They're not going to have this
resurgence
exactly and win 3 straight. That's not going to
You're not getting, I mean, maybe you do. It is LeBron, but like a 5 of 9 from 3 night for LeBron. We haven't seen him shoot that well from 3 on that volume in quite some time. And then especially when you have Jaden McDaniels putting up 30, playing like on both sides of the ball what he did last night.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah, this one's not going 7, Kenny.
So I put together Cam's parlay, the 6-legger, the correct scores, and his $10 wins $9,000. Warriors 4-2, Clippers 4-2, Knicks 4-1, Bucks 4-3, Timberwolves 4-1, and Celtics. Oh, okay. Well, the last one I forgot was Celtics 4-1, which would be the last one. Do you guys agree that the Celtics are going to win the next 2 games against the Magic?
Yeah.
And that would be a correct score series parlay. I was putting Kate's together, but it's just not that you have to do this. I was just kind of getting an idea of where you guys were.
Are we about to be rich, Cam?
We have to do this. So I'm not sure who's going to be available to fill in for Kate and I next week. But after we hit this, Randy, somebody else is going to have to hold down the better angle for next week because we're going on vacation, for sure, and we're living it up.
Yeah.
The only ones you guys, I believe, had different was Cam had the Wolves winning a game sooner, and Kate had the Pacers instead of the Bucks, and she had the Pacers in 6.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Look, I'm putting that thing together. Shout out to BetMGM.
I think
you have
to. I think at this point we have to at least place the bet because what if we don't, Cam? And then we're sitting here and we're like, we could have just won $9,000.
Yeah. And I definitely might take off next week. So, Randy, just plan for somebody else to fill in for my spot next week.
Kenny, can you please put in our chat what Cam the one scenarios we just talked about, so I can in that next break go into my BetMGM app and do all this.
Yeah, definitely. I will actually send a screenshot in our text chat or maybe a link through the app so you guys can go ahead and place that.
Wonderful.
And hey, if you're listening to us, if you're watching on Twitch, and you join, and you cash out, you're welcome.
Let us know. Yeah.
Please let us know. Yes. Please let us know.
Yeah.
You have to.
I mean,
because we need that. I mean, that would be.
Would be vindication for all of the show parlays that we have missed over the last 2 years.
We would have a very short-term memory of the show parlays that we missed if we cash out on this bet. So,
yeah, we would.
Again, at Cameron Smith, Kate Constable, on social media. Tag us. Tag the show, tag BetMGM Network if you cash out and hit this with us. Because
we're going to be rich. We're going to be rich. Yeah. And I like this. Like, these aren't just like throwing darts at some of these. Like, we've thought through these. Yeah. We've watched the games closely up until this point, figuring out how the teams are playing. I like it. Yeah. Kenny, do you have any other for us? Any other glitches?
No, those were just the 6 series where I feel like, I mean, Boston, the other one's minus 178, but I feel like as a parlay piece, like you don't have to even parlay all 6 of these. Maybe even if you really just like 4 of them and you want to take out, and Boston's a great leg to add to that to win the next 2 games. They're favorites tomorrow on the road, and if they win, they're going to win Game 5 at home. I think that's a good one to add if you're trying to parlay some of these together.
There you go.
Love it. Love it.
All right. That's going to do it for Glitch in the System.
Man, that's a great glitch in the system.
That is pretty good. We do have, has it already tipped off? We have Clippers Nuggets at 5 o'clock tip, which means they tip at 5:10, right?
5:15.
5:15.
Yeah.
So that being said, you still have a little time to put in any bets in that game. And Cam, are we consensus on we like the Clippers in this one?
Yeah, we're going Clippers.
Clippers minus 6.5, like lay the points, everything.
Minus 6.5. I'm going Jokic triple-double. Doing that. I really like Kawhi. I like Kawhi in this matchup this afternoon, just because we've seen a healthy version of Kawhi, and he's not slowing down.
No, he is not.
It's a dangerous game to play because it is Kawhi, but also there's something different about this Clippers team and how they're playing, and specifically Kawhi and what he's been able to get against this Nuggets defense. I mean, he's putting a lot of pressure on Aaron Gordon. There is no matchup, really, if it's Aaron Gordon, if it's MPJ, if it's Christian Brown, if it's anybody. They're not going to be able to slow down Kawhi, and especially him being back home. So he understands the moment. So I like Kawhi, and I'm going to go over on his points prop. So set at 25.5 minus 105.
Yeah, that feels pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Randy, do you prefer a Jokic triple-double at even money or Jokic points?
Ooh,
and
what's the points at?
I mean,
I think I'll do points. I have a feeling he's going to, knowing that they need to win this game, he's going to be a little selfish today and shoot a little more.
Points are 28.5.
I'll go over 20.5.
All right.
What
I think I like that too.
Yeah, I like that too.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, no Westbrook.
Right.
MPJ struggling.
Right.
You never know what you're going to get with Aaron Gordon in terms of just offensive production.
Yep.
Kind of similar with Jamal Murray. A little bit
Right.
Too.
Yeah.
Jokic has to be the guy. Has to be the guy.
All right. I'm debating Christian Brown, and I don't necessarily like. It's kind of a field play for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just kind of feel like Christian Brown needs to have a big game today in order for the Nuggets to hang in this one, because they need role players to step up. They can't, as much as we think Jokic is just going to go off, they still need other pieces to help him out.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't think 11.5 points for Christian Brown, I think that's doable. I'm going to do it. I'm going to pull the trigger.
Go for it. I like also in that same energy and that same player, Christian Brown to go over 5.5 rebounds, plus 105. That's something to really look at with him, because let's just call it what it is for the Nuggets. They're desperate.
Yeah, they are.
They need to win this game. So you expect high tempo, a lot of shots. He's going over this in back-to-back games as well with the series. Just getting the over on 5.5, so stayed away from Captain Hook, who is a very evil person. But I like Christian Brown, plus 105, over 5.5 rebounds.
Okay. All right, I can get on board with that as well. Also, I mean, this game between the Thunder and Grizzlies coming down to the wire. The Thunder are up 114-111, so a 3-point game. Thunder will close it out here. They have the ball time ticking down, about 10 seconds left in the game. But,
oh, my goodness.
And Shea just buries a...
Your 2024, 2025 NBA MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I've heard a lot of people were voting for Jokic, though. Late. Switched.
I get it, but this is, to me, I thought it was Shai last year.
Yeah.
And it's definitely Shai this year.
This is Jokic's best year.
Yeah, yeah. I think you look at the numbers, but it's always, for me, individual success directly resulting in team success. And the best example has been Shai this year for OKC.
Yeah.
No doubt. And it's more so both sides of the floor, too, with Shai and what he's able to do with his blocks, with his steals, especially at this guard position. So we saw that kind of sort of Penny Hardaway move, the step back that he just made over the Grizzlies to seal this thing. Yeah, MVP. Just putting a stamp on it.
Yeah, he's been pretty legit all season long. I mean, legit's an understatement. Anyone who makes the case for Jokic, like, I can't argue with you.
Oh, yeah,
Jokic has been phenomenal as
valid.
well.
Very valid.
But I'm with you, Cam. SGA is my MVP. What's SGA's middle name? Does he have one, being he has the hyphenated last name? Because I thought you were going to bust out the full name.
What? I never looked that up, but let me see if we can do some.
That's another Camism. Is we give out the full name when we're talking.
Pull out the full government name, because when your parent or your guardian calls you by your full government name,
something's going down.
It means business,
Yeah. All right, that game, Nuggets and Clippers, getting underway here in just a few moments. We are going to talk with Ryan Hollins, who is the analyst for the Houston Rockets, coming up. But that game between the Rockets and Warriors is the nightcap tonight, 7:30 Central. Golden State laying 3.5. Memphis it's a 2-point game with 7 seconds left. They hit a big 3.
Okay, Desmond Bain trying to keep his team alive. Yeah. Good effort. It's good for the fans to.
Scottie Pippen Jr.'s got 30. It's pretty.
Yeah,
does he? I think he followed out though.
He's another guy that's been impressive this
season. He has. Well. He's been
very
good.
I didn't think that Scottie Pippen Jr. was going to be this good.
I did not either.
In terms of this season in the NBA, like you got to remember, this is still the SEC Player of the Year when he was at Vanderbilt. Like he was getting buckets when he was at Vandy.
Was he the SEC Player of the Year?
Yes, he was. Yes, Scottie Pippen Jr. Yes, he was that good. I believe he averaged 18 at Vandy and was SEC Player of the Year. It was really good.
I believe I saw he followed out.
So, yes, he did follow.
Okay,
yes,
but 30 today still impressive.
Yeah. What's also impressive too?
Yeah.
Is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's full name
is.
I want to make sure I pronounce this correctly. Shavante Asian Gilgeous-Alexander.
Wow.
So I believe I pronounce the
Shavante is his real name.
I believe the middle name is pronounced Asian. So, but there's the full government name for Shai.
Okay, maybe we just keep
just
it
random,
with,
just random, yeah.
Just,
right, just
SGA.
Yeah, SGA or Shai.
Yeah.
Just keep it there.
Yeah. Okay, going back to Warriors and Rockets tonight. We still don't know if Jimmy Butler is playing. If you had to guess, Cam, what would you say about Butler's status?
I say he's out. I say he's out. I don't think that there's, for what this game presents for Golden State, that they need to play Jimmy Butler. If we're talking Game 7,
right?
Jimmy's playing. But this right now, no, just give him another game, allow him to rest. Hopefully Steph can turn it on. That's what they're thinking. Maybe Jonathan Kuminga steps up. Maybe other guys like Moses Moody, Brandon Podziemski, they step up. We'll see. But Jimmy doesn't play in my book right now. I
think Moses Moody having a big game tonight, or at least going over his points prop, I think that's something to consider tonight. Yeah. They've been leaning on him a little bit more. I find it hard to believe that Jimmy's playing too, but this line just is so interesting then. Like, I would have thought it would have been.
Yeah.
Because how much in the playoffs do you give to home court advantage? I guess 3.5, maybe.
Yeah.
4.
That sounds right. Yeah, 3.5.
So maybe that's just the edge on home court.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we will talk to Ryan Hollins, maybe see what he knows about Jimmy Butler's status, and also just what the Rockets are thinking going into this game. Maybe we can get a couple players to target for props for Houston. We will talk to him on the other side. You are listening to The Better Angle here on the BetMGM Network with Cam Smith and Kate Constable.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with a better angle on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Angle with Kay Constable and Cam Smith on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Thunder barely hang on to win that game against the Grizzlies. Yeah. Sweep them. Our first round sweep. OKC is moving on, but Grizzlies missed the free throw on purpose and got a pretty good look at it tipping, and it just didn't go. But that certainly covered the spread if you took it on Memphis. 15.5.
Cover the spread.
Not bad.
Now the Grizzlies go on vacation.
They just go put their feet up, get a margarita by the pool.
Go relax.
Whew, sounds kind of nice.
It does.
It actually really does.
I'm a little jealous.
Yeah.
A little jealous of the vacation aspect of it, but not being bounced out of the playoffs.
No. Clippers and Nuggets underway. Denver 11-6 early in the first. We still got 7 minutes left. Michael Porter Jr. just hit a 3. Great start for him. Yeah. Christian Brown already got a couple points on the board. We might have called those, Cam.
I mean, we talked about Michael Porter Jr.
We did.
Threes props were set at 1.5.
Yeah, and he's already got one. He's already got one and just had another steal, another bucket.
We've only played 5 minutes of basketball,
He's
so
locked
he
in.
just need one more. Because once he sees one go in, he's going
to at least keep firing.
10 more. Yeah, for sure.
For sure. All right, joining us now is Ryan Hollins. He's an analyst for the Houston Rockets, who play later tonight, Game 3 against the Golden State Warriors in the Bay Area. Ryan, we appreciate you taking the time to jump on with us. I know you're probably very busy today with a game in a couple of hours, but Game 3, this Houston Rockets team on the road. How do you think this somewhat young or maybe inexperienced is the better way to say? How do you think they perform tonight on the road?
We're going to have to wait and see like everybody else, but ultimately it's going to be a very physical ball game. One thing I know about the Golden State Warriors is they run a little faster, jump a little higher, a little stronger at home. And the key is you're going to have to look at those role players. Those are the guys that play better. But for Houston, the important key is you got to see Alfred Şengün get off to a good start, get some easy shots, and we'll see how Jalen Green plays. He played much better in Game 2. He was 50-50. Game 1, he really struggled. So, again, he's got another monster to climb because on the road in the playoffs, I've been there before, it's a completely different atmosphere. So I think it's poised for Dylan Brooks to have a monster game. We're going to see what Jalen Green brings to the table. And I think another guy to look at is Fred VanVleet. Fred hasn't really been doing a great job scoring the basketball in the playoffs so far, but he's a guy, he's a road warrior, he's an NBA champion. In these moments, he's somebody who could step up in a major way when the team needs him most.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm glad you brought up the name Fred VanVleet because just looking back at what we saw with Fred in the previous game with only 7 points, he just hasn't looked like himself. But he has had success against this Warriors team, as you mentioned, in that NBA Finals when he was a member of the Toronto Raptors and winning that championship. But how important is he to the success of the Houston Rockets with this specific series? Because it feels like when he gets himself going, there isn't a guy out there that can slow Fred down because you know that he can score at all 3 levels.
Yeah, well, he's so important, and I love when Fred scores. The reason I love when he scores is because he's willing to dish the basketball. He gets the other guys going. So now if you got to put 2 to the ball to Fred, Alp's rolling much better. You see Jalen and the men hitting the wings, and what it does for Houston, it really opens up the backside of their defense. So now when I got to put 2 to the ball to VanVleet, you know, it really changes things. And Fred is a guy who can hit a big shot. He can hit a last-second play, you know, and even if he's not scoring, he can step up in those situations also. So I'm excited to see how this game shakes down. And Houston becomes tough because you got a game plan for so many different guys, so many different players who can step up in those moments. And, again, Golden State did an excellent job on the defensive end, but looks for another physical game. Now, I'm also intrigued, guys, to see how the referees call it. Game 1 was a bloodbath. Game 2, they try to clean up a bit. Now the controversies involved, do they let these teams play, and how does it end up shaking up?
That's something that we talked about earlier on the show is that being a betting show here, looking at taking the total over 205.5. And I know you're calling the game, Ryan, and so you don't have to tell us what you would bet or anything like that. But just thinking the way this series is going with the refs and the whistle, I mean, you expect the refs to maybe call things a little bit more. And so if that happens, we get some more free throws, maybe a higher scoring game because of the way the game is called.
I don't know. We have no idea. We've seen both. And as a player, you go into the situation and you have to adjust quickly, you genuinely don't know how it's going to be called, and that's the excitement of playoff basketball. Now, I can tell you one thing right now, more than ever, these playoffs, this NBA season has been the most physical that I have seen in absolute years. And we'll see how that shakes up. And it seems like the Houston Rockets is absolutely taking advantage. And make no mistake, the Golden State Warriors, they may not be as physical inside. They're more position defenders. But I'm going to tell you right now, on the perimeter, they put their hands on you. They hold, they slap, they grab. They do all those things. So, while they're crying for fouls and whatnot, I'm going to tell you right now, that's a really, really physical team on the perimeter also.
And Ryan, you played in that era where it was physical basketball, especially in the playoffs, and you were manning down the lane area. So as a old school type guy, when you think of eras, you got to appreciate that the refs are allowing some physicality in these series.
Oh, it's been fun. And that's where Steven Adams has had his imprint on the game. Man, he really, really protects our guys on the back line. Ime Udoka is coaching at his best and putting our guys in scenarios. And the one thing Ime's saying is, play hard. They'll adjust to our whistle. And if you get in foul trouble, we have somebody stepping up right behind you. When Dylan Brooks would get 2 early ones, our team really struggled last season. This year, though, now you can go to Amin Thompson. Now you can go to Tari Issa. So that depth on the wing, now you can go to Jabari Smith Jr. That depth on the wing has allowed Ime to play a physical brand of basketball that has beat a lot of teams up on the other side.
We're talking with Ryan Hollins, analyst for the Houston Rockets and 10-year NBA vet. Ryan, have you heard anything about the status of Jimmy Butler tonight? And if not, being a former player and seeing the injury that he went through, do you think he does play tonight?
I have not seen or heard anything about it. I've had a tailbone bruise, not a glute bruise. My assumption is Jimmy's been banged up long before this, but if there's a playoff game, Jimmy Butler's going to try to be in it. That's my assumption. It would have to be an act of God for Jimmy Butler not to play in this game. All right, I'm going to tell you that one right now. I'll be utterly surprised. And not to mention, he walked off on his own 2 feet. He didn't go off on no stretcher. He went in a wheelchair. Now, we don't know how he felt the next day, but ultimately, through a bruise, Jimmy Butler will be on the floor. That is my take as a player. And when you game plan for guys like that, you assume he's going to be running full speed. He's not going to be hobbled. You're going to have to earn everything you have against him. So I do believe that he will be out there. Again, don't quote me. That's my take, and that's how we would prepare for the situation.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But then also going back to the Houston Rockets side of things, and you mentioned Jalen Green and just how he was able to explode in game 2. And you can't help but to think that with Jimmy's absence on the court, that opened up things for Jalen. So would it potentially be Jimmy being hobbled or not playing in this game today? What are your expectations for Jalen Green, especially coming off of that 38-point performance in game 2?
Man, I'll be honest. It's boom or bust right now because he's going to put the training wheels right back on again and see what the road looks like in the playoffs because they're going to be able to be physical with him, you would assume, and he's going to have to adjust to what he saw. Now, the best thing is that he saw more film from the way that he was played in game 1. He did a good job with the coaching staff of adapting, but it might be a lot of feast or famine still. This is still a learning experience for Jalen Green. And outside of Jimmy Butler, Gary Payton II is a great defender. Podziemski is physical. He's smart. He's a charge taker. So beyond that, they're not lacking for defenders. What they lack for is the minutes when Steph Curry comes off the floor or end up having to play Steph Curry a lot longer than they'd like to have offensive production. That's where missing Jimmy really stings Golden State. And obviously the free throw playmaking ability and the size inside. He's an excellent finisher.
Ryan, what do you say to anyone that maybe says Houston can't go deep into the playoffs this year, can't win the title this year because of their inexperience? They need those playoff scars before they can really make a run.
I need him to scream it from the mountaintops. Put a battery on my young fella's back. Go ahead and scream it. Preach it. You know what I'm saying? This is not a group. I'll just be straight. I don't think our guys play well as front runners. Our guys play well with the chip on their shoulder. Mm-hmm. Our coach is a guy with a chip on his shoulders. Our players, we're looked over. We don't have, any former number 1 draft picks on our team. We don't have it. The highest touted, maybe Jeff Green went 3rd or 4th, I think, many moons ago. So we have a group that's looking to prove themselves at the end of the day. So, say that a little louder, man. Our guys live in that space.
All right, Ryan, give us a final score prediction for tonight.
Oh, my God.
Or an outcome. Who wins the game tonight?
Houston wins the game. Golden State scores it right around 100.
Okay.
They are going to score more points, and I think Houston ends up 109-100. All right, y'all got me.
Okay.
I'm just throwing rocks in the air now. They held them under 100 for the first 2 games. I think they score a little bit more being on the road. So I'm intrigued to see how it plays out and how those role players for Golden State step up around Steph Curry, because Ime really looking to take it away. So it'll be a good one.
Well, Ryan, we appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Enjoy the game tonight, and we will talk to you again soon.
Hey, man, you guys sound great. Keep it up. Appreciate you for having me.
That is Ryan Hollins.
Great. Look.
Yeah.
It's
Nice
one of the more
compliment
interesting
from him,
series
too.
that we have in the playoffs.
It is.
No doubt.
Yes. I'm not going to say it's the best. I think Wolves-Lakers is the best right now.
You think it's the best?
I think it's, Clippers-Nuggets.
I was going to say Clippers-Nuggets.
How about Knicks-Pistons?
They have a case. It's a case there, but
Top
I like
Wolves.
Cam, Kate just shoot me down like that. Not even.
I didn't even give you a chance there, Randy. No, that's not gonna work. Yeah.
But yes, I'm with you. Top 3 or top 5 or top 3.
Top 3.
Top 3. So I'm like, all right, well, Cam, just go ahead and expand it to all the playoffs, right?
Well, speaking of good series, when we just did our correct scores, Kate had no series going to 7. So, do we still stand on that, Kate?
Yeah. We do. We still stand on it.
You heard that, Kenny.
Mm-hmm.
She's 10 toes down.
That'll be interesting. Let's get the second round going, right, Kate?
Let's do it. I'm ready for it. Well, I continue on when we can just get closer to a champion.
Well, OKC is helping towards that.
Exactly.
Just swept the Grizzlies about 15 minutes ago. So
Yeah.
they're doing their part.
They are.
So like, hey, you're not talking about us. We did our part.
Yeah.
Memphis is on vacation.
Yeah.
Like, John's on a private jet right now.
Yeah, he is.
Headed to whatever remote island. So we did our part.
Yeah, that is okay. No series going 7. That could be a problem. There's always one that goes 7.
It's going to be one. I think it's Pacers Bucks.
Yeah.
But anything else, I'd be hard pressed to choose another series that will go 7.
I'm with you. Clearly, I'm with you.
Knicks in 5,
Yeah.
T-Wolves in 5, Clippers in 6, Celtics in 5. What else do we have?
That's it, right?
Warriors in 6 and Bucks in 7.
Yeah.
And nobody cares about Cleveland, Miami.
No.
That's going to be another sweep.
Yeah, that's going to be a sweep too. Yeah. Cam, okay, we got your boy has been there's been some beef. Jalen, this last couple games, the internet has not enjoyed his foul baiting.
Oh gosh, here we go.
What do we say to that? What's our rebuttal there? Because let's be real, he does do it.
He does,
but there's no rules against it.
It's not.
He's just playing to his advantage, his strengths.
He's not the only one that we've seen.
That's
do
very
this
true.
in today's era. I think people have an issue with it because they say, "Oh, it's not fun basketball to bait officials and basically flop." Let's just call it what it is. They say that he flops.
Yeah. Yes, he flops.
And for me, it's him understanding how to manipulate the refs. And that's the great thing about Brunson is that his ability to manipulate the refs into these foul calls. And some of those foul calls are legit, where you just catch a defender off balance. And sometimes you see it time and time again where a defender will have his hand in when guarding Brunson and he raises up to shoot.
Yep.
It's a foul. It's in the rule book. But you can't fault a guy
it's smart
for his basketball IQ.
It's smart basketball.
And at the end of the day, it's about winning.
Yeah.
So however you do it, as long as you win,
that's all that matters.
That's the most important thing. So I know that Jalen Brunson could care less about what anybody else thinks.
Yeah.
He does not care. And the specific chance that he was getting at Little Caesars Arena,
he probably loves
that, according to head coach Tom Thibodeau.
How about the difference in how two coaches handled that? Because you saw Draymond was getting a chance of,
Yeah.
And Steve Kerr said he's got a family, Why can we avoid that? And what did Tom Thibodeau say? He loves it.
Jalen loves it.
Yeah.
He lives for it.
Yeah,
Lives
it's
for it.
two different coaches. I mean, one a lot more successful than the other.
Yeah.
But like just handling something completely different.
Yeah, I think also Steve Kerr is playing a little mind games there as well, just for the media, the world.
Little Phil Jackson mind
games.
games.
Little Phil Jackson,
Okay.
you know, maybe officials. I'm not saying the officials are paying attention to press conferences and reading into that, but still, word gets around. We're like, hey,
by the way,
treat Draymond with some grace.
Did you see Phil send a first tweet out? I think like in 40 years.
Oh no, I didn't.
Ripping the NBA about something about playing on Easter. I forgot what it was.
Come on, Phil.
We'll
I'm like,
find
is
that.
that?
We'll find that and read it to you.
I was like, is that really Phil Jackson? I'm like, yeah, it's Phil. It's verified Phil Jackson.
We'll get the Phil Jackson tweet fired up. For the other side of the break, as we wrap things up here on the Bettor Angle, we'll be right back.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with the Bettor Angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. The Bettor Angle with Kay Constable and Cam Smith on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We've only got a couple more draft picks to go before the 2025 NFL draft wraps up.
By the way, a guy who I thought would have been drafted by now was just taken in the 7th round, 235th pick. I loved him at Oregon, Tez Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
7th round. Wow. I don't know. And that fits that team perfectly because
where'd he go? Did you say?
Tampa. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's another guy who, again, I watch a lot of college football. Ricky White III, wide receiver for UNLV, was a stud this year.
Yeah.
He just went 238 to the Seahawks. So there's value in this last round.
Huh.
There you have it.
All right. I'm interested to see who Mr. Irrelevant is.
Yeah.
That's.
Can they pull a?
I wonder if they still do the
Purdy?
thing where they take them. You go on a trip and they celebrate you for a weekend.
Do they really?
Oh yeah.
Would you want to do that though?
Why not? Of course.
I don't know. I feel like it's kind of almost like a slap in the face.
No, I disagree, Cam. I disagree.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Celebrate.
I get it on one hand where like you're like, all right.
Listen,
I'm glad
would
I
you
was
rather
able to
be the
drafted.
second to last pick or be Mr. Irrelevant? You're always known as Mr. Irrelevant in that draft. I think I'd rather be Mr.
And
Irrelevant.
I think you know that you're not going high. If you're Mr. Irrelevant, you're not
Right.
expecting to go in the second, third, fourth, fifth
Brock
round.
Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I didn't know they took you on a trip. That's kind of sweet.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is when I was covering the
some
draft
perks.
in New York.
Got some perks there. You got some perks.
This goes all the way back when I was covering the draft in New York City. They used to do it Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
And the guy who was running the trip for Mr. Irrelevant would be there and would come up to us and say, "Can we put Mr. Irrelevant on and can you promote the trip?" And I'd be like, "Sure, why not?" You know,
Nice.
you got time to fill. Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I changed my stance on it.
I-
Yes. Step into being Mr.
Does
Irrelevant.
any other league celebrate being the last pick? Or is that just an NFL thing?
It
I don't
should be-
think the
I think it's
NBA
just an NFL
does
thing. Yeah.
anything
Because
like
if
that.
Also, because the NFL by far
Yeah,
has.
you have that
Well,
so
actually,
many
baseball's
more.
pretty long draft too, but
Yeah.
NFL is really long.
True. But then also, if you start to do that, it's like, yeah, you're just biting off the NFL. Like the NFL
Right.
already does Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
So what are you doing?
You can't
Stop
copy.
NBA or NHL or
No.
MLB. No, don't do it.
No. All right, guys. We got 15 minutes left. Do we want to build a show parlay or do we want to just give out a couple bets that we like for tonight or tomorrow's slate of games?
Look, Kenny already built my parlay.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
My
About to be
$9,000
rich.
potential winning parlay.
Rich.
No, yeah, let's do it. Why not?
All right. It can be any game, any league from tonight to tomorrow. Kenny.
I'll start again.
Randy, you start us.
I think the Knicks are in for a series. I think Kate Cunningham's coming out tomorrow and going to make a little statement at home. I think the Knicks. I'll take the Pistons -2 tomorrow against the Knicks. Yep. Give me the
Pistons
Pistons.
-2 tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, Randy. I see that.
Kenny, you want to throw one in?
I heard you guys like the Rockets. Yes or no? Tonight?
No.
No.
I was going to say Warriors money line. I know it's chalky -170, but back at Chase Center is what they call it now. It's no longer Oracle, but I think the home court advantage back at home, regardless if Jimmy plays, I think Steph Curry goes off.
I think the Warriors win tonight as well. I'm cool with that.
Like that.
I'm gonna go. This is great radio.
You want me to jump in, Kate?
I'm gonna go Timberwolves tomorrow. I'm gonna go Timberwolves to -3.5 again. I think they win.
Kate, I was literally about to take that. I was like,
Yes.
seriously, I'm not joking. That was great.
I was
Okay.
debating
No.
between that and the Magic.
Yeah.
Celtics
Okay.
minus 6.5
Good,
because I
perfect.
think Boston closes it out. They win convincingly.
Cool,
They're
perfect.
not going to mess around again.
Perfect.
That was the
That-
one game
that's what I'll
that
take.
Magic. You always Celtics opponents are going to get one game against them.
Yeah.
Even if they are like a Magic type
Right,
team. So, all right, easy. Wolves, Celtics, Pistons. and Warriors. I like
Let's
it.
do it.
All right. Now that we are a couple games into the first round, I mean, we talked earlier that thoughts have not really changed in the Eastern Conference, and I mean, let's be real, like it's Cavs and Celtics, right?
Yeah.
Playing in the finals,
Yeah.
Eastern Conference Finals, that is. Have thoughts changed on Western Conference opponents to meet in that conference finals?
Yeah, for me, it's changed. I really felt the Lakers could have went on a run before the series started and would have been the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
Just how they were playing, especially how Luka transformed into Thanos.
Yeah.
Against the Mavericks, making that man cry.
Yeah.
Back with his former team, but it's different now. I believe that it's going to be tough because they're going to play against each other the next round. I want the Clippers to go to the Western Conference Finals. They're going to face off against OKC.
And that's going to be a
tough.
great series. But you're right. You almost want the two of them to meet in the conference finals.
Yeah. And that's the only thing that's tough about that. So I can't go Clippers because they'll face each other in the second round. So,
I mean, Warriors or Timberwolves?
I'll go OKC. And I'll go Golden State.
Okay.
I'll go that route.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
go that route.
that's.
Yeah.
I
want the Timberwolves there.
No, I'm
because
nervous
I
for them
want new
against
blood. I want
Golden
this continuation of new blood.
Yeah.
But it's
It's Golden State. It's Steph and Jimmy. The experience there.
It's Draymond against Rudy Gobert again.
Oh gosh.
You get that.
Yeah.
So yeah. So OKC Golden State.
Okay.
For me, Western Conference Finals. What about you? What are you thinking?
I mean, I agree with that. I think Warriors out of the bottom half of that bracket. I mean, Clippers could give the Thunder a run. Like I could see that series going 7.
I could as well.
Right? Coming down to the final seconds in Game 7. But I don't know if what we've seen between the Thunder and Grizzlies, like the Grizzlies aren't very good.
No.
Like that, outside of today's game being a 2-point game, like the Thunder handled them easily.
The Grizzlies sealed their fate almost 3 weeks ago when they fired Taylor Jenkins.
And so I want to say the Thunder are as unbelievable as we thought they were going into it, but let's just caution with who they just played in the first round.
Right.
I still think that they probably make it to the conference finals.
Yeah, same. I'm with you. Randy, what are you thinking? What do you got?
Yeah, I think the Warriors and the Thunder are the safest bet. I really do.
And then also think about
I think the Thunder are going to. I think the Clippers are going to beat the Nuggets, and I think it's going to go 6 or 7. But I think the Thunder will prevail in that series.
But also think about the history of Golden State and Oklahoma City. Like we got some great playoff moments between those two. So.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. All right. Has anyone been following hockey playoffs?
I haven't, but my guy David Hall that I work with on the Chicago Lead over at the Chicago Sports Network.
Huge hockey guy.
He was saying that the NHL playoffs have been fire. Like fire. I know the NFL draft is getting ready to wrap up, and we've been going through that. The NBA playoffs are there. Cubs, we talked about them in the first hour of the show.
Yeah.
Been playing great baseball. But he's like, if you have not paid attention to the NHL playoffs, which I haven't, he's like, you need to jump in and watch because it's been absolutely
awesome,
drama-filled and great.
I mean, I have not been paying attention to the NHL playoffs hardly at all.
Randy, what do you got, man?
No, not at all. Four Nations was the last time I was really watching hockey. So.
I mean, David Ha's not wrong. It's an OT game. We're heading to overtime right now. Golden Knights and Wild.
Okay.
Or at least maybe that game's already been settled. No, end of the third. Just finished. I did bet because I had someone who follows hockey very closely tell me to bet the Lightning this morning, and I did do that.
Mm-hmm.
Lightning won 5-1 over the Panthers. That was great.
Dog walking.
It was a dog walking. And then later tonight, Maple Leafs Senators. Toronto leads that series 3-0. And then Stars and Avs and Dallas Stars are leading that series 2-1. So, all right, that's the slate for this weekend. Randy, any MLB bets, golf bets you got going on for the weekend?
The golf this week it's in New Orleans. It's they pair up. I'm not a fan. Rory and Shane Lowry won it last year.
Yeah,
I haven't really been paying attention to that. I've been following the LIV event. Cam Smith has gone on. He's been on fire today.
We got another Cam Smith.
Another Cam Smith. Oh my God!
These Cams out here, I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
Cam Ward, Cam Smith, the baseball player.
Yeah.
Cam Smith, the
golfer.
Cam Smith, the sports guy, sports media guy. Hey.
Cam Smith, host of The Better Angle.
There you go. On the BetMGM Network.
This right. Cam Smith took the money, and is that how you would do it too, Cam?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
For sure.
Anyways, but DeChambeau and Cam Smith and John Rahm is 3 off the lead. He's probably like 8 or 9 to 1 right now. So if you think he could get hot tomorrow, they're playing in Mexico City. Ooh. So Bryson DeChambeau's average drive is almost 400 yards because it just like
elevation.
Flies. Yeah, it just flies.
Yeah.
Gosh. So. That's about it. And baseball bets, I've been really bad lately on home run bets, but like I've been betting guys who I think are overdue. I don't know, and one guy who's way overdue is the Astros tonight, Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Crazy good odds. You can get him tonight. I don't know why. Michael Wacha's pitching for the Royals, and he's certainly not great anymore. Yeah. So there's that one, and then I just Shohei's not terrible odds. I think it's like plus 210 tonight, and I think like plus. It's like 11 to 1 or 12 to 1 for 2 home runs, and they're facing I think Keller from the Pirates. So I wouldn't. That's not a terrible bet either. He's going to get hot, right? I mean, he's been really struggling. I think he's won for his last 20. And for tomorrow, Aaron Judge has been hitting the ball really well, but not for power. I think he has 1 home run in his last 19 games. So he's going to pick it up, and he's going to have one of those games where. He had a 3 home run game, I think, the first weekend of the season. So I have a feeling he's going to get hot again, too. So again, these guys aren't I'm not giving you guys who have crazy, their odds aren't great. But I just look for guys who, Aaron Judge, first week, I think he had 5 or 6 home runs. He has 7 right now. So he's going to get hot. There you have it.
All right. I like it. That's going to do it for us.
Another one in the bag.
So who do you everyone likes the Warriors tonight?
I like the Warriors.
Yeah.
I think that line's telling you to take the Warriors,
Steph,
too.
Big night over 35 or no?
Ooh.
I caution with over 35. I say he's at least. I say he's 30, 28 to 30. I say he's 28 to 30. I think there's someone else on this Warriors team that has a big game.
Yeah.
Like Moses Moody or Brandon Podjemski. So look at their point total. Maybe take the over on that. I think one of those 2 guys really steps up tonight.
You heard it from the Cam Smith.
The one and only Cam Smith.
The other Cam Smith is tied for the lead right now, going to 18.
Oh, no.
Maybe he's the one.
And the other Cam Smith's about to play baseball in Kansas City.
There's too much competition out here.
On the Better Angle. We'll see you next week.
You've been listening to The Better Angle on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Listen back to the show anytime with the Odyssey app.